Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was raised by Saiyan Goku and Chichi? Part 2. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Protega. Draco made a circular motion with his wand, just barely erecting a magical shield from the tip. From Harry's wand, a jet of red light shot forth, iter and with greater force than anything the first years had seen as of yet in their education. There was an actual pressure in the air around them as the bolt passed, and though it was there and gone in less time than a blink of an eye, it left a visible trail that practically burned itself into their corneas. Draco didn't even have time to fully react. The only thing that saved him was the FA court that he was already diving to the side even as he cast the shield spell, following advice his father had once given him during their weekly duel training lessons growing up. The shield was obliterated, and its destruction didn't so much as slow down the stunning spell Harry had cast. The spell wound up going on past where Draco had been standing and hit the pillar behind him, obliterated that in a shower of dust. Kept going and then blew a hole through the wall behind said pillar and kept going until it hit the Whomping Willow across the way, which immediately sagged all its limbs, stunned. Now that, Gohan commented, pointing at the after effects of his brother's spell, that Harry would not be able to counter or block. His only option would be to overpower it or dodge it. Good thing Draco. Hermione corrected once again. Right, him, Gohan nodded absently. Good thing he dodged. I get the feeling that he'd be out for a while if he'd seriously tried to block or protect against one of Harry's spells. Draco struggled back to his feet from the dive he'd taken. He didn't bother looking behind him at the devastation Harry's spell had left, not that it would have done that much beyond demoralize him some more. He shouted a few other first-year spells, things that really wouldn't do anything at all, but proved to be effective distractions. Sparks, flashes of light, loud sounds. Things that Professor Flitwick had shown his first-year students as party favors and rewards alongside the actual lessons. As a result, Harry did actually flinch back from the magical UI valent of a flash-bang combination of spells. It wasn't Tien's solar flare technique, but it was efficient enough. Seeing his opponent actually give a reaction besides bored contempt, Draco sought to capitalize on it. He powered up as quickly as he could, forcing the energy into his muscles and body as fast and as hard as he ever had. It hurt, not in a bad painful injury way, but a hard painful exertion way. And like any exertion with enough force behind it, the body and mind have to give in some way or else burst from the pressure. Ha! Draco screamed, a soft glow coming from him. Depulso! He screamed. Harry's eyes went wide and then he went flying. He didn't even have enough time to think about dodging the wave of raw magical force cast at him before it hit. Whether intentional or not, Draco had just figured out how Harry powered up his own spells. Unfortunately for Harry, that was not the last of Draco's trump cards. Leaping into the air, the blonde Slytherin went some 7 to 10 feet up and started gathering his energy in his non-wand hand. Before their eyes, and more importantly before Harry could get back on his feet, a key ball roughly the size of a quaffle foe RMED in Draco's hand and soon stabilized, telling those with the eye of experience that it would explode and it would hit whatever it was aimed at, rather than fizzle or shoot off to nowhere. H. Draco screamed as he fired the key ball straight at Harry's prone form. Harry stared, genuinely surprised, as the energy blast shot right at him and hit dead center on his torso. The moment that happened, it exploded in a blinding flash of light and deafening roar of sound, kicking up a cloud of dust as the initial explosion faded. The force of it knocked all the magic users on the ground back. And the dust cloud forced them to cover their faces, while Gohan continued watching, his shoulder-length black hair waving in the breeze. Panting from the exertion of the energy he'd just expended, ACO slowly came back down to the stone floor of the courtyard, sweat dripping from his brow and messing up his once pristine blonde hair. He was smirking, confident that he'd finally one-upped his self-proclaimed rival. Undoubtedly the other boy was much stronger, but it wasn't about actual strength to Slytherins, it was about the singular moment where the weakness was obvious and could be taken advantage of to knock the other guy down. In Slytherin House, it was all about cunning. Gryffindors were the ones to care about actual strength. The cloud of dust was still hanging in the air, but pretty soon things began to settle. And a figure could be seen standing in the middle of the cloud. Soon enough, Draco could finally make out the figure and he could not believe it. His mouth hung open in shock, and a soft, croaking sound came from his throat as the scream of disbelief got stuck there. How? Hermione screamed for him. It hit. It blinded me, but I saw it hit. How? It did hit, and it was pretty powerful too, Harry said as the last of the dust fell from the air and he stood, clearly visible, not so much as a fresh tear in his clothing or a bruise on his skin. He was pretty dirty, but that was mostly from being on the ground and the subsequent dust cloud. Other than that, nobody could say that he'd been hit at all, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes of course. Bro, stop making fun of him, Gohan said with a laugh. What was it you were saying about bullies before? Yeah, Harry waved off his comments. Still, that surprised me, Malfoy. Good thing I kept my guard up. Otherwise that might have hurt. How strong are you? Draco finally screamed, eyes wide in fear and sweat running down his face, fists clenched. He looked ready to either fight or flee, nobody could say which. Not even Draco. Not that strong, Harry shrugged, self-depreciating. Gohan's way more powerful than I am. And don't even get me started about Dad and his friends. H. He yelled, firing another ki blast that he formed with both hands this time, but it was still the same size. Harry watched as it came at him at the same speed the first one did, and then with contemptuous ease. He backhanded the blast, sending it careening over his head and far enough away that it wouldn't hurt anybody. In the distance, the blast exploded with the same flash of light and sound. They could all see the dust cloud from where it hit. Bloody hell, Ron muttered. The rest were too stunned for words. Yeah, sure, Harry had been teaching them ki and doing all these amazing, impossible things. But this was on a whole other level and they knew it. Now see, Harry explained to Draco, there you should have aimed that at my feet or legs. That puts it just far outside my reach that my arms can't properly deflect it, and the force from the explosion would still be enough to cause sufficient injury, forcing me to either waste energy protecting myself, or to dodge it and retreat. Depending on your ultimate strategy, either would be viable options. Head and torso shots will always be guarded against, and sometimes even countered, he continued. You want to go for that if your opponent is weakened, or you've got the drop on him. Like you had with me earlier. By the way, want to know what it is that you did wrong there? What? Draco shouted, fear still flooding his system. You only fired one shot, he told him. I was half expecting to have to endure a dozen or more blasts, but what surprised me almost as much as you firing off a perfect Chi blast was you only fired one and then stopped like the fight was over. You just proved that you can fire more than one, albeit not very quickly, so, why? That's my question. Are you kidding me? Draco screamed. It's bloody hard enough as it is just to keep the bloody thing stable. Took me days of work to perfect this attack, and you're saying it's not enough. Harry and Gohan stared at the blonde wizard. Their faces unmasked. What? He finally yelled at them, uncomfortable with the staring. Your whole strategy for today was to fire one energy blast at me. The younger son brother stated, incredulity dripping from every word. It was supposed to be my trump card and send you to the hospital wing. And you spent days on making sure that you could fire one blast perfectly, instead of multiple blasts at a time from either hand. Gohan asked, equally incredulous. It wasn't exactly easy. Hermione broke the tension with but a single sound. What are you thinking, Hermione? Harry asked. Rather than reply, she held out both her hands before her, and then turned to face away from everybody. Moments later, it was obvious what she was trying to do. Correction, what she was doing. Between her hands, energy began to build up, at first nothing but a soft glow and random sparks going off, but soon it began to stabilize until she had a ki ball of the same size and power as what Draco had fired off already. It was complete in less than a third of the time it had taken for him to form his energy blast. Frowning, she commented, "That's not hard at all. Yes, I can see how you could easily fire multiple blasts at a time." "Ah," she squeaked as the energy ball began to move between her hands, at first forward, and then up and down, but very slowly. "Oh, I see, not hard to move at all. And it can move with my hands as well. So simple, I'm amazed I hadn't tried this myself before now." "Harry taught you, didn't he?" Gohan asked, confused by her childlike fascination. "Oh, yes, but only in how to access, control, and train up our key using abilities. I had to beg him to show us how to fly, and he only..." She paused and reabsorbed the energy from the key ball in her hands and then glared at Draco. "And he only taught the four of us how to do it." "How did Malfoy learn how to fly?" He listened in from around the corner. Harry shrugged. "I didn't mind really. I wanted to teach everybody all the little tricks and stuff, but Professor Dumbledore put a stop to that. I figured Malfoy wasn't listening when I warned about not teaching anybody else and that he would try to train others, and when that failed, they would come to me directly. So far only a few from Ravenclaw and Slytherin have, but there you go. Now Malfoy," he turned back to the blonde wizard, "I like how you're taking your training seriously and all, but you need to readjust your focus. Just shooting energy blasts won't help you. You need to start fighting physically as well as magically, close range as well as mid-range. For example," he walked up to the fearful student, "when you punch someone and you want them to stay down, you've got to hit them in the solar plexus." He then demonstrated by snapping a quick punch to aforementioned solar plexus. Draco immediately dropped to the ground, curling up instinctively over his wounded torso. Everyone could hear his suddenly labored breathing, coming out in wheezing gasps. And it was clear that he had practically no strength to even stand back up. Also, to guard against that, all you have to do is exhale and then lean just an inch or two out of the way. Almost any direction, and then the blow is much less effective, he said as he patted the boy on the head and walked away. Only to stop and turn back with a dark look in the blonde's direction. "Oh, and Malfoy," he said, his voice back to the same low, steady, but absolutely not calm tone it had been before, "don't think I didn't forget about what you said to my brother." Turning fully back around to face the prone boy, Harry actually lowered his power level, dropping his strength down to barely a percentage of his true abilities. "Let me show you a few other techniques you can think on during your next few days of enforced bed rest in the hospital wing." What followed, while potentially informative, was the most brutal one-sided beating any of the children, save for Gohan of course, had ever witnessed outside of a fictional story, whether it be from a book, a movie, TV show, or some other medium. The end result was a broken, bloody, and extremely bruised Draco Malfoy lay moaning on the cobblestone ground of the courtyard. A quick conversation with a nearby gargoyle had a house elf popping away with the body to the hospital wing. "Well, that was neat," Gohan laughed as Harry rejoined them. "Is that all you've been doing here? Training up the other students just so you can beat them up without feeling like a bully?" He still remembered what Draco had called him and what it really meant. So while part of him felt kinda bad, it was overshadowed by the vindictiveness of the racist being taught his lesson in good manners. "Hey," Harry shrugged, "my first thoughts, actually, were to train them up to be sparring partners and to help us with our training. I wanted to get them as strong as possible as quick as I could, but Professor Dumbledore me up to me while we were training and pointed out that training a school full of teenagers in ways to be more powerful than any adult authority figure in said school wasn't exactly the best of ideas." "Funny," Justin said, "when you told everyone that training was done and over with, you made it seem like it was more than that." "I'm just saying." Reluctantly, Harry nodded his head, sighing. "Well, okay, yes. There was." He tried to force some kind of non-violence ideology on me. It was subtle, but after dealing with the likes of Piccolo and Vegeta and even Frieza, it was easy to spot. "And people, still don't believe me when I tell them that you're the dangerous one," Gohan chuckled. "What, so I like fighting as much as Dad?" "Well, okay, not as much as Dad, but you know what I mean." Harry rolled his eyes. His brother kept chuckling. "So, Harry tried to move the conversation in a different direction as he led them down to the lake. How's training with Dad and Piccolo going anyway? Pick up any new tricks? Nah. Gohan shook his head. I'm only a few seconds faster and they both still cream me one-on-one. It was better when we could double team one of them. Only a few seconds faster, huh? Harry repeated in a mocking tone. They both completely ignored the fact that average fighters trained for years just to shave a few fractions of a second off their reaction speed, and to do the same with whole seconds in a matter of weeks was unheard of to the world at large. Oh, and how much stronger and faster have you gotten here at boarding school? Gohan mocked right back. Hey, you were the one complaining about not being able to come with me and being stuck at home with Mom for homeschooling. Harry retorted. Yeah, well, let's see just what the difference between us is like now, bro. I'll give you something to complain about. Gohan growled back, smirking. I'm game anytime you are, and after that disappointing surprise by Malfoy, I'm geared up for some real action, Harry smirked in reply. Right here, right now. Gohan jumped back and away from his brother, at the same time Harry jumped back in the other direction. Wait, what? You're brothers? Hermione protested, ready to run in and stop the fight that was about to happen. Ron and, surprisingly, Justin both held her back. Ron said, don't worry. They're not actually going to fight. I mean fight like Malfoy was going to back there. It's a brother thing. Don't worry about it, he added to her incredulous look. Malfoy is an idiot, Hermione snapped. It was clear that he had no clue how to actually fight someone. Not that I do, or would ever fight someone of course, but it is quite clear that Harry and apparently his entire family are very familiar with fighting, and when they fight they expect to do it with their bare fists. Not with wands or weapons. Why aren't we stopping this? While this little diatribe was going on, Harry and Gohan were sizing each other up, neither moving to attack or retreat any further than they already had, but both in ready stances, prepared to attack and defend equally. They were also powering up, slowly, and not by very much. Like Ron said, it was a brother thing. They weren't actually going to fight it out. Just spar a little bit. Hermione, I'm not following where you are going with this, said Neville, confused expression on his face. My point is, she said as apparently she had somehow gotten away from the point, to not make rash decisions, and that if one must fight, then they need to have a plan ahead of time, before the first punch is even thrown. To just rush in and start slinging fists and spells and beating on each other is barbaric. And why are you two still going to fight? We're not fighting, said Gohan. False innocence dripping from every syllable. We're training, agreed Harry, same insincerity in his voice. With that said, they decided that was enough waiting and launched themselves at each other. Their first encounter was actually more of a chance to test their respective speed compared to the last time they had sparred. So both threw punches that went through each other's after images. Then they reappeared 10 feet above their previous position and launched flying kicks that also went through each other's after images. After the third time it happened, Hermione could no longer remain silent. What? She paused, licked her lips and swallowed, before taking a deep breath and screaming at the top of her lungs, what the bloody hell is happening here? How is that even possible? Language, Hermione, Ron chastised her, grinning and fully enjoying the moment even as he watched the fight between brothers. She ignored him entirely, save to shoot him a scathing look. The fighting brothers likewise ignored her outburst. Quite often there were loud noises, bright flashes, and other distracting events on the battlefield. Not to mention a group of people on the sidelines running commentary. They both had long since trained themselves to ignore such distractions, while also acknowledging them and making sure it wasn't an incoming attack. Of course it wasn't perfect, but it also helped that they were dozens of meters in the air, so her shout really wasn't that loud by the time it reached them. Hermione, a little quieter, maybe. Justin begged, hands over his ears. Ron just casually rubbed the ear closest to Hermione, cleaning out some earwax buildup. He was used to such volumes from the females around him, in fact his mother could go a few decibels higher. So it didn't much affect him. In the meantime he tried to focus on the fight. Harry and Gohan had finally gotten a read on each other's speed and stopped playing the after-image game. Their first true blows came as they landed back on the ground, bodies taut, key flames burning. Their forearms slammed into one another as they tried to knock the other back through sheer force. They stayed locked there for several precious seconds, arcs of power, looking like small lightning bolts, shooting off from where their energies interacted. When it became clear that Gohan had the advantage in raw strength, Harry adjusted his stance slightly so that when he suddenly leaned back, he slid to the side as Gohan became overextended. A mistake that the young half-Saiyan quickly remedied. But not before Harry managed to take advantage of it by slamming a knee below his guard just a half a second faster than Gohan could block. The result? Gohan knocked back, the wind knocked out of him. And Harry jumping away before retaliation, but also to get an angle on another attack. Not bad, Gohan said, rubbing the spot where he'd been hit. You've gotten faster, and you got even stronger than you already were. Harry added to that. What? Did Dad have you lifting and running with boulders bigger than the house while you were waiting for your turn to spar with him? Gohan looked away sheepishly, before shaking his head and focusing on the fight. Seriously? Harry yelled, incredulous. Gohan just shrugged, and I'd thought what I was having the rest of them do might have been extreme. Harry sighed, rolling his eyes. Then they resumed as though they hadn't stopped at all. A flash of movement and a sound of flesh slapping, but 1,000 times louder was the only way those on the sidelines had of tracking the brothers' fight. Sometimes, rarely, Ron thought he managed to see the point of impact and a sort of explosion or pressure wave coming from it, but it was too inconsistent to be sure of. Sometimes they saw more after images, but even those were barely visible. How is this? How can we even? Oh my God. This is impossible, Hermione finally screamed, grabbing and pulling at her hair. Hermione, Justin pointed out, since they're kind of doing it, I would say it is not impossible. We just don't know how to do it ourselves yet. Then why don't they bloody well explain it already? She screamed, tearing her hands away from her hair, probably taking a few follicles with it. Don't blink. What? The three of them asked, turning to look at the one that spoke. Don't blink, Neville repeated, his eyes dancing all over the place. And channel your ki, not to your eyes, but to the part of your mind that lets you focus on fast-flying things. And then just don't blink and let your eyes kind of relax. It just happens after that. I'm still having trouble keeping up, but I can follow them, sort of. Harry told you about this, didn't he? Ron grumbled. Neville just shrugged, not answering, and not taking his rapidly moving eyes off the sky. Speeding things up about 150 times, if one were to talk shutter speed on a camera that is. Harry and Gohan were hovering about 15 feet up, exchanging punches and blocks and kicks faster than even 150x could catch only as vague color blurs. From their own point of view, however, they were perceiving the same as they always had, just acting and reacting so fast that all the color blurring and after-image and vanishing wasn't even noticed. They knew exactly what their bodies were doing, and all that visual input was only a part of what their bodies, their ears, and their senses were telling them. It wasn't just knowing when and where the opponent was throwing a punch or a kick. It was acknowledging that the punch was coming, had already come, and focusing on what you were doing next. It got a lot more complicated the faster things got, because it wasn't just next you had to think about, but all the nexts for the next minute or more, while also anticipating all of the other guys' nexts as well. So, slowing things down by about 1,000 times 150x. One would see Harry throw a roundhouse punch at Gohan's face, which he was already blocking with his opposing hand and in the middle of launching a prepared straight punch to the solar plexus. Only to have Harry's left leg come up to knock it to the side by just an inch or so, even as his first punch was blocked before wrapping his other hand around the straight punching fist and twists. To turn his failed punch into an elbow, still to the face. Gohan instantly retaliated by spinning around mid-air to try and throw Harry off, and when that didn't work he tilted his head just enough to the side to avoid the striking elbow and turned his blocking hand into an open palm strike to Harry's face, who blocked it by retrieving the striking elbow as though that had been his intention the whole time, even as he brought his right knee up to kick Gohan in the kidneys. The first of these kidney shots landed, but Gohan brought his own elbow down to prevent any follow-up shots, using the momentum to put his free hand in position for another straight punch, while Harry maintained his grip on the first fist and actually added his own power to their spinning the air, but also adding a by-t of a vertical axis to get them spinning in more than just one direction. Finally they both had enough and Harry threw Gohan's trapped fist away at the same moment he threw his next punch, launching them both away from each other at high velocity, leaving them to tumble through the air for a bit until they could stabilize and orient themselves. Rather than locking onto the horizon, or the sun, or the ground or some other stable monument in the area, they focused all their attention onto their opponent and trusted their body to keep up with them. It helped stave off the vertigo. Once they were locked on, they shot through the air as fast as their ki could push them, arrowing in on an attack angle towards their opponent. As was typical for these types of engagements, they flew at full speed. And met and tried to hit the other with their fastest and strongest attack, usually a punch or a kick. And then both their momentum and their own energy would carry them on past and they would reorient for another flyby attack. This would continue until one or the other succeeded in arresting the other's momentum, or landed a significant enough attack that it forced them to stop flying around and stay stationary enough for another mid-air brawl that either escalated things further, or knocked one of them out of the air. All the momentary flashes and explosions of noise and energy were usually these flyby attacks. And the after images of the brawls were when enough momentum had been arrested to warrant aforementioned mid-air brawl. Overall, the fight was going the way it usually did for the brothers. It would stay mostly even between them as far as technique and skill went, allowing the deciding factor to remain with the other two tiers of power, strength and speed. While Gohan was indeed stronger, despite his work at gaining those extra few seconds of speed, Harry was faster and his reactions were just a touch quicker than his brothers. So when Gohan hit, it did a lot more damage than when Harry did. But by the same token, Harry was getting in about 3 times as many hits as Gohan was, yet those hits were often deflected or countered at the last moment, negating most of the damage. Endurance, however, while not recognized as being one of the pillars of fighting, is actually the ultimate pedestal upon which those pillars are raised. And that was something else that Gohan had in advantage to his brother. Soon, Harry was spending more time dodging than blocking or attacking, and his breathing was clearly more labored than it had been before. Gohan, other than some bruising and some dirt stains, still looked like he was fresh and good to go. And then Harry started to slow down. It wasn't obvious, not at first, but the interval between Gohan attacking and Harry dodging was getting smaller with every passing moment. Then, very sudden and with no warning at all, which is the way things go in fights, Gohan flashed in behind Harry and landed a flurry of blows to his back, which he immediately followed up with a kick to the gut to send him higher into the air, before slamming him with a double-fisted blow to the back, sending him shooting to the ground where he ended with a tremendous explosion of dirt and dust. Harry, all his friends cried out, racing to check on him. "Stay back," he ordered, stopping them in their tracks. As the dust settled, they could see Harry standing there in a small human-sized crater, sweating and dirtier than before, and also a bit out of breath. "It's not over yet, so you really want to take it that far for just a spar?" Gohan taunted, a smile on his face. He was also sweating, a bit dirty but not as much as Harry, and he was not out of breath at all. He was also still some 20 feet in the air across from his brother. One salvo, to see who really is stronger, Harry decided. He then began powering up and gathering energy for an attack. Gohan likewise began doing the same from his position in the sky. Brilliant. Coronas of energy erupted around both boys and began to burn erratically before stabilizing into the familiar clear ki flames they were used to seeing. "What are they doing?" Ron cried out, covering his face from the wind and dust caused by the two ki fighters powering up quite significantly. "They're gathering energy," Hermione yelled, also trying to cover her face, her bushy brown hair flying wildly in the wind. "A lot of energy, more than I could imagine. You can sense their energy," Justin exclaimed, using only one hand to cover his eyes as he looked at Hermione. She merely nodded her head rather than answer, as it was more than self-evident in her opinion. "Let's see what you got," Harry shouted out, putting both his hands out to the sides, palms outward, red-orange energy gathering in them. Should be interesting to see what exactly you've learned here at magic school. Gohan retorted, raising both hands above his head and gathering a massive amount of orange-yellow energy there. Incanting their attacks at the same moment, they both fired their respective multi-spectrum energy beams at the other. Tenshi Ka, Harry screamed, and brought both hands together in front of him, arms still straight. A spiraling red-orange beam of energy shot straight at Gohan in the air. Masenko Haa! Gohan screamed, bringing his hands down, and a blinding mostly yellow beam of energy shot straight down at Harry. The beams of energy intersected, and then clashed at the midpoint between the two fighting brothers. At the point of impact, the collision of energy was similar to shooting two fire hoses at each other so the streams collide. Only instead of water, it was ki energy that was splashing away from the center. From the reactions of the two boys, however, they may as well have been pushing against the other with their bare hands. Harry wasn't even driven back into the soil, nor was Gohan further into the air. Those witness to this phenomena could only stare in wide-eyed amazement. The force of energy being generated by two 11-year-olds was awesome, and terrifying at the same time. If not for the blinding white explosion at the center of it, one could almost believe that the red and yellow beams of light were one in the same given how stable and steady the two fighters were keeping them. In fact, it looked as though they were at a stalemate, neither able to overpower the other. And then, slowly, inch by inch, the red beam began to push back against the yellow beam. Unaware of the strain this was putting on their friend, nor just how much power he would have to wield to even begin to do something like that, Harry's friends were blissfully ignorant of all that, only aware that it meant their friend was winning. Gohan, feeling the feedback along his own attack, knew that he was being pushed back. By the time the central explosion had gone a full foot closer to him, he began to sweat. Pulling out even more power, he pushed it all into his energy attack, grating out between his teeth. Oh, no, you don't, ha. Suddenly, there was a surge of power along the yellow beam. It actually looked like a bulge traveling down it to the point of impact, where it very quickly overwhelmed the red beam and began to push down on it at twice the speed it had been pushing already. Harry instantly felt the effects and slid back down to the center of the crater he'd made with his body earlier. And then made it a bit deeper as he tried to extend his energy out to get some better leverage, widening the crater and pushing it a few more inches into the soil. The added leverage helped him regain his footing, and once he had that, he stopped holding back on his own power. This time the bulge came from the red side, and it actually looked more like a series of bulges that spun themselves around and drilled back into the yellow beam until the bulging explosion was back in the exact center between the two. Both of them gritted their teeth and, metaphorically speaking, dug their heels in. Of course they were not trying to destroy each other, but ever since they'd learned how, they'd been testing each other this since they were kids. Younger kids, sibling rivalry and all that, each one wanting to be the best, that sort of thing. They are going to kill each other at this rate. Hermione screamed over the wind and energy of the ongoing attack. We have to stop them. Brilliant, Ron shouted back at her. And how do you propose we do that? While the boys had moved their fight further away from the school, they were still within sight of it. And something like an energy clash on the level that the two were fighting at is rather hard not to notice from so close a distance. From his tower window, Professor Dumbledore had a near-perfect view of the clash. And the distance made no matter for something of this caliber. Besides, among the many shiny and metallic instruments in his office, one just so happened to be a telescope. Witnessing Harry Potter, son and his brother, Gohan's son, get reacquainted with a quick spar, the old wizard found himself popping lemon drops laced with the strongest calming draft known to wizard kind, like they were about to be taken from him forever. He was suddenly filled with regret over caving into the demands of Mrs. Chichi's son, although he freely admitted to himself that if she were to suddenly show up or make any further demands of him, he would cave all over again. There were just some women that it is entirely pointless to argue with, and that woman was one of them. She could probably give Molly Weasley lessons in how to yell and berate someone. Albus Dumbledore suddenly shivered with incalculable dread at the mere thought of Chichi's son actually teaching Molly Weasley exactly that. Then he downed the rest of his supply of laced lemon drops in one go and got ready for his dinner announcement. Harry and Gohan were still pouring it on strong against one another, staying mostly even the entire time, with a bit of back and forth here and there. Unfortunately, as the case with their physical fight before, Harry found himself running into the wall of his own endurance, and from his point of view and experience, he knew that Gohan still had plenty of energy left to pull out. Not wanting to be bedridden for the rest of the day, the younger brother finally signaled his death. Eat by cutting power to his attack and launching himself into the air as fast as he could. He was still caught in the explosion of Gohan's attack hitting the ground, but not as much as if it had actually hit him. As it were, the force of the blast knocked him out of the sky, and when gravity reasserted itself over him, the explosion had already passed and he landed in soft, if burned, dirt at the bottom of the now much deeper crater. Fortunately, the dust cleared much quicker this time, mostly from the energy of the blast itself clearing it all from the air. A little out of breath now, and definitely sweating, Gohan slowly lowered himself to the ground, wiping his brow with the back of one hand, saying, "Phew. Good workout, bro. Glad to see that you really have been keeping up with your training." "Hey, yeah, you say that now." Harry groaned from the middle of the crater he'd been blasted into. Weakly, he slowly pushed himself up to his feet. While he always went all out in his training, there was never quite anything like having a strong opponent to work against. Shooting a dirty look at his brother, he said while holding his ribs, after knocking me around and pounding me into the ground, "I need to work on my endurance training." "Yeah, you do, but now I'm here so I can help with that." Gohan laughed. "Harry," Hermione screamed as she came running up to him. "What happened? Are you all right? How did this happen?" Then she rounded on Gohan and pointed at him. "And you, what did you think you were doing? Doing this to your own brother?" Instinctively, Gohan cringed from he girl that was eerily reminding him of his mother on the warpath. Harry, on the other hand, quite used to Hermione's nature by now, laughed and shrugged off her concerns. "I'm fine, Hermione," he saw it before wincing as one rib in particular gave a sharper pinch than he'd been expecting. "Well, no, fine is right. I'll be perfectly healthy in time for classes, so don't worry, okay?" And as for Gohan, he did what we both said he was going to do. He gave me my first decent spar since I came here. "He nearly killed you," she screeched. "I mean, look at you." "Yeah, my own fault, I suppose," Harry shrugged. "Already walking back up to the castle. I should have retreated for a bit and made you work for it more. Instead I kept pushing and tired myself out too quickly." "How can you be fine with this?" she demanded. "She always like this," Gohan whispered to his brother, somewhat concerned. Harry shook his head. "Nah, she's just overawed right now. I think she mostly thought of all this as just a different kind of magic to learn, rather than acknowledge it's about fighting." "Oh, well, okay, I can understand that," he said in reply. "What about the rest of you? You cannot be okay with these two trying to kill each other like this." She turned on the others walking along behind them. Ron and Justin both shrugged. Ron had his brothers, while Justin had seen his fair share of schoolyard fistfights. They were both a little stunned at the level at which Harry and Gohan had fought, but the overall concept was familiar and normal to them. Neville was keeping his mouth shut and his eyes down. "Gah!" Hermione yelled in frustration. "Boys, ignore her," Harry said. "Come on, Gohan, let me show you around. I'll introduce you to our teachers." "Awesome, bro." The two then ran off for the castle, staying on the ground at least. "Do not ignore me," she yelled as she chased after them. Should we go after them?" Neville asked Ron and Justin after they'd been left standing beside the crater. The redhead and brunette exchanged glances, before looking back at the dark-haired boy and said nothing before turning and running to catch up with their friends. Rather than say anything more, Neville merely started running and soon caught up with them. He had been keeping up with his training at the least. Great Hall dinner. It was now dinner time at Hogwarts. Usually dinner, like lunch and breakfast, was very casual. Students coming in during a set number of hours, sitting at their respective tables, and the moment they do so the main course of the meal would magically appear before them. The buffet style of the holiday and opening and closing feasts were reserved only for those times. The rest of the year, each student got exact proportions of whatever was slotted for that meal and day. Hence why the Weasley twins were so popular for being able to sneak out extra food from the kitchens for midnight snacks. Dinner time was also the point at which any announcements not made during breakfast were usually made. And it just so happened that the headmaster did indeed have some announcements to make. Therefore, before dinner was actually served, the headmaster called the G. Hall to order and made his announcement. "If I may have everyone's attention for a moment, please," Professor Dumbledore said in that slow, cantering way of his where everyone is talking loudly on themselves when he begins speaking, and by the time he finishes the question they are all quiet and attentively listening to what he has to say. "Thank you so much. Just a few quick announcements. And then I shall allow you all to return to your fabulous fellowship and mouthwatering meal," he said so sincerely that the thought of sarcasm did not once enter anyone's heads. Gesturing to the area in front of the head table, everyone finally took notice that the stool usually reserved for first years at the start of the sorting ceremony was in place, and Professor McGonagall was there with the sorting hat. Firstly, the headmaster announced, due in large part to a suitably large donation on behalf of the Fire Mountain Kingdom, and in no small part to the first student in living memory who was sorted as a student of Hogwarts rather than into one of the 4 houses, this year marks the presentation of an opportunity the likes of which has never been seen before in the wizarding world. Although, I do admit the practice has been ongoing in the rest of the world for a number of years now. The practice of which I speak is the concept of, I believe the term is exchange students. Therefore, it is without further ado that I present the first ever exchange students to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He then turned the floor over to Professor McGonagall. "Delacour, Fleur," she pronounced. Everyone, those not stunned by the headmaster's announcement that is, began looking about, trying to see if they could identify this mysterious person that would be starting school with them, a month late into the year. Rather than from the 4 tables already present, the side door, from which the professors usually entered and exited the Great Hall, opened and out came the most stunning and beautiful 14-year-old girl any of them had ever seen before. She was tall and willowy, with an air of grace that made her seem like she was gliding when she was walking, and her very presence seemed to emanate a faint silvery glow. She had long beautiful hair of silvery blonde, large, deep blue eyes, fair skin, a petite frame and very white, even teeth. She also wore a set of casual, periwinkle blue robes rather than the standard Hogwarts school uniform robes. With no further prompting, she made her way to the stool. Every male eye in the room was practically glued to her as she passed. And in her wake, she left content sighs, puddles of drool, and whimpering simpletons, and a lot of pissed-off girls. Harry himself felt an odd pull towards her, and he had absolutely no idea why. He'd never really come across an opponent that resorted to hypnotism and mesmerizing him before, so he had no prepared defense. When the odd impulse to slaughter all the other men and boys in the room just to impress her came across his mind, though, that snapped him out of it enough to realize what was happening and actually try fighting it, whatever it was. He did not have very much luck, unfortunately. And then Professor McGonagall put the sorting hat on her head, perhaps a bit more roughly than she usually did, and just like that the odd attraction to the girl vanished. And even that glow around her had diminished some. Everybody immediately started whispering among themselves as they tried to figure out what had just happened. The hat stayed on the girl for nearly 2 minutes. But finally it cleared its throat and yelled out for the whole school to hear, "Ravenclaw." The table of brainiacs erupted with joy, well half the table anyway. One might have thought they'd won the House Cup with the addition of Fleur Delacour to their ranks. She smiled briefly at them and slowly made her way to the part of the table that held people her own age, making sure to sit amongst the girls there. Despite the many offers of the men to give up their seats, Harry noted that the moment the hat was off her head, the allure she gave off came back as strong as ever. He would have to figure out some kind of defense for it, he decided, that is if he could keep his head on straight long enough to do so. It was all he could do to keep from leaving Griffin door table where he was sat for the evening to Ravenclaw table. "Crumb, Victor," Professor McGonagall called the next exchange student. He came from the same side door Fleur had. From what Harry could see of him, Victor was a tall, thin, sallow young man with dark hair and eyes. He had a large curved nose, a sharp profile, and thick black eyebrows. He was round-shouldered and duck-footed while walking. But Harry could see the potential in his gait that he was probably quicker than first looks said. Also, he too was wearing casual robes rather than the Hogwarts school uniform, his being black and red. With no hesitation, or even a glance at the rest of the room, overall looking rather grumpy at even having to be there in the first place, he walked over to the stool and sat down. Professor McG. Onagal gently put the sorting hat on his head and took a step back, which was odd only because no one had ever seen her do that before while sorting students. After less than a minute, but not instantaneous, the sorting hat yelled out, "Slytherin." There was polite applause from the table of silver snakes, not nearly the raucous noise made over Fleur's appointment, but most of them seemed to already know who the 14-year-old boy was and were glad to have him. Given that he went straight to another pair of 14-year-old boys rather than spend any time looking for places to sit, seemed to support the assumption. Everyone looked back to Professor McGonagall, and were struck by the oddness of her sighing, not in relief but in acknowledgement of the inevitable. She then read the final name. Son, Gohan. Instant quiet across the entire Great Hall. While Gohan had indeed made quite an entrance, the only ones there to really witness it and be introduced to him were Harry's close friends, and Draco Malfoy, who had spent most of the afternoon in the hospital wing. It was getting to be such a common occurrence for him. Madame Pomfrey was talking about putting a plaque up on one of the beds, reserved for Draco Malfoy. Everyone looked to the side door, but it remained shut. Instead, Gohan stood up from beside his brother and calmly walked down the aisle from Gryffindor table. Standing before the professor, he wasn't quite sure what to do, despite having watched Fleur and Victor go before him. Finally, she said to him, "Have a seat, Mr. Sun. This won't take but a moment." He sat down on the stool, facing the rest of the student body. Just before she could put the hat on his head, however, there was a soft, but distinct cough from behind them. Turning, Professor McGonagall saw the headmaster shooting her a meaningful glare. She pulled back the sorting hat. "Mr. Sun," the headmaster stood, speaking to the seated boy. Turning to look over his shoulder, Gohan shot the old wizard an innocent look of curiosity. "Two things, very quickly, and then this will all be over and you can return to your meal, I assure you. First, while I do appreciate that it is the weekend and not required, it would be greatly appreciated if you came to meals in the Great Hall in your school robes. Also, freshly washed and cleaned would be even more appreciated than that. And second, and perhaps more importantly, am I to assume that, like your brother, you too have developed occlumency protections?" At Gohan's look of confusion, he quickly elaborated. "What I mean to say is, that you have defenses in your mind that prevent others from reading your thoughts without your permission." "Oh, yeah, that. Yes, I do, sir," Gohan answered respectfully. "Harry taught me how he did it and after a while I mastered it to the same level he did." "Ah, as I suspected," the headmaster nodded. "I'm afraid I must ask, Mr. Sun, if you would please drop those defenses for the duration of the sorting. The sorting hat looks through your mind to find the best qualities to which you fit, and in order to do so, as we found out the hard way with your brother, if you do not have your defenses lowered and allow the sorting hat to do its work, you risk damaging it. So, Mr. Sun, will you allow the sorting hat to sort you by looking through your mind?" Gohan frowned for a second, and then He just shrugged and smiled at the old wizard and said happily, "Sure. I don't mind." Half the people in the Great Hall would swear they saw the sorting hat in Professor McGonagall's hands let out a sigh of relief. Then she placed it atop Gohan's head and there it remained. For 28.5 minutes. After that amount of time had passed, even the sorting hat seemed to have had enough as it cried out loud enough for them all to hear. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, this student is a student of Hogwarts. So mote it be." There was practically a collective groan from the entire school at that announcement. The only one not groaning, but cheering was Gohan's brother, Harry. "Woohoo, yeah, all right Gohan," he cried, clapping and whistling his appreciation. Once the hat was off his head, Gohan leapt up off the stool, paused to bow to both Professor McGonagall, who was holding the hat again, and Professor Dumbledore, before running back down to his seat next to his brother. Getting a shrug from her supervisor and employer, The Transfiguration teacher just picked up the stool and carted it back to wherever it was kept the rest of the year when not being used for sortings. So, Ron said between mouthfuls and swallowing. I don't get it. Is there something about your family, or is it just because you both can use ki? What do you mean, Ron? Harry asked between his own mouthfuls. Gohan was equally gorging himself on the dinner food options. Both of you weren't sorted into any of the 4 houses, Ron replied as though that were answer enough. Apparently it wasn't, as both On brothers shot him a confused look before Harry responded with, yeah, and. Well, you heard the professor, Ron said. It's never happened before that there was a student of Hogwarts without also being in one of the 4 houses. No, that's not what he said. Everyone at the table turned and looked at the speaker, surprised. Neville briefly cowered away from the glances, but seeing the look on Ron's face, as well as the encouraging look on Harry's, he gathered his courage and continued. On the night Harry was sorted, he said that while he could not remember it happening, the sorting hat itself told him there had been precedent. That means that it has happened before that there were students that were not sorted into one of the 4 houses. Just not, recently. Like, in the past 100 years or so. Oh, Ron mumbled, swallowing his last bite. Still, doesn't change my question. How come you two didn't get sorted into any of the houses? Well, I don't know about Harry, Gohan answered. But when it was on my head, it spent a long time going through all my memories. Then, after it was done with that, it asked me where I wanted to go. I had no clue what it was talking about. So I asked if it could explain how the whole housing system works in the first place. That took a long time too, but after it was finished, I still couldn't decide, and then it told me that She could tell how I would turn out based on which of the 4 houses I went to. So I asked it to do that, and then it was quiet for maybe a minute or two. It was hard to tell, but eventually it told me that it didn't matter which of them I went to, it would be the same result either way. I would be the same person, know the same people, and learn the same magic and skills and be just as powerful. That's when it kind of lost its patience and asked me again where I wanted to go. So I just answered honestly. They all looked at him expectantly, waiting for the answer that he had given the sorting hat. Smiling, Gohan told them. I said I just wanted to go with my brother. Blushing, Harry shook his head and focused on his meal. That's when it said what it did to the whole school, Gohan finished with a shrug. Blimey, Ron shook his head, disbelieving. Ginny's not going to believe this when I tell her about this later. For that matter, neither will Mum or Dad. Who's Ginny? Gohan asked. Ron's baby sister, Harry answered for his friend. He's also got 5 older brothers, 2 of which have already graduated. The other redheads at this table are his other brothers. Oh, cool, Gohan grinned. The rest of the evening was spent introducing Gohan around. As expected, even before he'd arrived, the headmaster assigned Gohan to the same room as Harry and entrusted the more experienced student to show his brother around. Seeing that they still had an extra day before classes resumed, Harry promised to catch Gohan up on all their classes the following day. That night, however, after showing him how to get to their room of course, he then showed him the rest of the castle. In particular the big dog and all the stuff under the trapdoor at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. After that, he then took him up to the 7th floor and showed him the awesome training room that he'd been using every night since the 1st of September. They spent the rest of the night putting that amazing training room through its paces and only went to bed when the day's activities finally caught up to them. Fortunately, Gohan had developed the same sleeping habits that Harry had over the years. The brothers both went to bed with smiles on their faces, their dreams filled with anticipation. End. Episode 8. Hogwarts Guests, Author's Notes. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified on my street attempt last chapter regarding the DBZ rule on magic. As you've now read, you all have gotten a minor glimpse of how I plan on, weaponizing HP magic to be effective in a DBZ level fight. So, me have requested or made additional suggestions on, ironically enough, a number of the tactics and plot devices that I utilize in future chapters. I beg for your patience, as I truly believe they'll be worth the wait. Regardless, I do understand just how effective HP magic can be in a fight. Nevertheless, go through the entirety of each Dragon Ball series, and you know what I found. While the magicians were indeed powerful, none of them were the asterisk fighters. No, they had others doing the fighting, either for them, or just with their support or empowerment, as several denoted, but I can't think of one character who fought on the front lines either with or against Goku and the Z fighters, whose primary ability was asterisk magic asterisk. Ergo, my statement that this version of Harry Potter is unique. Because he asterisk is asterisk going to be using magic as his primary ability, and he'll also be fighting on the front lines, rather than behind the scenes or with some other fighter as his champion. Example, Babidi. To Kong King 94. Thank you for the Voldemort outline. Believe me, I'm not going to nerf, I believe that is the correct term, the big bad. His threat level will be raised to meet Harry's additional strength and power. I assure you, I'm also kind of proud that as bad or devastating as all the suggestions have been for ways to power up Voldemort and his Death Eaters, what I have outlined Ed for the future sagas is asterisk so asterisk much worse, laughing face. To Icky, to answer your first question, number. Not within the confines of the Hogwarts saga anyway. I'm really hoping that Toriyama allows the story to focus a bit more on Gohan and his mystic transformation in the upcoming DB series, because all it really does is give him a clear key flame and apparently a power level to equal not rival Super Saiyan 3. And Boo still beat him in the end, grumbling and, no offense to you or anyone else, but after the first, maybe 2 episodes of the anime, I just don't watch Negima at all. I'm all for a harem comedy anime. But the things that kid got up to, shakes head. No, I will not be employing any magic sourced in Negima. Magister Negi Magi might draw from some things like Nanoa, Cardcaptor Sakura, or even Sci-Fi's The Magicians. But definitely not Negima. Oh, and as far as Mirai Trunks meeting, knowing Harry, well, I was planning on revealing it in story, but that would actually be a lot longer away than I first thought. So here goes. In the original timeline that Mirai Trunks is from, Goku came back and defeated Frieza and King Cold after they'd run rampant for a little while, because Super Saiyan Trunks wasn't there to greet them. Then, life went on for a while. Harry's son, still raised by Goku and Chichi, was accepted to Hogwarts, and there was no looming threat of androids or anything, so Harry went off to England alone, and he made up his mind at some point in his first year away from home to leave behind fighting and focus on magic instead. He never trained any other students. In fact, he allowed his own skills to atrophy quite severely over the 7 years he was at Hogwarts, going home only during the summers. When the androids showed up, Harry was not on the front lines. Instead, he remained in a support role, much as Bulma and Master Roshi and the rest were. Of course, Goku had died due to a heart condition before that, so in the end, Harry spent more and more time in the wizarding world, and focusing on protecting what remained of humanity from the devastation of the androids by helping the survivors hide the same way wizards had remained hidden for over 1,000 years. When Gohan lost his arm, Harry tried to get him a magical replacement, or even to heal it with magic, but Gohan refused, the two brothers in a silent feud over the loss of their parents. After Gohan was killed by the 17 and 18, Harry abandoned the remains of the wizarding world and started training himself and the newly Super Saiyan Trunks anew. Mirai Harry can use magic the same as the Z fighters use ki. Able to toss out complex spells with ease, and he's as strong and as fast as Super Saiyan Gohan, thanks to a number of magical rituals he underwent after the death of his brother. When Mirai Trunks traveled back in time with Bulma's time machine, he was only able to do so thanks to Mirai Harry holding off the androids long enough for him to get away. When Mirai Trunks returns, hopefully, after defeating the androids and Cell, he'll find out whether or not Mirai Harry survived, or not. To Z Warrior for life. Interesting proposal, certainly, but not as such. Individually, sure, probably on most of those things actually. Let's see here. Super strength, covered by ki. Both, not quite, and actual flight, also covered by ki, specifically the crane-style flight technique. That Tien and Chaojo first showed Goku back in the original Dragon Ball series. Self-duplication, aka Tien's and Piccolo's split clone technique, although it does divide the user's power by however many copies they make. Enlightenment superpower. Sounds like, well, like the power to manipulate and control one's own life force. I.e., Harry will actually take it a step beyond into being able to do the same with his magic. Which, actually would fit in with the next item of Archmage, wouldn't it? Shapeshifting. No plans on full shape changing, but recall back in the Transfigurati on class section of the chapter, Hogwarts classes. Professor McGonagall promised to personally teach the animagus transformation to whichever student performed the best in her class while maintaining at least an A average in all their other classes. I'll take it a step beyond into, numerous magical transformations, but consider that bit of foreshadowing revealed. Mind over matter, and there were numerous examples of key manipulation allowing for just what you're describing here, telekinesis, etc., all of it. As for the signature weapon, you refer to the power bow, which Goku has long since passed on to Gohan. Harry won't be using it. I've replaced magic eyes with key sense, which is a little more reliable and far more versatile, Imho. And Harry is still a Parseltongue. No current plans on him talking to other animals. Yet, unless there is a significant reason to do so, this is gonna be the last, author's note, for a while. In looking over just this piece, I've added an extra 3 pages and over 1,000 more words to this chapter than initially planned. So, please make use of FFnet's PM tool, and I'll do what I can to reply to any inquiries or challenges you might have that would require a response. Until next month, thank you for reading, please review, and enjoy. Hogwarts Halloween 1, Episode 9. Hogwarts Halloween, Part 1. The month of October was the absolute best month of his time spent at Hogwarts, Harry decided when said month was mostly over. Although, to be fair, he'd only spent a total of 2 months at Hogwarts so far, but still the sentiment remained the same. Most of that could be laid at the feet of his brother being there with him, although there were a few other things that made it great too. For starters, Gohan was actually put into the same class schedule that Harry was. Well, except for runes, arithmancy and charms, that is. In the first 2 cases, that was because Harry was in the OWL prep courses for arithmancy instead of standard 3rd year arithmancy. And instead of ancient runes, Gohan elected to take care of magical creatures. As for charms, Gohan's appointment to Hogwarts was rather sudden and he hadn't had time to go back to Diagon Alley to get most of his supplies. As it was, that weekend when he'd arrived, rather than having Sunday off, Professor Dumbledore took him to Hogsmeade and the shopping center there to pick up an off-the-rack school uniform, as well as second-hand books for all his courses, and other supplies. Unfortunately, for all Hogwarts students, there really was only Ollivanders for wands, and no nay of the teachers could take the time to escort him all the way to Diagon Alley. Despite both Gohan's and Harry's maturity for their age, none of the adults were about to trust 2 11-year-olds to essentially go to another country, hundreds of miles away, to a busy shopping center in the middle of a city home to millions of people, completely unsupervised, all just to buy one item. So Gohan did not have a wand. For most of his classes, this was not a huge issue. All it meant was that he could not participate in the practical for charms, transfiguration, or defense against the dark arts. Therefore, charms, for Gohan, was an official study hall period, where he was expected to do other work. Though he was still allowed to be in the room, he did not actually participate in class. For practically everything else, wand work was supplementary, not required, and there was plenty of theory behind the other 3 courses to help the professors in their grading of the exchange student. At least, that is what they were told and what they believed. One day, while Gohan was sitting off to the side in charms class, Harry offered his brother his wand, just to see if maybe it might work for him. Let's just say, it was universally decided at that point they would wait until Ollivanders before allowing Gohan to so much as touch another wand, and leave it at that. This coming from the chill dren of a man who can and knows other people that can destroy the entire planet if they wanted to. At the same time, however, and part of Chichi's concession to even allowing Gohan to go to a magic SC school rather than a typical boarding school, was that he had to continue his homeschooling studies, i.e., standard math, history, science, and languages. The first time the owl came bearing books and packets of homework and tests. The brothers thought there must be some mistake, as a lot of it was duplicated. Then they found their mother's letter that pretty much said Harry had to maintain at least AC average in the core subjects of his own homeschooling courses, otherwise the both of them were going to regret it. They had a feeling she'd left it intentionally vague, not because she wasn't sure of the punishment, but because their imaginations of the punishment would pale in comparison to what it would actually end up being. Fortunately, the brothers had discovered an interesting way of training at night. While doing push-ups, pull-ups, and other calisthenics, it was easy to read from the open book on the ground, or to use their key to float the book and turn the pages and even write the answers with pencils. Although if they weren't extra careful, more often than not their key wound up blowing up or breaking the pencils. Then, when they were done with that day's homework, they went and helped Mr. Filch with his chores around the castle before heading off to the awesome training room on the 7th floor. So, all said and done, it wasn't a bad training routine at all. They got to work on their control and endurance or speed for Gohan during the day, and then the power and strength training at night, between which they also improved their minds. Speaking of daily training, the rest of the student population suddenly found more to do with their free time besides make gossip and prank each other. Not that the Weasley twins didn't try and maintain their weekly quota, of course. Now that Harry was no longer holding mandatory training on key during the morning, afternoon, and weekends, the stellar progress most of those he'd trained had stagnated. Draco Malfoy was running around all the age groups of Slytherin House, and even approaching lone individuals of the other 3 houses, yes even Gryffindor, and offering to show them how to fly, shoot energy blasts, and their little tricks in exchange for various favors. It took being sent to the hospital wing once for every encounter with the boy who lived, but the dubbed Prince of Slytherin was finally proving his cunning and that he truly belonged in the house that valued cunning and ambition above all other virtues. That was the other thing that really made it a great month for Harry. Every weekend, like clockwork, right after breakfast, somewhere around the castle, usually outdoors, but not always, Draco Malfoy would hunt down Harry's son and challenge him to a fight. Insults would be traded, though Draco did stop using the word around Harry unless he really wanted to make him angry, and then they would fight. During each encounter, Harry would, inadvertently, show Draco some minor trick that would teach him how to fight better, or make some other technique he'd already learned easier to do. Then, after getting out of the hospital wing, Draco would trade those very same techniques and lessons for further favors, or whatever, from other students. Unfortunately, not everybody had the same metabolism and sleeping habits as the Sun family, so in order for anybody to get any better, they all had to keep training, and there were only so many hours in a day. So, no matter what Professor Dumbledore said about it, people still woke up before breakfast and went running around the lake in the morning. And in the time where they either got a few extra Z's, or played pranks, or read books between the end of breakfast and the start of their first class, now they spent it practicing their key skills. In fact, a week after Gohan's arrival, Professor Dumbledore tried to pull Harry aside as he did before, but he was far more disappointed from this talk than the one before. Harry had called no meeting, told no one to meet him, and was leading no group or class, and carried no responsibility in telling any of the others what to do. Harry offered to teach the same skills to the professors, but the request was denied. He doubted that they had as much potential, given their age, and they would never be as strong as the younger students could ultimately become, but he figured it couldn't hurt to offer. Apparently Professor Dumbledore thought that it could. Regardless, Hogwarts was slowly becoming a school of more than just witches and wizards, but also of key fighters. Maybe not so much on the fighting part, so far, but it was only a matter of time. Besides, the way Draco was currying favors and going at Harry the way he was, Harry felt sure that every student at Hogwarts would soon know all the same tricks that he'd been planning on teaching them in the first place, hopefully by or before the end of the year. As for his friends, not that he was exclusive, but as time passed, he found he spent more and more time with Hermione, Justin, Neville and Ron than most anyone else, and well, while he promised Dumbledore he would not train anybody else, he could certainly answer questions and show his friends how he did the things he could do. They just happened to be around him a lot more than anyone else in the school, which in turn presented them with greater opportunity to ask questions and for demonstrations. And now that Gohan was also attending school, he had the opportunity to make his own friends and could answer questions and demonstrate for them the same as Harry was doing. It wasn't exactly a lawyer-level loophole, but it worked and was further evidence that Harry was just as cunning as he was brave, loyal and intelligent. Speaking of his friends, they showed significant progress and development, in more than just a few ways during the passing month. Ron showed probably the greatest progress out of all of them, though that mostly had to do with how far behind them he'd started out at. When he first got to Hogwarts, all he did was eat, sleep, go to class but only because he had to, and play chess. And from all accounts, if Harry hadn't started training him, that's still all that he would be doing. Now, he wakes up with the sun every morning, same as all the other boys in his dorm, and together they all run down the stairs and then down Rough the castle to do laps around the lake, but not before stretching and warming up a bit in their room. Then, after laps around the lake, Ron would work on his key control by flying as high as he could, and then going to the top of one of the nearby mountains and running, jumping and flash stepping down said mountain and through the forbidden forest back to the school in time for breakfast. After a day full of classes and classwork, he then joined Harry and Gohan and whichever number of their other friends that hung around out in the open areas throughout the school grounds, practicing and so metimes learning new tricks from either Harry or Gohan or figuring some out for himself. As it was, his speed and agility were growing by leaps and bounds every day, and his overall strength, when fully powered up, had him lifting just over half a ton in weight. He'd also started learning some basic self-defense techniques that Justin said he was taught by his older brother and father when he was younger. Mostly it was grappling and knowledge of basic human weak points. Harry, mostly to keep Ron from calling it boring, encouraged the practice, saying that it was a good starting point, and without a starting point there would be no way any of them could learn more advanced techniques. On a more personal front, Ron had improved there too. At least from Harry's eyes he had. To be totally honest, Harry's first impression of Ron was that he was more than a bit selfish and very self-involved. In all fairness, with the exception of Neville, all his close friends were rather self-involved, Hermione even more so than Ron. But they were kids, so it was to be expected. Since he started training, and apparently made Neville Longbottom his best friend within Gryffindor, at least Ron had matured a great deal. Well, in hindsight it was a great deal. He was still selfish, still tended to be very blunt and had little reason to censor his opinions, and there was still that low attention span thing. But when Harry was around he at least curbed his mouth and his temper, or tried to most of the time. Which Harry called progress. Neville Longbottom, on the other hand, seemed to be at the polar opposite end of the spectrum from Ron Weasley. Where Ron was lazy, selfish and temperamental, Neville was quiet, shy, and extremely introverted. When they first met, he'd also been clumsy, uncoordinated. And where Ron was ignorant out of laziness and therefore choice, Neville was purely absent-minded, and while he did try his hardest, it just never seemed to click for him. Then Harry started training, and as was stated previously, Neville became a real exercise nut. Not that either he or Gohan was there to see it, but it was believed that in the Gryffindor first-year boys' dorm, Neville was always the first one up, and it was him doing stretches, push-ups, sit-ups and jumping jacks that woke the others and got them up and going. And where Ron flew to the mountain, Neville did the opposite after running laps around the lake. Which he also did at least one more than everybody else. Neville would run from the school, through the forbidden forest, to whatever mountain was straight out from the point he started from, not necessarily the nearest, and then he would run, jump, flip, and flash step to the top of it, and once he'd reached the peak, that is when he would fly and race back to the school. He always beat the others back by a good 10 minutes, even though he started after them by running extra laps. As a result, Neville was quickly losing what remained of his chubby baby fat and developing a bit of a bulk in the muscle department. Afternoons, he mostly stuck with either Harry or Hermione in learning the individual tricks, rather than stick to improving his physical abilities of key manipulation, like Ron did. Or by firing key blasts and key beams like Justin was doing. He was still kind of quiet and reserved, but Harry was sure that it was no longer the near-crippling shine. SS or introverted behavior he'd had before. Also, more from his physical training than anything else, his clumsiness was almost completely gone, but the absent-mindedness was still there. Seeing that he was actually trying though, Hermione no longer berated him as she did Ron about studying, but instead helped him in studying and doing her best to explain things that he did not properly understand. When it came to schoolwork, which was usually done in the library seeing as they were in different houses, she was quite capable and could answer any question he had. It was as good as having the professor there, just without the intimidation factor. When it came to the subject of ki, on the other hand, Harry or Gohan were the ones he asked, as Hermione was still learning it herself and despite her drive and competitiveness to learn it, they both knew far more than she did. In those regards, both he and Hermione were on the same level. So when the people in Gryffindor finally noticed, and they did notice, that Neville and Ron were the ones spending the most time with Harry, and that Neville was soon demonstrating better control of his ki as well as more skill than Ron, well, it was not long before the other first-year boys and all the other Gryffindors that had been part of Harry's training started coming to Neville for advice and training that they could do to further their own skills. Ron initially seemed troubled by this, and Neville, being the person that he is, offered to refer the people coming to him to the youngest Weasley instead. Struck nervous at the prospect, Ron immediately changed the deal to being Neville's agent with the rest of the House of Lions. Which basically meant that rather than cornering Neville and dealing with the quiet, near-mute Longbottom, they would go to Ron, and Ron, with his connections to his older brothers, the infamous Weasley twins, Fred and George, as well as the fifth-year prefect, Percy, managed to secure an hour or two on different tea nights in the common room where Neville could help in showing the rest of the house how to do all the tricks and key control exercises that he was learning. It was a very maturing experience for the both of them. Speaking of whole houses learning from the few, Justin was quickly becoming the star of the first-year Hufflepuffs. Each year had one Hufflepuff, one Badger, that stood out amongst the others and could lead the House of Loyalty. Ernie Macmillan had apparently been vying for the position, sounding more Ravenclaw than Hufflepuff most of the time, but he really couldn't compete with Harry's son's closest friend within Hufflepuff. And as one could expect, what one Hufflepuff does, all Hufflepuffs do. So, with very singular exceptions, mostly in the older years, pretty much all Hufflepuff House was training to develop their ki and were very free with the information and skills that they discovered or learned. At least, they were when amongst themselves. Outside of the House of Badgers, well, let's just say that it was a good thing for those studying ki that Draco figured out it would be a good idea to earn favors from the other houses, even in Gryffindor. As for Justin himself, same as everyone else, he woke up early and ran laps around the lake before going off and doing additional physical training to fill the hours between waking and breakfast. In the afternoons, he usually spent time in the library with Hermione and Neville, working on schoolwork together, and then went and practiced shooting energy blasts. He could now, after nearly a month and a half of working at it, control the amount of energy he put into the ki blasts, and also control the level of intensity in his ki beams. Originally, and as was the case for all the others just learning the skill, it was all he could do just to shoot out a continuous beam and to fire the blasts at all. When forming ki balls between the hands, it was a simple matter of concentration and seeing the results. A blast either fired or thrown on the other hand needed more forethought than steady concentration, as the blasts would either peter out, or be far more than intended, or it would explode in their face rather than on the target. Or it wouldn't explode at all, just bounce around until it finally destabilized. To be able to reach that level of control in just a few weeks was nothing short of amazing, most thought. Until Harry revealed that both he and Gohan had been able to do it after a week of training. Though to be fair, they'd been left in the wilderness and needed it to survive, giving them greater incentive to master it. On a personal level, Justin was almost the stereotypical cool nice guy you read about in stories or saw in movies and TV shows. The student class president that knew and was friends with jocks, geeks, and rebels equally, and always did the right thing at the right time with the right thing to say to the right people. Of course he didn't really behave in such an absurd manner, but he was friends with everyone and listened when you needed someone to listen while still having plenty of funny stories and anecdotes of his own to tell. There were hints that he had a somewhat privileged life back in the real world, but he did not let it give him a swelled head. If anything, he often made it sound like he was humbled by it. Hermione, on the other hand, had no problem telling anybody willing to stick around and listen everything she knew about everything. Whether they wanted to or not. She still had some trouble with that, but Harry had found the best way to get her to stop was just to ask her about things that could not be discovered or learned about in books. Things such as if she had any siblings, if she had a favorite activity, if she had a favorite book. And if so, which genre or author was her favorite. And if it became truly mind-numbing at points, he just asked her about her home life, her parents, where she lived, if she had any friends waiting for her back home. And increasingly personal questions that got her to quiet down for a bit. Eventually she caught on, and like Ron had learned to curb his tongue around Harry, she too stopped spouting various useless facts and random trivia whenever he was present. Yet as with everything, it worked both ways. Hermione would constantly ask him and Gohan questions whenever they were around. Most often it was about using ki, but occasionally her curiosity got the better of her and she would ask them about their past adventures. Harry wasn't exactly talkative most of the time, but Gohan didn't mind it all and regaled the whole school, sometimes usually during mealtimes when everyone would stop and listen with rapt attention, with the stories of how their Uncle Raditz had arrived and kidnapped them both, or the time Garlic Jr. had kidnapped them, or the battle against the Saiyans, or the trip to Namek and their adventures there on the alien planet. There were a lot of stories. As for her training, Hermione was somewhat of the odd one out, truth be told. Where everyone else worked at improving their bodies and their ki through exercise, as Harry had shown them, she only did the bare minimum of physical work. She actually showed up late to the morning exercises, a full 10 minutes after Ron, not to mention the rest of the Ravenclaws in fact. And while she did exercise, all she did was stretch, run for a predetermined number of laps, and she was only increasing her laps by 1 a week rather than the average of 10 a day like everyone else before going off to meditate and maybe get in some flying practice. As a matter of fact, that was all she did, meditate and practice her ki control. The rest of her time she spent reading and doing her schoolwork, in excess of even the teacher's stated requirements. So while Harry was certain that she could go leaping about and run the length of the valley in a matter of minutes, less than 60 at any rate, and perhaps even shoot out all manner of ki attacks, nobody ever actually saw her doing anything more impressive than go flying. Most of the afternoons after and between asking and answering questions she sat herself down on a tuft of grass in lotus position and then created a small ki ball between her hands and spent upwards of an hour just staring at it. Gohan and Harry, who'd both seen their sensei, Piccolo, do much the same thing when training, did nothing to call the girl on it or correct her in how to do things. Harry had promised to stop training everybody directly and he was going to keep that promise. For everybody. Then, in the middle of the next to last week of October, Hermione came to Harry that afternoon with a different set of questions. "Harry, I need you to explain something to me," said Hermione, coming over to where he and Ron were practicing several self-defense moves. "Ha!" Ron laughed, but a look from Harry quickly silenced him. Another look had the redhead ambling over to Gohan to continue his practicing. "Sure, Hermione, I'll do my best to answer anything you need to know about," said Harry. "What can I do for you? I want to understand how to use, she trailed off and looked around nervously. Stepping closer, she asked, "Is anyone Malfoy listening in?" Smiling, he shook his head and answered, "No, Hermione. The only ones close enough to hear us, in this open area between Hagrid's hut and the Whomping Willow, is our friends, and none of them are paying attention to what you still haven't asked me yet." Blushing, she nodded, but remained close and whispered, "I need you to explain to me how you use. And how I can use, mana." Harry jerked back, looking at his friend in surprise, and not all of it was the good kind of surprise either. "By that I mean I want you to how me how you manage to control your magic and how to do it myself. You demonstrated it before, in Professor Flitwick's class, that you called it a mana ball. You made it in class and it was clearly something you've been able to do for some time. I've been researching, you see, trying to find other instances where magic was harnessed and used by wizards and witches like that before. So far I haven't had much luck. Other than stories about Merlin, and almost all of that is hearsay and embellishment with little or no supporting facts. I have also been trying to do the same myself, but the most I ever get is different types of ki. And I can now tell the difference between my magic and my ki, but I... Hermione, Harry interrupted with a smile, shut up. And breathe. Flushing slightly, she did as instructed. While she was quiet, Harry answered her request. Yes, I would be happy to show you how to control your magic the way I do. It's not a problem at all. Let's go over here and sit down and I'll get you started. He gestured to a nearby tree, which would not try to womp them, and that they could sit under and receive plenty of shade from the bright sunlight overhead. Thank you, she said as she made herself comfortable. In the afternoons, most everybody changed to casual clothing, sweatpants, jeans, t-shirts, sweatshirts, and pretty much anything that was not their school uniform. Which was difficult to train in, to say the least. Like I said before, I'm happy to answer any questions you have and I always help my friends, he replied with a smile. Now, to begin with, a TLE bit of background so you can understand where I started and then you can make your own choices about how you want to proceed, alright? Said Harry. Back when I was 5, almost 6 years old, Gohan and I were kidnapped by Raditz, our father's brother. Piccolo explained to us later on that the Saiyan warrior took us as hostages because he mostly wanted to make our father come after him, but also because he seemed to think that he could train us into true Saiyan warriors or something like that. After Raditz was killed, Piccolo was warned that more Saiyan warriors were coming and they were far stronger than Raditz. Piccolo sensed in each of us a great potential. Yes, Hermione interrupted, you've told us before. Piccolo threw Gohan at a mountain and the poor boy vaporized it on the spot. Then he threw you at another mountain, and you disappeared and reappeared right beside your brother. Smiling, Harry just shrugged at her and continued. Thing is, I didn't have very much ki to work with. About average, I was told. For a 6-year-old boy. So, while Gohan was learning energy blasts and how to fight on Piccolo's level, I was left exercising in efforts to build up my ki. Then, I happened upon the idea of trying to use my special powers, which I'd only used for teleporting and summoning stuff and minor bouts of telekinesis before then, to cheat a bit. Cheat, Hermione repeated. Cheat, Harry confirmed. Because the way things were going, the Saiyans were 6 months away and it was looking like it would take me another 10 years to even get as good as Gohan was then. So, I ran off one day, while Piccolo was beating Gohan into the ground, and sat myself under a roaring waterfall, and meditated on tapping into my special powers. At the time I did not know, didn't even suspect really that it was magic. Just that I seemed to be the only one that could use it and that it felt different than using ki. Here's where you'll probably do things differently than me, he said as disclaimer before continuing. It took me over a dozen tries to even reach the rock in the middle of the waterfall, and another half dozen to figure out how to sit on it without being washed away or drowned. Eventually though, I did manage it, and once I was on that rock, I closed my eyes and focused on the special power within me, trying to bring it out, to control it. That first day, I was shivering uncontrollably before so much as 10 minutes had passed, and spent the night getting over a bout of hypothermia. But the very next day, I was back at that same waterfall, trying it again. Took me 3 days, but eventually I managed to tap into my magic and cast what I now know to be a full-body warming charm on myself. All I knew at the time though, was that I controlled the special energy inside myself and made it keep me warm. At the end of the week, I could control my magic at will, in a similar method to how I controlled my ki, but with more of a mental aspect than a physical one. So, you began by finding a way to force your magic to respond to your will, to turn what had been accidental magic into intentional use of magic. Hermione questioned. That's one way to look at it, Harry acknowledged. Here's another. After I learned to control my magic, I could use it intentionally, but only with massive amounts of concentration. In order for it to work at all, I had to be absolutely focused on exactly what I wanted it to do. The spells they're teaching us here, I recognize them for what they are. They're shortcuts, mnemonic devices that teach us how to focus our magic into a controllable format. When I first started my training, I didn't have that. All I had equated to wishing real hard. That was not going to cut it for me. So I tried something else then. What? She asked when he did not immediately continue. I did nothing, he answered. What? She repeated herself, but asking a different question. He nodded. I did nothing. I laid myself out and just stared up at the sky and didn't allow myself to so much as move a toe. Mentally, on the other hand, I was doing plenty though. I started with distinguishing between my ki, which was enough to manifest a ki blast and fly but not much more than that, and my magic, which I still thought of as special energy. Once that was done, I started to compare the two. One was wild, erratic, and was in sync with my pulse and breathing. The other was smooth, transient, and in sync with my thoughts and willpower. In the case of ki, I found, as I'm sure you have as well, controlling ki is like controlling lightning or electricity. Controlling magic on the other hand, well, that is like controlling the wind. Sometimes it worked and did what you wanted and expected of it, and sometimes it did nothing at all. While other times it did not do what you wanted and nothing like what you expected. I lay there for 6 days and nights, not moving my body once. What? That's impossible, Hermione exclaimed. Indeed, Harry agreed. Dehydration primarily, but also there's the fact that before my laying down, I hadn't eaten anything solid for the 4 days prior. There's also the insects that were nibbling at my body, the sun pouring down on me, and the temperatures at night. But I am telling you the truth, Hermione. I wasn't sleeping, and I was conscious the whole time, and I counted it by the setting and rising of the sun and the stars. It was a torment that I cannot easily describe, and I would not make it up or tell it to you casually, yet I was bound and determined to master this power I have in me, and I was out of ideas by that point. She could only stare at him in awe. While she could hardly be called a human lie detector, she was fairly decent at spotting a tall tale when she was being told one. As best she could tell, Harry was entirely serious in telling her the truth. On the dawn of the 7th day, something changed, he told her as he finished the story. It just clicked. I completely understood what the special power inside of me was and how it worked. I realized that it was magic that kept me alive, that healed my wounds from the insect bites, that salved my skin from the heat of the sun, that kept me warm at night, and kept my body from starving itself to death. And as it worked to keep me alive, I paid close attention to everything that it did and was doing. At sunset of the 7th day, I stood up and for the first time channeled my magic with the same ease I did my ki. After that, spells and other magical effects became easy and took a quarter of the time to cast. Still required concentration, but so did firing a ki beam or a remote-controlled ki ball. In the remaining months between then and the Saiyans arriving, I developed the mana ball, a number of spells that is nothing but me willing the magic what to do, and other ways of using magic to improve my overall training. So, how did you do it? How do I do it? Control my magic, I mean. She questioned. That, he leaned forward and then tapped her on the nose, causing her to flinch back, is a very good question. I wouldn't recommend a forced fasting and laying around doing absolutely nothing for a week. But the short answer to your question is that you have to observe and feel how your own magic works. Also, keep in mind that I was 6 years old at the time, and a bit dense. Hopefully you won't have to go to such extremes. You are much more intelligent and it shouldn't take you as long to figure it out. And then, she asked, desperate. And then, he answered by holding out his right hand and creating a glowing green sphere of magical energy above it. He smiled and sent it hurling towards the Whomping Willow some distance away. Mere feet from striking it, the green orb transitioned into the same red of a stunning spell, and instantly the wild plant drooped all its branches, stunned. That, Hermione was also stunned, but in a different way. That, Harry said with emphasis, was a stunning spell. I learned it from watching Malfoy and his lot fire it at me so many times. It takes an extra bit of concentration to turn it from raw magic into a spell though, just so you know. Start with the basics though. Gather and generate mana the same way you do ki. Once you can do that, find a way to do both, gather and generate ki and mana at the same time. How did you do that? How is it that you are so good at magic already? Hermione demanded to know. That has to do with my trip to Namek, he revealed with a mischievous smirk. 100 times normal gravity is enough to kill a normal person. But using magic to survive, It taught me more about how to control and use my own magic than anything else you can imagine could. I would not recommend doing that either, by the way." Letting out a heavy sigh, Hermione nodded her head, acknowledging his sage advice for what it was. Wisdom learned through the hard way, pain. "All right, I understand," she said. "And thank you, Harry. I guess I better get started then." She then turned so her back was to the tree and folded her legs into the lotus position and closed her eyes, only to snap them open as Harry reached towards her. "One quick thing," he said as he reached into her pocket and pulled out her wand. "This is a crutch. It focuses your magic for you artificially and even boosts yours with its own when you are casting. Speaking from experience, I know that if your wand is outside of your minimum range, then it no longer interacts with your magic. If you are serious about doing this, start without the crutch. Once you can focus and use your magic without your wand nearby, then you can start using it again. At least while training to use mana directly. I'll hang on to this for you until you are done for today, okay?" Rather than reply, she merely nodded her head and closed her eyes once more, focusing inwards. Harry got up and walked back over to where the others had wandered off to. From that point on, outside of classes, Hermione left her wand up in her trunk when working out and practicing with the others. Her roommates were concerned at first, but when it became clear that she wasn't just forgetting it, but leaving it there intentionally, the inevitable happened. At first it was just gentle teasing by the other first-year Ravenclaws. Then it became taunting jibes by the older Ravenclaws. Then, a week and a half after she'd started her new training, she was attacked by a pair of second-year Slytherin girls. They had caught her with a tripping jinx on her way back in to get ready for dinner. Then one bound her legs while the other cast sticking charms on her clothes and tried to levitate her to the ceiling. Tried being the operative word. The moment her body left the ground, Hermione powered up to her maximum. A key flame, wilder and brighter than anything any student save for Harry and Gohan had produced to date, ignited around her body and her bushy brown hair straightened and flew about her head like waves along the beach. She pulled her petrified legs apart through sheer brute force and then stood before her two assailants a good 2 feet off the ground. They ran. She shot 2 energy beams, one from each hand, striking them square in the back and knocking them the rest of the way down the hull into the stone wall, knocking them out. Which, from where they'd been struck, had still been a good 10 or more yards away. After that, nobody teased Hermione about walking around without her wand ever again. Speaking of bullying though, Gohan found himself the target of more than a few pranks during the month. In spite of his relationship with Harry, and being a key powerhouse, it was no secret that Gohan carried no wand and was there on a scholarship. There was even a more going around that Gohan had no magic whatsoever, that he was actually a normal person. People were very careful not to use the word when Harry was around, who had only been allowed into Hogwarts because his brother was the boy who lived. So between classes, in the halls, before and after lunch, or pretty much any time when Harry was not standing there right beside him, the more mischievous and bully types around the school targeted Gohan with the standard pranks. Nothing on the same level as what Fred and George targeted people with, just small stuff. Tripping jinxes, color-changing spells, and the occasional wedgie hex. Through sheer necessity, Gohan was learning via trial by fire how to stop, counter, and deflect spells from hitting him. When Harry inevitably learned of it, he immediately set out to correct such behavior with extreme prejudice. Gohan stopped him before he could actually do anything though, and instead got his brother to help him instead, by spending a couple ENIHTS during their private training shooting harmless spells at him so the half Saiyan could train in protecting himself against magic. As a result, or more of a side effect, Harry wound up training Gohan in how to use his magic directly to use mana, the same thing he was teaching Hermione. In fact, it was during this training that he confirmed that Gohan does indeed have magic and can use it. The other side of this knowledge was in also learning that in terms of the amount of magic power he had at his disposal, Gohan was just above what the wizarding world calls a squib, a pure-blood child of pure-blood parents who cannot use magic at all. Well, that seems fair, Harry commented privately to his brother when this discovery was made. You get the potential of infinite ki, while having just enough magic to be called a wizard. While I have the average amount of key power for someone our age, and enough magic power and control over it that I can best most adult wizards already. Ha ha ha. Gohan didn't think it was that funny. Nevertheless, it was true. Harry was a magical prodigy, and since day one he'd had to rely mostly on his magic just to keep up with his brother and the other Z-Fi. Churs, their father's friends who helped in defending the Earth from destruction. It wasn't until the trip to Namek and undergoing heavy gravity training, as well as having his potential unlocked by the Namek Elder, that he became strong enough to match evenly with Gohan and the others. So here at Hogwarts, he was a cut above all the rest, but back home he was still considered the weak one. Gohan, on the other hand, he was struggling just to stay afloat, academically speaking, not to mention fitting in with the other magical students. Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. Despite his limitations, whatever the subject, Gohan could still read and do the homework, and the essays that were assigned were the same as written essays for any other subject you'd care to name. That much was easy for both of the brothers. But half the grade for every Hogwarts student was demonstrating the practical, showing they could actually use the spells they were learning. No matter the exceptions employed, fact could not be changed that Gohan had yet to successfully cast even one spell. And every one of their classmates knew it. Hence the quote-unquote bullying. Even after a number of minor confrontations, where Harry intervened and strove to protect his older, even if only by a matter of weeks, brother, and the times when Gohan successfully blocked or deflected the spells being cast at him, he was still a target. And while the greater amount could be said as coming from Slytherin House, since neither Gohan nor Harry were a part of any of the four houses, there was also no internal protection, and once or twice there would be an older Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and yes, even Hufflepuff taking potshots at Gohan whenever they could. Neither of them let it get to them, instead focusing on those they did count as friends, as well as their training. Bullying aside, since that was just as much a part of growing up as hundreds of other cultural rituals throughout all societies since the beginning of time. The Sun brothers were having a great time at Hogwarts. Certainly more than if they were stuck at home and had nothing but daily training and nightly studying to do. Sure, that was what they were doing now, but the difference was really quite simple and rather obvious to anyone looking. If they were stuck at home, the only people they would see on a day-to-day basis would be their father, their mother, Piccolo, and maybe occasionally one of their father's friends, not to mention all the animals around their home. While here at Hogwarts, they were in a castle, in another country, with over 1,500 other children. At least several dozen of those their own age, away from home. It made all the difference in the world, even if they were still studying all day and training all night. Speaking of studying and training, Harry was seeking a very special and unique training opportunity of his very own, from his Transfiguration teacher. At the beginning and ending of every class, RRY would ask Professor McGonagall if she could teach him how to transform. Of course he wasn't that blunt about it. He always made sure to ask questions that were not immediately recognizable as being about how to transform oneself. But eventually it still managed to turn out that way in the end. Professor McGonagall. Harry raised his hand to be called upon. Yes, Mr. Sun, are you having trouble with transfiguring your beetles? She checked. No ma'am, he replied before quickly asking her, I was wondering if it is possible to transfigure a human into a button, like we're doing with the beetles. Yes, it is possible, but only with the proper spell, and taking into account Gamp's laws of transmutation, she answered without hesitation. Could you turn yourself into a button? Or a nail? Or maybe just into different materials without dying from it? He asked rapid fire before she could turn away. Unlike Snape, Professor McGonagall always answered every question put forth to her, giving him a stern look. Telling him without saying that she knew exactly what he was doing, she answered him, theoretically, yes, practically, no, to both your first questions. The latter, however, NLY a metamorphagus is able to control their body to the degree necessary for something of that level. Why theoretically yes, but no at the same time, ma'am? He asked. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she replied. Theoretically speaking, according to the listed and thoroughly tested laws of magic and rules governing the art of transfiguration, there is nothing stated that outright denies the possibility of one transfiguring themselves into a non-living object, such as a button or a nail. Practically, however, it has never been recorded as being successfully done. There is also to see consider the fact that if a person were to ever actually succeed, they would then be stuck in this transfigured state until another magic user came along and reversed or countered the spell. Now if you will excuse me, Mr. Sun. There are others with questions of their own. Yes ma'am, thank you ma'am. Professor McGonagall. Harry raised his hand to be called upon. Yes, Mr. Sun. Are you have trouble with your hedgehog? The professor inquired. No ma'am. What is a metamorphagus? He asked. A metamorphagus, the professor replied, reluctantly, is a witch or wizard with the ability to change his or her physical appearance at will, rather than requiring polyjuice potion or a spell that the rest of the wizarding population would need. They are extremely rare, and their talents are not something that can be learned, save by another metamorphagus, which would have been quite apparent from birth. Is there a way to transfigure animal traits to one's body, without having to fully transfigure into the animal? He asked her before she could dismiss him or move on. Taking a deep, steadying breath, she gave him yet another stern look and replied in her own rapid-fire way. The short answer to your question, Mr. Sun, is no. A more accurate response is quite simply that while there do in fact exist specific spells, potions and manufactured tools that equip a person with predetermined appendages based upon those of animals, there is in fact no way to intentionally transfigure a part of oneself into an animal without undergoing the long and arduous process of becoming an animagus. As has previously been discussed, and will not be covered in any further depth until your third year at Hogwarts, an animagus is a witch or wizard who can morph him or herself into an animal at will. It is a learned, rather than hereditary skill, unlike those of a metamorphagus. Thank you for your questions and interest, Mr. Sun. Miss Brown, you have a question. Blocked from asking any further questions for the time being, Harry held his tongue for the rest of that day's lesson. Professor McGonagall. Harry raised his hand to be called upon, taking a moment to judge the student and the task before him. She hesitated for only a moment longer before nodding at him, acknowledging his right to speak. Thank you ma'am, he nodded back. In what ways is it possible to change, or transfigure one's own body without having to resort to potions, spells, or others? Are there only the animagus skill and rare people called metamorphmagy, or are there other ways that a witch or wizard can transfigure themselves? And what are they, if you please? Professor McGonagall did nothing to hide her sigh of frustration, nor the rolling of her eyes. Over half the class was already doing the same, as a matter of fact. Some were groaning and moaning from the moment Harry raised his hand. Nevertheless, she persevered and responded to the student's inquiries. Theoretically, Mr. Sun, it is possible to transfigure one's own body in all the many same ways that I have been teaching you to transfigure others' bodies. The proverbial catch, however, is that as one's body changes, their ability to use and control their magic, that which is facilitating the transfiguration, is also changing. It is why someone can be transfigured into a mouse, but that does not make them a mouse animagus, because while they are transfigured as such, they are a mouse. And a mouse has no magic, no concept of spells, and cannot even conceive of the level of concentration required to perform such a transfiguration. As for your other requests, she interrupted him before he could speak or ask anything else. All I will say at this time is, yes, there are indeed other ways in which a magic user may transfigure themselves beyond that of the animagus and metamorph magus. In regards to your latter two requests, I issue my same challenge that I did during your first lesson. Be the one student, out of your year with the highest grade for my class, and no less than exceeds expectations in all your others, and I shall explain to you all the many different ways a wizard such as yourself, Mr. Sun, can transform himself. And if you choose one of those others over the animagus transformation, I will endeavor to instruct you in accomplishing it. Yes ma'am, Harry dutifully responded, a grin on his face. Professor McGonagall. Harry raised his hand to be called upon. Mr. Sun, the transfiguration teacher snapped at the over-eager student, for every question you ask me that does not have something to do with either the material we are covering for the day, or your own work sitting right in front of you, I will take 1 point away from your overall grade for my class. Is that understood? Gulping, Harry silently nodded his head. Good. You had a question, Mr. Sun. She gave him a familiar stern look. I was wondering if I might be excused to go to the bathroom. He hesitantly asked, blushing with embarrassment. Oh, yes, all right, you may be. I won't take any points from you, Mr. Sun. She shot him the same familiar stern look. This time, yes ma'am, he nodded and hurried to finish his business. Things like that happened in every class. And Transfiguration was actually Harry's best class, better even than Charms. His other classes were much the same, D.F. faring only in the actual questions he asked. Especially history and astronomy. Oh, Harry loved each and every one of his classes. It was the professors and the other students that began to grow tired of his constant flow of questions. Well, in history, the professor loved his questions, there it was the students that hated it because it kept interrupting their naps. The only class that Harry had any trouble with was potions. Not that he viewed it as trouble, just the opposite in fact. On every single potion that Harry made in class, and they made a new and different potion in every single CL. As essay homework assigned at the end and due at the beginning of the next, Professor Snape blatantly told him that he did it wrong and to do it over again. And if you did not have a completed potion by the end of class, even if it was an abject failure, you got a 0 for the day. Harry thought of it as a challenge, of course. He always did exactly what was on the board, but at a speed and precision that none could easily match. Taking him a quarter of the time the rest of the class took for the same assignment. Every time, without exception, Harry would finish the potion, hand it in to Professor Snape, who then stated he did it wrong and vanished the contents of the cauldron before destroying the sample that Harry turned in. After that, Harry had to take some liberties with the listed instructions. With less than half the ingredients needed left to him, the exact measurements of the original instructions could no longer be followed. So adaptation was required. Some quick math of percentages to proportions later, Harry would begin again, differing his methods and the way of putting it all together as needed. It was, strictly speaking from an objective viewpoint, the sort of work on E would look for in a Newt-level potion student, not a first-year student. The end result, almost always, was passable, though for some it was either a slightly more concentrated or much more dilute D version of the potion than the general acceptable variation. Depending upon the potion, half the time Professor Snape would still proclaim he'd done it wrong and have him start over again. Some of the time, even using his considerable skill, strength and speed, it might take Harry the remainder of the class to get it right on the second try, and if he turned in his final result along with the rest of the class, there was nothing Snape could do, not without tipping his hand far too much. Some days, for some potions, usually the ones being done on the double potions block, Harry would finish High's second attempt before the end of class, and true to fashion, Snape would destroy the lot and have him start again. The few times that happened, Harry would step back a bit from the problem and look at it anew. After being told to do the same potion a third time, the class observed Harry just standing there at his station, staring into open space, fists clenched at his side, and his expression somewhat pinched, halfway between a scowl and a look of intense concentration. Then, after no more than 3 minutes, he would blur into action, getting 3 cauldrons set up, some days it might be more, and then proceed to work at a furious pace doing something nobody, except perhaps Professor Snape, seeing as he always kept a hawk's eye on Harry in every class, could say exactly what he was doing, but by the end of class, he would be done, and in each cauldron would be 3 variations of the potion. One done according to the listed instructions on the board, one done with different methods, and the third done with slightly different ingredients. Again, from an objective point of view, this sort of potion brewing you don't see outside of the limited and few potions masters as they study in D research discovering new and different potions. Snape did not ask him to do it again after the third time, even if there was still time before the end of class. He would just stand there, scowling at Harry, and then take the offered samples and said nothing else. So, while it was tedious, the one thing that could be certain about Harry's potions class, he never got a 0 for the day. The rest of Harry's friends, obviously, had fewer difficulties with their classes, but they all managed on their own. Since they were not all in one house, they couldn't meet in any of the common rooms, so USU Ally after classes had ended and before they went to train for the day, they would meet in either the Great Hall or the library. The library was for studying, while the Great Hall was for general socializing, of course. Especially with the weather starting to get colder, the warmth of the indoors was appreciated as much as possible before they went outside for training. Speaking of training, by the end of the month, Hermione had seemingly hit a wall with hers. True, she was focusing mostly on her mana and had also undertaken the goal of utilizing it alongside her ki, much like Harry did his. Unfortunately, she wasn't having much luck. When Halloween finally came around, it all came to a head. Hogwarts, October 31st. On Halloween morning, the castle woke to the delectable scent of baking pumpkin. In wafting through the corridors as the kitchens prepared for the evening's holiday feast. Even better, in Charms class that day, Professor Flitwick announced that he thought they were ready to start making objects fly. Something most of them had been dying to try ever since they'd seen him make Neville's toad zoom around the classroom. Professor Flitwick put the class into pairs to practice. Since Harry was there, and there were an odd number of students in each half of the class, Professor Flitwick decided to change things up a bit more than usual, and put Ravenclaws and Gryffindors together, rather than allow them to pair off within their own houses. As such, Harry was partnered with the Gryffindor Seamus Finnegan, while Ron and Hermione were paired together. Neville, lucky dog, was the odd one out and was allowed to partner with the Potter twins. For reasons known only to the three, something the sisters were saying to him kept getting him to flush red with embarrassment, but he made no moves to get away from them at all. "Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing," squeaked Professor Flitwick, perched on top of his pile of books as usual. "Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important, to never forget Wizard Barufio, who said S instead of F, and found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest." Harry was letting Seamus have first go at it, but the poor boy seemed to have no patience as after swinging and swishing and flicking and flapping his wand practically all over the place, not to mention saying the incantation in a dozen different ways, the feather hadn't so much as twitched. Finally he touched his wand to it, setting the thing on fire. Harry snuffed it with a localized key shield to smother the flames. But the feather was in ruins after. "Professor," he called, "we're going to need another feather over here." Ron, at the next table, wasn't having much more luck. "Wingardium Leviosa," he shouted, waving his long arms like a windmill. "You're saying it wrong," Harry heard Hermione snap. "It's Wingar Diem Leviosa. Make the gar nice and long." "You do it, then, if you're so clever," Ron snarled. Hermione just shrugged at him, and then flicked her wand, and said, "Wingardium Leviosa." Their feather rose off the desk and hovered about 4 feet above their heads. "Oh, well done," cried Professor Flitwick. "Everyone see here, Miss Granger's done it." You try for a bit, Harry," Seamus grumbled, throwing his hands up in despair. "I'm never going to get this bloody useless feather." Harry chuckled at the boy's antics. "You'll get it fine," he said. "Just have more patience. And your wrist is too loose, so you're doing more snapping and flapping. Gee with your wand than swishing and flicking. Here, don't watch my wand, watch my wrist," he pointed, and then very slowly, very deliberately, and consciously holding back on how much magic was being channeled through his wand, he cast the spell, Wingardium Leviosa. Every feather in the room shot up to the ceiling and started to flutter there as though they were still trying to go higher. Oops," Harry mumbled, staring at what he'd done. Apparently he hadn't held back on the magic as much as he'd thought. "Perhaps a little less focus on the wording, Mr. Sun," Professor Flitwick patiently advised. "Yes, sir," Harry acknowledged, canceling the spell and allowing the feathers to float back down to the desks below. After class, the professor asked Harry and Gohan to stay behind a bit. They weren't in trouble or anything. He just needed to have a conversation with them and it was the first opportunity. Ron and Neville went on ahead, pushing their way into the crowded corridor. "It's no wonder no one can stand her. Honestly, she's a nightmare," Ron said to Neville. "That's not fair, Ron." Neville defended her. "I like her just fine. She's my friend." "Yeah well, she's still docent. She have to keep throwing it in my face how smart she is." "I don't," Hermione said, walking up behind them. And thank you, Neville. You are my friend as well. Unlike some Gryffindors who neither want nor deserve my help. Ron stuck his tongue out at her, but did not otherwise respond. So, Neville looked back and forth between his two friends on either side of him. Hermione, how goes Learny? Ing to use mana and key like Harry's been showing you. Grimacing briefly, Hermione sighed, saying, not as well as I like. I should have made some discernible progress by now, but I can't seem to do it. You mean you still can't make a mana ball? Ha, Ron laughed. Glaring at the annoying redhead, she retorted. Actually, no, but then I suppose you can. No, too bad. At least I'm actually attempting to better myself. You just go at it like a brutish thug, no longer striving to understand exactly what it is you are doing, or just how amazing it is in the first place. Turning red with anger, Ron fumed for a few seconds before rounding on her and holding out his wand. With a shout of, there! He focused his magic and from the tip of his wand, a perfect sphere of reddish-orange manifested there at the end of it. It was crude, obviously not as powerful, and he'd created it with his wand instead of by himself like Harry could do, but it was just as clearly a mana ball. What do you have to say to that? Ron shouted, throwing the raw magic sphere at her. It had no real intent behind it, so the most it would do is explode with no more force than a game of exploding snap. Hermione's hair straightened out, but no key flame came from her as she vanished in a blur of movement to behind the angry redhead. Said redhead reacted through instinct and sped up so he saw her move and moved just as quickly to intercept. The result being that when she appeared behind him, he was already facing her and had put out his arms, presumably to block an attack, but wound up shoving her back instead. Rather than apologize for what he'd inadvertently done, though his face showed that had been his first instinct, instead he backed away and shouted at her, "Face it, Granger. You're no better than the rest of us. I don't know why you try so hard to prove that you are. It took me weeks to get as good as I am, and because I work at it, unlike you, I'm as strong as anyone else here. You've been at it for nearly 2 months, and all we ever see you do is run and fly, and you think that you're the best, that you are as good as Harry. Ha, news for you girl, you are nowhere near that good, and if you keep going the way you are, you never will be. Ron, that's enough." Neville tried to pull his friend back, but he wasn't allowing it. No. Ron yanked his arm free of Neville's grasp. He glared down at the once again bushy-haired girl as she got to her feet. "You think all this is just another lesson to learn, one more spell or piece of magic that you get extra credit on, don't you? First Zon, I learned when Harry started teaching us this. If you don't work for it, you don't get it. You don't work at it, Granger. You sit around and think about it. You don't get it and you never will. Jew, Saint, give up and stop wasting everyone's time. Why should Harry waste one more minute showing you anything if you're not going to do anything with it? I'd laugh if you weren't so pathetic." Before another word could be said, tears streaming down her face, Hermione ran off, disappearing into the crowd. Neville punched his friend in the face and walked away. After Ron picked himself back up, Harry and Gohan finally walked out of Professor Flitwick's classroom. "Hey," Harry greeted the Gryffindor. "Where's everyone? What happened?" "It's nothing," Ron grumbled. "Come on, let's get to class." The Sun brothers exchanged a look, but just shrugged at each other, no way of knowing what had just transpired. As neither of them had any other classes with Ravenclaw that day, they did not notice, but apparently Hermione hadn't turned up for the next class and wasn't seen all afternoon. Neville was shooting dirty looks at his soon-to-be ex-friend in Gryffindor until it was time to go down to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast. The Halloween decorations put up there soon put any remaining sour feeling out of their heads, however. At least for the time being. 100 live bats fluttered from walls and ceiling while 100 more swooped over the tables in low-flying black clouds, making the candles in the floating jack-o'-lanterns strobe. Not to mention the faces carved into those jack-o'-lanterns made for some very spooky shadows on the walls, giving the Great Hall more of a haunted house feel than ever before. Even taking into account the fact that there were a number of ghosts floating throughout the place. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates, as it had at the start of term banquet. Harry was just helping himself to a 10th baked potato, in addition to his 2 pumpkin pies, 4 steaks, platter of croissant rolls, and sweet potato salad, when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped, "Troll in the dungeons thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. End. Episode 9. Hogwarts Halloween, Part 1. Author's note. I know I said I would cut back on doing these, but I just couldn't help myself. I seriously considered actually holding off on posting this chapter until it was closer to actual Halloween, but decided to stick with my original time frame of posting the 9th chapter on September 9th and so on. I'm still planning a fanfic update for the day of Halloween, sort of an annual tradition of mine in honor of my favorite holiday ever. But for HPZ here, Part 2 of Hogwarts Halloween will be released on October 10th rather than the 31st, so no worries there. On the other hand, it won't be updated again past that until November 11th, so that would be the downside. As always, I hope you enjoyed, and please review. Closing parenthesis. Hogwarts Halloween 2, Episode 10. Hogwarts Halloween, Part 2. Hogwarts Great Hall October 31st Halloween Feast. Trolls. In the dungeon. Thought you ought to know. Harry was on his feet before Quirrell had even finished fainting to the floor. He grabbed the rest of the rolls, stuffed them in his mouth and swallowed before grabbing the remains of one of the steaks on his plate and did the same, using his key to help mulch the food that much faster and using his magic to burn the fuel into usable energy even quicker. Gohan had done the same, only he'd actually cleaned his plate rather than leave things behind like Harry did. Stupid Saiyan stomach. Reaching out with his senses, he quickly detected not one, not two, but dozens of unfamiliar non-human life signs. 2 were expected, having met the troll down in the dungeon on guard duty, but all these new ones, they felt different even from him. Must be a different species or subspecies, Harry thought to himself as he looked to Gohan. I count 48, maybe 50, he said. Harry nodded, quickly sorting what his senses told him into individuals and discerning what and where. Let's go, he said, turning to leave. Everywhere else in the Great Hall, however, there was an uproar that was progressively getting louder with each passing moment. Just as Harry and Gohan turned to leave, Professor Dumbledore unleashed a series of very loud purple firecrackers from the end of his wand. The hall was quickly silenced after that, except for Harry and Gohan, that is, who did nothing more than glance back over their shoulders at the headmaster even as they continued to make their way for the exit. Prefects, Professor Dumbledore rumbled, lead your houses back to their dormitories immediately. Professors. That stopped the Sun brothers in their tracks, even as the hall descended once more into a more controlled uproar. Is he crazy, or just panicking like everybody else? Gohan asked his brother. I'm hoping the latter more than the former, because if he is crazy, we've still got the rest of the year of him doing stupid things like this. Come on, no time to be subtle about this. With that said, both of them ignited their key flames and took to the air, reaching the large doors eating into the hall before anyone else could. People were surprised, but the prefects were still trying to organize the houses into evacuating the hall, so nobody tried to stop them or even look twice at them. That is until Harry and Gohan slammed both of the giant doors shut with a resounding crash. An uneasy silence, more absolute than what had followed after the headmaster's firecrackers, fell across the student body. Then, one by one, those that had been trained by Harry in using ki and learned from Gohan himself gained determined expressions and began to step forward. Gohan turned on them and cowed them with a glare, but their own expressions remained. Lock the door behind us, and guard everybody else. Don't let anybody out until we've got them all, Harry ordered with a reluctant sigh, seeing all those that were prepared to follow them into danger. Then he opened just one of the doors and slipped through, Gohan following behind. The door closed automatically behind them. Just before it shut this final time though, 3 boys from the crowd moved faster than any had expected and slipped through the closing crack. Before any others could try it, a few from the crowd jumped to the doors and with glows and small key flames around them, lowered the bars to lock the doors. Harry and Gohan sped off for the nearest troll signature they could sense the moment they were through the doors. It was actually the blow back from their wake that slammed the doors shut rather than them intentionally closing them again. Therefore they didn't notice the three that slipped through, or how two made to follow them while the third planted himself in front of the doors, intending on protecting his fellow students no matter what. As the brothers came closer to their target, they slowed down, taking the time to be sure of where they were and where they were going. When they reached the corridor the troll was in, they landed, keeping tense and their key flames up, just in case. They couldn't see anything, but they could certainly smell it. Harry snorted, partly to rid the smell from his nostrils, partly in amusement as he shared, "I'm suddenly real glad I got those hygiene produce. CTS for that security troll down there under Fluffy's trapdoor." "Yeah," Gohan laughed, but it was cut short as they heard a guttural growl come from behind the only closed doorway in the corridor. "Oh man, the girls' bathroom." There was a scream after the growl got louder. A very familiar scream. "Hermione!" Gohan and Harry yelled, racing forward, propriety be damned. The growl turned into a roar and the scream changed its tone. Before either of them could do anything more, the whole wall alongside the door exploded outwards. Harry and Gohan raised their shields, defending against the flying debris, and then just stood there. Stunned. Idly, they noted two key signatures come up behind them, which soon revealed themselves to be Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy when they rounded the corner. The two from the hall stopped, even more stunned than the more experienced key fighters who'd witnessed the explosion. Because the explosion wasn't the only thing coming out of the wall from the girls' bathroom. Another scream echoed out into the corridor and the troll's roar became more of a groan as the smelly gray-skinned beast came flying out of the hole in the wall, and hit quite painfully into the opposing wall, which was thankfully still whole and quite sturdy. The beast did not get back up. Stepping almost gracefully through the hole she'd put there, Hermione came out of the bathroom, her hair straight and flowing like a model's, both fists clenched, but around her left was the yellow-golden glow of her ki, readying an energy attack, and around her right fist was the solid, steady, body-hugging blue glow of her mana, also readying an energy attack. Seeing the troll lying there, she glared down at it, her chest heaving with each breath. Suddenly, and without warning, the troll opened its eyes and roared, diving for the young witch. Snarling at it disdainfully, Hermione brought her hands together and then mixed her mana and ki together. The end result was a solid blue sphere with a wild golden aura around it. And what could have been bubbles, green, inside where the two were actually somehow mixing and interacting. With a primal scream, she fired the mana attack into the troll's face, and what wasn't instantly vaporized splattered against the wall in front of her, along with the remaining energy, leaving scorch marks all the way to the ceiling and as far down the hall as the eye could see. "Don't you know it is rude to interrupt a lady when she is making herself presentable?" she said to the troll's very dead remains. Bloody hell, Ron couldn't stop himself from commenting in the background. Hermione turned at the voice, as did Harry and Gohan. Draco rounded on Ron and commented in his usual derisive tone, "You really are a moron, aren't you, Weasley? Even I know not to annoy somebody that can do something like that to a full-grown mountain troll." Ron looked back and forth between Draco, Hermione and the remains of the troll, before focusing back on Hermione and gulping audibly. Harry laughed, letting out some of the tension that had built up. Turning to Hermione, he grinned and said, "Nice job, Hermione. I knew you would get it eventually. Mind me asking what let it click for you?" "Yeah, Ron's voice squeaked, yeah, we didn't see you in class all afternoon, sorry." "I'm sorry, what was that, Ronald?" Hermione spoke, her voice hard. I'm sorry. I am sorry for what I said earlier, Hermione. I'm just sorry." His shoulders slouched as he hung his head. HMPH. Hermione turned her nose up at him, arms crossed. That was when the boys noticed she wasn't in her school robes, but the outfit she usually trained in: spandex leotard, trainers, and an oversized T-sweatshirt with the sleeves cut off. "Wait a minute here," Harry exclaimed. "Hermione Granger skipped classes to spend the afternoon training. Is the world coming to an end sooner than we thought?" "Oh, honestly." Hermione rolled her eyes, but she was finally smiling. "What was it you said to her, Ron?" Gohan asked. He was not smiling. Blushing red, Ron refused to meet anyone's gaze. He basically accused me of not working hard enough, Hermione spoke. Her gaze settled firmly on the red Weasley. And since I accomplished my goal of the past 2 months in just a few hours, I can't say he was entirely wrong. As for the rest, I don't really remember. He was being an idiot and I don't listen to idiots. Harry snorted and shot Ron a dirty look. You are so lucky there are nearly 50 trolls still left wandering the castle right now, otherwise you would be joining Malfoy in the hospital wing this weekend. And yes, I'm aware that it is only Thursday. What are trolls doing in the school in the first place? Hermione asked. The boys all shrugged, but Gohan answered. We're not sure. Professor Quirrell came running into the hall just after the feast got started, screaming about trolls in the dungeon. Well, needless to say, I think they're out of the dungeons by now. Hermione kicked the decimated body further away from her. Some of them are, Harry agreed. But there are plenty more still down there. I can sense it, Harry, there are too many. Scattered all over for the two of us alone, said Gohan. Yeah, we'll have to split up then. Since we're the only ones that can actually sense them accurately, and it is stupid to go with no backup. You take Malfoy and Weasley, yeah Ron you, down to the dungeons. Malfoy, you know the dungeons well enough to get around there. Harry asked the blonde Slytherin. Of course, said Draco. I'll take Hermione and we'll cover all the floors above ground floor. Between the two of us, we should be able to handle them, no problem. Why do I have to go with them? Why can't I go with you? Ron whined. The scathing looks he received from both Harry and Hermione were answer enough and he backed down, saying, never mind. I'm sorry, I'll just go with Gohan then. That's probably a good idea, Gohan said, still frowning. What are you two doing out of the hall in the first place? We told you to stay behind and lock the doors. I wasn't about to let Harry do this alone. I don't abandon my friends. Ron exclaimed. And I wasn't about to let Son, or either of you, take all the credit for defending the school. I'm just making sure Slytherin gets the points it deserves for this little escapade, Draco replied. My, how noble both of you are, Hermione scoffed. Let's go Harry, I don't think I was the only one late to the feast. Right, Gohan turned to his two partners, as Harry acknowledged the girl with a nod. Come on you two, Drano, what is the fastest way to the dungeons from here? It's Draco, and I did not give you permission to use my first name. And there's a secret passage down here that some of the 5th years use to get to herbology quicker, he pointed and lead the way. Let's start from the grand staircase, Harry suggested as he and Hermione took to the air. Lead the way, she said, following along behind him. Hogwarts dungeons. Draco lead the other two through the dungeons, while Gohan focused on finding the trolls there. Ron kept quiet. It wasn't long before they found what they were looking for. RRRAAAWWWRRR. The troll came screaming around the corner, wooden club raised and already swinging down. Ah! Draco and Ron both cried out, jumping back. Gohan vanished in a blur of motion, and then once the troll's club smashed into the stone floor, chips and splinters flying everywhere, the boy reappeared just behind the monster's head. Leg already in motion to kick the back of its skull. There was a sound of a heavy impact, and the next thing the two wizards knew, the 8-foot gray smelly creature was falling to the ground, unconscious. They both stared, having stopped shouting only after it had fully collapsed, and then kept doing double takes between the unconscious troll and Gohan, the boy that knocked it unconscious with one blow. Blimey, Ron muttered, in awe. Draco, on the other hand, bristled and turned his nose up, partly out of habit but mostly to try and keep the smell further away from it. Well, I could have done that. It's just a stupid troll. After all, not like it takes much cunning to outwit them, he snootily commented. Oh good, Gohan grinned at them. For a bit there I was worried I'd have to take these things on all by myself. You can have the next one, and if you're as good as you say, we can probably split up, get this done faster. On the other hand, there is strength in numbers, and besides. Draco quickly scrambled to cover for his blundering. I doubt Weasley here could handle a flobberworm, let alone a full-grown mountain troll. Oh yeah, we'll just see about that. Ron growled at the pretentious blonde. Fist clenched. Huh. Gohan grunted from further down the corridor. 2 of them. You guys want one each, or you want me to take that one and you two can team up on the other one? Wait, what? Both young wizards exclaimed, but by that point the pair of trolls had noticed them and were already charging. After that, they cut down on the chatter, a bit too busy trying to survive the fight to one-up each other. Gohan raced forward and slammed the one on the right with a flying kick, knocking it back down the corridor, but leaving the other one to keep charging forward. Draco and Ron shot panicked looks at each other and then the troll, which hadn't even noticed losing its battle companion, and they both screamed out loud and started to power up. Ron shoved everything he had and could gather into his body's muscles, causing them to bulk up slightly as his robes and hair fluttered from energy coming off of him. Draco, as a counterpoint, gathered and focused his energy and then channeled it to only parts of his body and the rest of it to his hands in order to use for energy attacks. Both charged the troll at the same time, just as it had begun swinging its weapon at them. Ron dodged to the side and then Flash stepped in order to flank the creature. Draco fired a single, concentrated ki blast and vaporized the tree branch club, and then another 3 rapid fire to its hanging gut, chest and face right as Ron lashed out with a spinning kick to its side. The blasts exploded with a flash of light, concussive force and a whole lot of smoke, while the force behind Ron's kick slammed it into the wall of the corridor. Stunned, the troll bounced off the wall and fell to the floor. Yeah, we did it. Awesome. Ron yelled, arms raised. What do you mean, we? Draco snarled, already powering down. The smoke cleared, and the troll slowly lumbered to its feet, growling. We didn't beat it. Ron squeaked. Angered, the troll shook its bald head and roared at them. You made it angry, Draco accused, desperately trying to gather and channel his power once again, as quickly as he could. Me, you're the one that shot it in the face. Ron screamed at the Slytherin, jumping to the ceiling and using it as a brief platform to bounce off of. Thankfully, he hadn't powered down. Draco screamed as he began rapid firing at the creature with both hands. Now behind the troll, Ron started looking it over, trying to find some kind of weakness to take advantage of. It was covering itself with its massive arms in the face of Draco's wild attacks, its growls getting more intense. But at least it wasn't attacking them yet. Thinking back on Harry's lessons and advice, Ron tried to figure out what to do. Harry always said to go for the weak spots, places on the body that were not and could not be easily defended. Then strike hard, strike fast, and don't hold back without meaning to. That last part never made much sense, but the rest did. Facing the troll's back, he had 5 options: the back of the knees, the kidneys, or the back of the neck. Seeing that even with it crouched down like it was, he couldn't begin to reach the back of the neck even with a running start. He decided to work his way up. Moving forward as fast as he could will himself to, he slid and kicked out at the back of the troll's left knee, then using his hands to help with the rotation, spun around on the floor to build up momentum before kicking out the back of the right knee. Knowing the thing was going down after that, having felt both give way, Ron Flash stepped from beneath it and further down the corridor. Unfortunately, just because it was down did not mean it was out. It had fallen to the floor, but it was still conscious and Draco's attacks seemed to be annoying it more than hurting it. Grr, if Granger can do it, why can't I? Draco growled, abandoning the rapid fire for shooting a straight and continuous energy beam at the thing. It ally blocked the beam with its right hand the same way anyone else might have tried to block a stream of water blasting at them. Bloody Slytherin still doesn't know how not to hold back, Ron grumbled, moving quickly. He focused all the power he had into punching the thing on the crown of its exposed head. There was a dull thump at the moment of impact, and then Ron pulled his hand away and started waving it up and down while screaming in pain. Draco stopped firing, having gotten out of breath and was sweating now from using all that energy. The troll was now unconscious and snoring rather loudly. Apparently, while not as quick or effective as Gohan's method, Ron's punch to its head did manage to knock it out. Ow! Ron whimpered, still holding his bruised hand. Nice job, guys, Gohan complimented them. He was at the end of the corridor, along with 3 more unconscious trolls that had shown up alongside the first one he'd tackled. Come on, There are more down here that we need to take care of. I'll let you guys take the next one though. I don't want to be too greedy like my dad and brother. Greedy, greedy, Draco yelled. That thing is a bloody monster. I can't even make a scratch on it. It could have killed us. Me, it could have killed me. Nice to know you care, Malfoy, Ron sarcastically remarked, wrapping up his injured hand with the cloth belt from his robe. It helped with the pain a little, and he hoped it might provide what little protection it could from further injury. Well, it was a good plan, Gohan said, already on the lookout for the next troll. You distracted it while Ron went around and got behind it. To knock it out. If trolls are really as dumb as you say, you might try it again, see if it will work. Hey, Ron quietly said the blonde Slytherin as Gohan moved on ahead. You're the distraction. Ha ha ha, shut up. Draco snapped at him. Next time you get to be the distraction. We can't go that way, it's a dead end. Sue. PPO Sedley. The portrait at the end is supposed to be the end point for some secret passageway out of the school, but nobody knows the password for it. Good. Gohan grinned, cracking his knuckles. Are about a dozen or so of the things down here. That should thin their ranks quite nicely, and with it being a dead end, they'll be trapped down there. Trapped. Both boys gulped nervously. I'll go ahead and scatter them. You two take any stragglers that get by me, he ordered and then raced down the dead-end corridor. Draco and Ron both hoped that the phrase would not soon become a self-fulfilling prophecy for them. They followed along behind. Hogwarts upper floors. Harry and Hermione did not find or come across another troll for the next 2 floors up from where the first one had been taken care of. And because of the funhouse nature of the corridors, it was rather difficult to get to where they sensed them, even when using the grand staircase to get to the requisite floors. Although to save time, they bypassed the stairs and just flew to the platforms. I did not expect this to take as long as it has, Harry admitted to her once they started along the charms corridor on the 3rd floor. They're close, but none of the passages take us even close to them. I know, Hermione agreed. I mean, that one stumbled into the girls' bathroom while I was in there, so I expected THM to be swarming everywhere else if they've actually made it out of the dungeons. Do you think that they're only attracted to where humans are? Then there are probably some trying to get into the Great Hall. But we left the doors shut and locked. So long as nobody has done anything stupid and opened it to get everybody back to their dorms again, they should be fine. Let's try down. Wait. Harry stopped and Hermione came up short. What is it? She asked. Silent. He pointed around the corner. There was the sound of quick footsteps coming closer. Who is it? Hermione whispered, once she recognized the sound. Harry just shook his head, frowning slightly. Before she could ask again, the person came into view and hurried past them down the passage opposite. It was Snape. He crossed the open corridor, looking neither right nor left, focused on his goal, and was soon gone from view. What's he doing? Harry whispered. Why isn't he in the Great Hall with the rest of them? I'm sure I would have sensed if they'd spread out. I don't know, she admitted. Harry, he's heading for the Forbidden Corridor. Yeah, he said, distracted, already slipping around to the passage Snape had come from. I'm a bit more concerned with him getting out on his own, than him going to play with Fluffy. Well, yes, but, wait. She stopped and stared at him. Fluffy. The dog's name, he answered, not stopping. Cousin Hagrid raised him. When I introduced Gohan to him, I decided to make a family thing out of it and Hagrid told us all about him. Hey, I think I might have found one. But, Professor Snape, Hermione pointed. But Harry had already gone ahead. Oh, boys. With nothing else to do, she hurried after her friend, powering up with every step as she went, since they were planning on facing off against a whole lot of trolls, she knew she at least ought to be prepared for it. It took her a few twists and turns, but she soon caught up with him, right as he bumped into Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, she exclaimed, setting him on the floor while Harry was blushing, looking down at their defense teacher, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. What are you doing here? And how did you get out of the Great Hall? Harry asked. Did anybody else get out? It is dangerous out here. Oh, and what are you doing out here anyway? The hall is far more defensible in a situation like this. Having picked himself up off the floor, the stuttering professor proceeded with dusting himself off while trying to answer. Well, I was trying. T-t-two. He suddenly stopped talking altogether as his eyes went wide and making the same sound over and over again. Tro. Yeah, trolls, Harry nodded. I know. That's why it is so dangerous out here. Harry. Hermione tugged on his sleeve. I think he means these trolls. Harry glanced behind them and saw 3 mountain trolls, each bigger than the last one. 2 holding one tree root branch club each, and the other wielding a stone axe. Harry acknowledged before turning back to the professor. You really should have stayed in the Great Hall, sir. I need you to stay here and please don't move. This shouldn't take us too long. Want to help Hermione? Smirking, her hands already beginning to glow as she gathered energy, she nodded and replied, of course. I'll take the 2 on the ends. You can take the ugly one in the middle there. And why are you so concerned about people getting out of the Great Hall all of a sudden? If Everio, nay that can't properly defend themselves is in one spot, that makes it easier for those that can defend them to defend them. If over 1,000 people are running around creating moving targets for these things, that makes it harder to protect them. With them in the Great Hall, all we have to do is keep the trolls away from the Great Hall. Wow, these things have no patience, do they? He said as He lead troll apparently lost patience and swung its stone axe at him, forcing him to duck and dodge back quickly. Thankfully, while trolls appeared to be plenty strong and tough, they were as slow as a slug on sedatives compared to the key fighters, so it was easy to dodge. So long as they were paying attention, that is. After all, even the fastest man alive can get distracted and surprised. Hermione shot a key and mana blast at each of the 2 trolls, knocking them back and further down the corridor. She then took to the air and actually ran along the ceiling to avoid Harry and his fight before blasting back down to take them on anew, key and eldritch energy gathering around her hands as she went. Harry kept ducking and dodging the troll's swings, making sure to keep in mind the position of himself, Professor Quirrell, and the troll at all times so that the bystander would not get in the path of the threat. After another dozen or so swings, finally, what Harry had been waiting for, the roll's breathing hitched a bit heavier and it was hefting its axe just a bit slower than initially. Grinning, he ducked under another wide swing one last time before moving in like a striking snake, and landed a solid kick to the side of the troll's right knee. There was an audible crack in the corridor, indicating the bone had at the very least been dislocated, broken at the worst. The troll let out a mighty yell, and then, ignoring its injury, threw its axe right at Harry, only to have the weapon sail right through the afterimage and embed itself quite deeply into the wall behind it. The troll swung around, trying to find its prey, determined to unleash its fury on anything nearby, growls erupting from its throat like thunder from a storm. When it had spun all the way around with no sign of its target, it stopped and focused on the fight taking place further down the corridor. Hermione may not have been the most obvious when it came to her training, but it was clear that the little she had done could be applied to a lot. She was able to use key blasts of varying strengths, and maintain the beams for several minutes if necessary. She had also managed to make significant progress in understanding her magic that afternoon, enough that she could now draw on it to create mana attacks and even a stable sphere like what Harry had already demonstrated for her. She couldn't create spells with those spheres yet, couldn't even get them to change color, and the shape had taken her all day to get right, but still it was progress. The key mana attack she'd used against the first troll had been the fruitful conclusion to the day's training. Not that she'd actually constructed the attack or fired it at anything as part of her training, no, that part had been made up on the fly when FACED with the troll attacking her in the girls' bathroom. All she'd done in training was sit there with a key ball in one hand, and a mana ball in the other, and then tried to figure out ways of putting them together. It was like oil and water. Didn't truly mix, but it made for a nice pre-step to getting fire-water, so to speak. All she was doing was surrounding a spark of ki with a mana ball and then surrounding that with extra ki to provide propulsion for the attack. 3 explosions for the price of 2. The downside, of course, was the time it took her to gather the energy and prep the attack. The way she'd put herself in the middle of the two trolls like this, she no longer had that time, and it was all she could do to gather energy for standard ki and mana attacks. That was all she'd been doing with them, running around, jumping and dodging, while firing blasts of golden light with her left hand and blue orbs shooting out of her right hand. Unfortunately, the most this seemed to be doing was knocking the beasts around for a bit, doing little real damage, let alone knocking them out. At this rate, she realized, she would run out of energy before either of them got so much as a bruise. "Oi!" a young voice called from right in front for the troll watching. Surprised, startled, it looked down at its feet, and saw Harry impatiently waiting there. "You going to make me wait all day?" Growling, the troll lunged for him. He smirked and slammed a blindingly fast uppercut on it, snapping its head back like it was a bobblehead. He was not, however, prepared for when the troll, entirely on instinct, lashed out with its arms, backhanding him into the wall hard enough that he bounced off it. "Ow!" Harry shook his head and grinned savagely at the troll that had landed a hit on him. "So that's how you want to play it? Huh." He flew forward, inches from the ground, flipping over to slam his feet into the thing's face just as it was getting back up. The force from the blow, while visually disproportionate, was apparently enough to knock the troll back into the opposing wall, but rather than bounce off it, a spider web crack crater formed at the point of impact and it stayed there, dazed. "Maybe I should have spent more time training in how to fight," Hermione said to herself as she dodged one of the troll's wild punches, without attacking back in return. She needed all her remaining energy to keep moving ahead of the things. She could no longer afford firing constant low-level energy blasts at them. Running around as fast as she could move, the trolls tried to attack in any way they could. Mostly with their fists and feet, as she'd already destroyed their clubs earlier. One tried a clothesline punch. She slid under it, almost running under the raised foot of the other one just as it was coming down. She narrowly rolled out of the way in time, just as it impacted with the floor. She used the knockback from the blow to build up momentum in swinging around the other troll and then bouncing off the wall behind it to rocket back up to the chain, which she ricocheted off to land a kick against the first one's face, flipping off and kicking the other one too. The trolls roared in mounting anger and frustration and both tried to grab her at the same time. Landing in a three-point stance, she flashed away at the last possible instant, causing the trolls to slam into one another and fall down in a heap. On the other hand, there's something to brains over brawn after all, Hermione smirked, enjoying her handiwork. "Erog!" Harry screamed, punching his troll across the jaw, having to jump up to do it. It took a couple of steps back before managing to catch itself and gave a scream of its own before retaliating with a left cross or two. He managed to duck under the first one and sidestep the next, but the follow-up right uppercut caught him in the chest, sending him flying into the ceiling, the wall, and to the floor. Getting to his knees, Ari tried to shake out the cobwebs that last hit had given him. The troll didn't feel like letting him, so it kicked him while he was still down, sending him flying into the stone wall right next to where Professor Quirrell was cowering. Quirrell then watched as the boy, not even 12 years old, dug himself out of the wall and brushed himself off. He then removed his school robes, which he'd been wearing the whole fight so far, and also unbutton and roll up the sleeves of his uniform shirt. From what he could see with his twice-over experienced eye, the boy had nothing more severe than some bruising as far as injury went. He looked back at the 5-inch deep body crater etched into the wall, and then back at the troll that had put the boy there with a single kick, and finally back to the boy, who'd just finished rolling his sleeves up to just under his shoulders. The stuttering professor made a quick decision, after a few moments to argue it over with himself, to feint, and maybe serve the outcome from the relatively safe sidelines, rather than risk being discovered. Harry ignored Professor Quirrell fainting in the corner, instead focusing on his quarry. Rolling his neck and shoulders to loosen up a bit, he bounced on his feet a couple times and by the third time had flash-stepped forward to resume his fight with the great big ugly brute. The troll, despite having seen Harry get back up from its kick, was still surprised when his fist came into contact with its sternum with sufficient force to shatter even troll bones. It dropped to its knees, struggling to breathe. aiming hatefully at the small creature that had injured it so. Lashing out in spite of the pain, it missed the little human, who ducked under the sloppy attack with contemptuous ease. Growling, the troll launched itself forward from its knees, intending on smothering or just plain smashing him with its sheer bulk. Harry Flash stepped back, avoiding most of the fast-moving smelly creature, but he calculated where exactly it would end up. The thing wound up headbutting him back into the wall. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough for the enraged troll, and it kept trying to get back to its feet and resume the attack. Though it was still struggling to get its breath back. "Oh, that is it." Harry wiped down his front. "Ha!" he screamed, powering up, key flame igniting around him as his uncovered muscles bulged noticeably. At the same moment, just down the hall, Hermione was powering up an even stronger mana key attack. That it was flashier than the boy it was trying to body slam was the only reason it drew the troll's attention. What really got its attention, however, was when the big ball of light landed on its brethren. They vanished in an explosion of gore and ash. Feeling fear for the first time since entering the castle, unopposed, the troll turned back to face Harry just as he blazed forward in a streak of light. Harry hit the troll with an uppercut that actually sent it into the ceiling. The only reasoning for why it didn't go through was only magic had somehow reinforced said ceiling to the point it was impossible for the troll to go through it all the way. As it started to fall back down, Harry met it partway in midair with a kick that sent it into the opposing wall, but again it didn't go all the way through. By this time though, Harry had started to hold back a bit. He grabbed the troll by the skull, pulled it out of the stone wall, and then started spinning about while holding onto the skull. Soon he and the troll were spinning with a great deal of centrifugal force as Harry executed his father's signature grapple maneuver called the dragon throw. Screaming now, the troll was helpless to do anything at this point, the forces at work strong enough that Chi couldn't even pull its arms up to its head, let alone try and get out of the throw. Not until it was let go at any rate, which Harry finally did, sending the troll shooting down the corridor, just in time to collide with the dozen other trolls that had gathered after hearing the shouts of the rest of the tribe here. While they softened the blow, all that really did was keep it conscious long enough for it to realize it had been used to kill or injure its brethren before it passed out and would eventually die from swelling of the brain inside its abused skull. "Oh good," Harry cheerfully shared with Hermione. "The plan worked. All the rest of them came running when they heard us fighting." Hermione just sighed and tried not to snip. Instead she walked forward, and looked down at the spot where she'd seen Professor Quirrell faint, to find the only thing there was a scrap of purple cloth. Where had he disappeared to? And if he'd regained consciousness, why didn't he help with the trolls? He was supposed to be the professor of defense against the dark arts, wasn't he? Not to mention, how had he and Professor Snape gotten out of the Great Hall if Harry had locked it like he'd said? He whole thing was making her suspicious, and that made her frustrated. "Why don't you deal with those, Harry?" she asked, looking around now for any trace of the professor. "I've already taken care of 3 and you've only taken out 1. You are supposed to be the stronger of us, and I have spent the whole day training. I'll sit this one out and take a break. Have your fun." Harry smiled and lowered himself to just a foot off the ground. He patted her head and said in a mothering voice, "That's okay. You go ahead and rest. Uncle Harry will take care of the big, ugly, smelly monsters." Batting his hand away, she struggled to contain her laughter, saying, "Just go already." "Ma'am, yes ma'am." He snapped off a mocking salute and then reignited his key flame and flashed down the corridor to meet the remaining trolls head-on. "Great Hall. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Weasley?" Professor McGonagall demanded of her 5th-year prefect. He and all the other Gryffindor prefects, to say nothing of the prefects of the other houses, were standing in front of the still barred doors to the Great Hall, and some of them had physically prevented the teachers from opening those doors. "We are defending the students in the Great Hall, Professor," the newly appointed prefect informed his head of house, with no small amount of trepidation. He feared he would be losing his coveted prefect badge come the morrow, but until then, he had a job to do and he would do it with all of his ability. "By preventing us from getting to safety," she argued back with well-thought-out logic. "By preventing the trolls outside from getting in," he replied, just as the doors were slammed from the outside with enough force to rattle them on their hinges. What? Professor McGonagall paled and backstepped, all logic gone from her mind. The censors among us have said there are roughly between 20 and 25 mountain trolls out there, trying to get in. If we let the students out, some would be lost. So we've decided, all of us, to make our stand here and wait for Harry and Gohan to take out the threat. Percy explained their reasoning. Trolls did that, the Transfiguration teacher gasped. Oh, that, he said as the doors were slammed again, splintering not breaking one of the beams keeping them closed. No, that is Hufflepuff first year, Justin Finch Fletchley. He's out there to keep them from amassing a true attack on our defense. A first year is out there with over 20 trolls. She screeched, her Scottish brogue breaking through her accent. Mr. Weasley, you will tee me out of this hall at once, or I promise you, you will not enjoy the consequences. Percy gulped and looked back at all the others guarding the door with him. Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect, was speaking with Professor Flitwick the same as Professor McGonagall was doing with him, and apparently had come to the same conclusion. The door slammed one final time and then things got oddly quiet on the other side. Percy, Penelope, and the others all nodded at each other, and the Gryffindor signaled while shouting out, "Open it up. Power up your strongest attacks to drive them back." He then followed his own advice and took to the air, charging energy in both hands, preparing a key beam. Everyone else likewise prepared for facing off against a horde of angry trolls the moment the doors would be opened up. Some took to the air and prepared energy attacks like Percy. Others that excelled at the more physical enhancements of key stayed on the ground and prepared to have to use their fists and feet to beat them back. The adults in the crowd, also the only ones holding wands, prepared for the sight of a dead child, torn limb from limb by the crazed beasts. Professor Dumbledore forced himself to the front of the group, regardless of either of it all, holding his wand before him with clear intention of protecting those under his charge. The students, while powerful in their own right, let him. Knowing their limitations, "Mr. Diggory, Miss Tonks, if you'd please open the doors," he commanded. Reluctantly, the two Hufflepuff prefects acknowledged the request and lifted the bars holding it closed and then pulled the doors open in a rush, letting in the god-awful stench that had accumulated just outside them. Instinctively, everyone recoiled and covered their mouths and faces, squinting as their eyes teared up. When he could finally stand to look, Dumbledore had fully prepared himself for the absolute worst, but he could honestly say that nothing could have prepared him for what actually was there waiting just outside the Great Hall. There, in the foyer, amidst a pile of burned, broken, and bleeding troll corpses was Justin Finch Fletchley, first-year Hufflepuff, one of Harry's son's closest friends. And average student who'd originally planned on going to Eden, it was said. He stood there, his school robes torn, bloody, burned and hanging off him as was the rest of his school uniform beneath them. His face and hands were dirty, smeared with troll blood and black streaks nobody wanted to guess at. Other than that, he did not appear to be injured in any way. Quite the opposite, as his eyes and expression told Dumbledore that he was feeling quite good, excited even. Dumbledore had seen people, wizards, friends and enemies both, fall into the lust for battle. During the many conflicts he'd been a part of during his long life. What he was seeing in young Justin's eyes was nothing so simple. Rather, the boy's eyes and face, minus the filth that had accumulated there, reminded him of the many students that had passed through these halls, when they had been working hard and tirelessly to master the skills they endeavored to teach here at Hogwarts, and when it finally sunk in and they performed it flawlessly for the first time. That is what Dumbledore saw on young Mr. Finch Fletchley's face there in the foyer amidst a literal battlefield of troll casualties. "Hey everybody," he called, smiling, voice calm and even, though somewhat surprised. "What gives?" Harry said to keep the doors shut till he got back. "I was just keeping busy until Malfoy and Ron got back from getting Hermione." Dumbledore didn't know what to say to that. He couldn't even begin to think of a valid reply. Thankfully, he didn't have to as Professor Sprout stepped forward to address her wayward badger. "Mr. Finch Fletchley," she called, "where is Mr. Sun and the others now?" "Hogwarts dungeons. Why won't it go down?" Draco screamed, unleashing blast after blast with every word. Because you keep bloody holding back on it. Ron yelled back, dodging between the explosions of Draco's blasts and hitting every weak spot on the troll they were fighting that he could reach. So far their tally for the evening was 3 between the two of them, and 36 for Gohan. This was, or would be their 4th. If they could actually take it down. I am not holding back, Draco cried out, actually succeeding in pushing the beast back a step with each concussive blast. Well, then that's just sad, Ron commented as he jumped up from behind the troll. ND launched a flying spin kick at the base of the creature's neck. Its eyes comically bulged out briefly, but then rolled up in its head and it collapsed face forward, unconscious. Okay, Gohan said, clapping his hands clean. I think that was the last one down here. Let's go check on Harry and see if there are any others. If not, I think we can let everybody out of the Great Hall to go back to their dorms. The dungeons are clear anyway. What? But I thought you said there were another 20 or more. Draco protested, out of breath from using his energy. Yeah, there were, Gohan shrugged. Quote, you guys were fighting that one for like 5 or 6 minutes I think. The rest sort of came running when they heard all the noise you were making, so I didn't have to go searching for them like before. You guys okay? You need a minute to rest. Nah, we're good, Ron answered for both, coming down off his own high of being powered up for so long. He was reaching his limit, but he hadn't hit the wall like last time yet. Although he knew it was coming, he just hoped he could eat something before it happened. Hope there's still some food left at the feast when we get there. Malfoy. No answer, or rather no derisive retort. Which was odd in and of itself. Malfoy. The boys turned to find the blonde paler than usual and leaning up against the wall for support. Malfoy. They both called, rushing to help him. Gee, get off. Off of me, Street SSST stew, he couldn't talk. We need to get some food into him, Ron said, thinking it was what he'd been worried about for himself. It made sense to him. Since Draco had been using energy attacks non-stop since this whole little adventure had begun. No, it's not that, Gohan said, concerned. We need to get him to the hospital wing. This isn't energy loss, or even exhaustion. He's too cold, and his life force, Ron. Follow after us. Hurried. Gohan grabbed the Slytherin in a cradle hold and then started flying through the dungeon corridors at an accelerated speed. Soon, despite the sharp corners that they were taking, Ron began falling behind, but he raced to at least keep them in sight. He still wasn't that good at sensing energy, unless it was a targeted attack aimed at him. But he trusted his instincts above whatever his brain told him, so even after he eventually lost sight of them, he somehow knew which turns they'd taken and soon enough. About 30 seconds after Draco and Gohan had emerged there, Ron came out at the entrance to the dungeons at the base of the grand staircase. Sure that Gohan had the Draco situation well in hand, Ron instead turned and made his way to the Great Hall, where he was sure everyone else was waiting, or at least would be gathering. He was right in that at least, as he saw the doors open and students and teachers piling out amidst a whole lot of dead or knocked out troll bodies. Not as surprising, Justin was standing in the middle of said bodies. Hey mate, Ron called as he jumped to his friend. I take it from the open doors that Harry cleared out all the ones up here. Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall shouted, causing the young red-haired boy to flinch. Where on earth have you been? How is it you were out here with Mr. Finch Fletchley? Have you been injured? Where did all these trolls come from anyway? Professor Quirrell only mentioned the one. Minerva, Professor Dumbledore interrupted with his calming influence of authority. Give the boy a chance to speak. Mr. Weasley. Yes sir. Ron unconsciously snapped to attention when addressed by the headmaster. Perhaps you might provide us with some answers. The old wizard gestured to the bodies. Oh, right, I mean, yes sir. Ron stopped himself from rambling further and tried to ember his head of House's questions and to answer them in the proper order. I wasn't out here with Justin, he decided to stay behind and guard the door from the outside. I went after Harry and Gohan and we found Hermione, Granger, sir. Then we split up, Harry and Hermione taking the upper floors, while me, Gohan and Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, sir, went down to the dungeons to take care of the trolls there. Really? The headmaster made some Noises while stroking his beard. Ron wasn't sure if it was a comment, a question, or a statement indicating he should continue. Then he remembered. The part about them asking if he was hurt. Oh. Ron held up his wrapped hand. I'm not hurt too bad, just my hand when I knocked out a troll. And I'm not sure where all of them came from. Harry and Gohan said there were nearly 50 already in the castle by the time we caught up with them. Where are they anyway? How'd you knock it out? Justin asked, trying to be quiet. Knock what out? Ron shot him a confused look. When the Hufflepuff pointed at his hand, his eyes lit up. Oh, I hit it on the head. With my fist. Did manage to knock it out, but it hurt like it really hurt. Yeah, always go for the eyes or the throat on these things. Or the back of the neck. Learned the hard way myself that the top part of their skulls might be mostly empty, but they're the hardest part on them. Justin commented, showing off his own injuries. How many did you bag? He asked, smirking at the pile of bodies around them. Ron grimaced and had to admit the Hufflepuff was pretty awesome. For the feat he'd performed in defending the Great Hall that night. Only 4. But then I was working with Malfoy at the time, so it was shared bagging. Not that he'll admit it. Probably say he G'd all of 'em while I cowered in the corner or something. Gohan did most of the heavy lifting. Took out what had to be half of them just by himself. You know, you could have lied and said you got at least one on your own, Justin said. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, like he'd been gloating. Ron shrugged. Why bother? Just means I have to train harder either way. How did you take all these out yourself anyway? Well, Justin started to say, but was interrupted. If I may interrupt, the headmaster spoke. Gentlemen, where would the young Mr. Sons be, by any chance? I see neither Harry nor Gohan present here. And you are the only ones to have seen them last. For that matter, where is Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy? Oh, Malfoy collapsed from using too much energy, so Gohan flew him up to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey should take care of him, no problem. Ron shrugged off their concerns. Except, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall said, losing patience, that Madame Pomfrey is down here with the rest of us because we've been locked in the Great Hall by Mr. Finch Fletchley. Well, how did Professors Snape and Quirrell get out then? Hermione asked as she floated down from the level above them. Harry right above her. Miss Granger. Professor Flitwick exclaimed. Where have you been? What's going on? I'm sorry, Professor. The young raven apologized, but it is a rather long story. We only just finished with the last of the mountain trolls upstairs. While dealing with them, we came across both Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell. Didn't they return here? No, it would appear they have not. Professor Flitwick commented after looking around. Mr. Sun, what is the meaning of superseding our authority in such a manner? Professor McGonagall demanded of the worn, bloody and bruised young man. The only part of him unmarked was his pants, but that was only because they were black and nobody could see the dirt and stains. No offense, Professor, or to you Headmaster, Harry said tiredly, rubbing the back of his neck. But you were going to have all the students go through the castle to each of their dorms, am I correct in this assumption? The T is the standard procedure for if there is ever a threat to the school or student body, Professor Sprout spoke up. The threat in this case being a troll. In the dungeons, Harry continued. Yes, all the professors agreed. Where the Slytherin dorms are, he added. They each, even Dumbledore, opened their mouths to say something, but the seconds continued to pass and none of them were saying anything. Harry nodded and smiled patronizingly at them. Also, as you can see, he gestured to the killed and or knocked out trolls around them still, there was in fact more than just one single, solitary troll. And your plan was to, after putting the students in harm's way, to split up and each of you search a different part of the dungeon, after the trolls had made their way up the grand staircase. Saiyan were in fact all over the castle grounds. Question. How many of you can take on a fully grown mountain troll with no difficulty whatsoever? Ironically, the hands that were raised came from the students and Professors Dumbledore, Flitwick and McGonagall only. How many of those that raised their hands could handle 50 of those same trolls? Not necessarily all at once, he clarified. His own hand, Hermione's, and Justin's hands were the only ones still in the air. Professors, Harry spoke, his tone serious and no longer light. Take whatever points you want to. Hand out whatever punishments you need to. My actions, the actions of my brother and our friends, they were to save lives and protect the people of this school. I choose to believe, Headmaster, that you were acting out of fear and based on existing protocol, and that was the reason for your choices. And that is perfectly okay. Everybody gets scared, fear is a part of life. I was afraid plenty when facing these trolls, Bait my fear was aimed at the fact that they had gotten into the Great Hall and were hurting people, and I wasn't there to stop it. My reason for superseding your authority, Professor, was that you are acting out of fear would have gotten people killed, at the very least hurt. Harry turned away from them. I chose to take action, not out of fear, but from experience and knowledge. I knew what was out there, how many there were, and where they were. And I know it is easier to protect one defensible location than it is to run around all over the place trying to protect multiple targets. Now, Harry turned and faced Ron and asked him, "What is this I hear about Malfoy collapsing?" "Not to worry, bro." Gohan's voice came from behind them. "I picked up Madame Pomfrey on my way to the hospital wing. She's taking a look at him now." His energy seemed to be crashing, but it was different. Like his magic and his ki were fighting each other all of a sudden. "So, did we get them all?" "Yep," Harry answered. "Thanks in no small part to Justin here for watching the Great Hall." "Ah guys, I wasn't exactly alone. The others were all on the inside, keeping the trolls from getting in behind me is all." Justin tried to downplay his role. "Well," Professor Dumbledore said, breaking the mood somewhat. "All's well that ends well, I always say. Yes, perhaps there is truth in what you were saying, Mr. Sun, but best not to dwell on the past, merely learn from it. Nevertheless, I do hope that in any future altercations such as these, that you might perhaps take the time to at least discuss any needed actions before taking them, with either myself or other nearby professors." "I would be happy to, Professor," Harry replied honestly, Gohan also nodding along and saying, "Right. Just so long as all the professors keep in mind that I personally knocked out or killed over 24 mountain trolls this evening, and I wasn't even being serious about it," he continued smiling. But it was clear that he wasn't just blindly accepting Dumbledore's word to let the professors handle him from that statement. "Of course," Professor Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling. "I sincerely doubt that any of us will forget that any time soon. And to ensure that, I believe some points need to be reallocated. And now Albus, surely you can't mean to punish every student in the castle for the actions of a few." Professor Sprout stepped forward, seeing as it had been one of her Hufflepuffs blocking the door and would undoubtedly receive some of the blame as she saw it. "Punish, my dear Pomona, it is fully my intention to award 10 points each to every student that acted to protect those in the Great Hall, whether that action was to merely sit and wait calmly, or to actually lock the door and prevent it from being opened unnecessarily. As for Mr. Finch Fletchley, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Malfoy, and Miss Granger, 50 points each, for special service to the school. Mr. Sun, since you are absentia from the point system, permit me to just say, thank you. Thank you both very much for what you have done in preventing what could have been a major disaster." "Thank you." Both boys were blushing now, scratching the back of their heads in embarrassment. "You're welcome," they both mumbled, eyes lowered. "Now then, I believe we still have a feast to get back to." He called to the amassed student body. Amidst the cheers, he leaned over and whispered to a still stunned McGonagall, "Minerva, please have the house elves clean all this up, would you?" "Thank you, my dear." With that said, Professor Dumbledore actually led the way back into the Great Hall to resume their interrupted Halloween feast. The man was an absolute party animal by reputation, and it was a reputation well deserved. The students all discovered that evening. End. Episode 10. Hogwarts Halloween Part 2. Okay, it's my own fault for naming names and replying in an author's note in the first place, but honestly people, if you want a reply to the reviews you leave me for this story, you need to sign in. Otherwise, I can't reply. P. Ming works too, promise. Also, some of the more recent ideas that have been leaving for me, absolutely not related to this story. Rather seems like a fic request for a whole other story. Given the requests, I'll see what I can do in regards to a minor, Slayers, cross tie-in. I've got the Nanoa tie-in already written, but in a later chapter. As for the requests regarding styles of magic, shrug it's Hogwarts. May as well assume that it is all part of the education. In particular the ancient runes, arithmancy, charms, and history of magic portions. As far as Harry performing any rituals on himself, we'll see, but defy nightly not in this first story here. Maybe by the latter half of the second or third, which will cover the events of the Chamber of Secrets and the Prisoner of Azkaban, respectively. Anyway, thanks for reading. Please review and sign in when you do. Unless, of course, you don't want me to reply to your review. Hogwarts Quidditch, Episode 11. Hogwarts Quidditch. Fair warning, this is a filler chapter. Purely for character development and timeline progression. No real fighting, no major plot twists, no huge accomplishments. Skip if you want to. Oh, bit of a disclaimer. Also several direct quotes from J.K. Rowling's book, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Chapter 11. Funny coincidence that, isn't it? Closing parenthesis. Things had changed after Halloween. In that why chalked up the entire troll invasion as a typical Halloween at Hogwarts, and nobody was making any more negative remarks about most of the student body training themselves to use ki. Also, Harry and Gohan both gave up their own pretenses and started actually training people again, just not as huge classes or groups. Individual training, scheduled and managed by their friends, who all happened to be in each of the 4 houses. Well, except for Slytherin, that is. Surprisingly, out of the entire house, it was one of the older students in Slytherin that came to them. None of the first years came to Harry or Gohan except to fight, and that was just Draco. Well, actually, there was one exception, Pansy Parkinson. She actually approached them with true honesty, which was another change in and of itself as far as the rest of the school was concerned. She openly admitted that she was training purely to get more power. What was not as commonly known was her answer when Harry asked her what she would do with that power. Not even Gohan had heard what her response was, but whatever it was, Harry personally started training her, and she quickly started making as much progress as his other friends. As for the teachers and headmaster, they acknowledged the students' extracurricular activities the same way any normal school would do the same, by allowing them time but keeping the focus on their studies and insisting that said studies come first before any such extracurricular activities in priority. A prime example was when Professor Flitwick himself, arguably the girl's biggest fan amongst the staff, gave Hermione detention for skipping out on her classes to train instead on Halloween Day. Regardless of the facts that if Hermione hadn't, she probably would have been unable to defend the school, let alone herself, and most likely would have been severely injured if not killed. Nevertheless, the point was made. Hermione's first ever academic punishment was the absolute worst thing she could ever remember happening to her. But that had more to do with the shame she felt from her teacher's lecture than the actual punishment, which was to demonstrate and allow the professor to adequately document her newly discovered abilities at harnessing her mana. A project she actually would have quite enjoyed and volunteered for in any other circumstance, but again the shame of it being her punishment made it very nearly unbearable. The other professors dealt with their respective students in their own way, some better than others. Professor Sinistra in particular found it intolerable when nobody used the stairs to get to her lessons anymore. Thankfully, Dumbledore kept her from giving detention to them all. As for the headmaster, he tried only once more to speak to Harry and Gohan about trying to curb the other students' enthusiasm for the martial arts. Between the two of them, they constructed a rational, logical, and realistic argument why it was better they be fully trained and decide not to use it, than if the day came when they all needed it and couldn't use it for whatever reason. Professor Dumbledore never again asked them to stop training the other students. Professor Snape, while in class, was his usual horrid self, but outside of it, he never said one word about Harry, Gohan and their friends basically saving the school. Which was odd in and of itself. Yet, aside from saying as much, nobody gave it much thought. Except for Hermione. She saw it as further evidence of suspicious behavior. One day, after she was finishing up her detention with Professor Flitwick, she walked past an open door and at first it was just a glance, but then she stopped and went back for a better look. Professor Snape was having Mr. Filch take a look at his leg, which had a bloody awful injury on it. In the form of a dog bite. A very big dog bite. The men immediately noticed her presence and the door basically slammed in her face, but she'd seen enough. Between that ND having seen him running through the hall straight for the forbidden corridor, when he should have been locked in the Great Hall with everybody else, Hermione soon became convinced that their potions professor was, for some reason, after whatever was hidden down there. And Professor Quirrell was probably in on it too. When she confided in Harry and their friends about her suspicions, he didn't laugh it ff. But neither did he join her in her conspiracy. Which was frustrating to no end. You know what this means, don't you? She insisted. He tried to get past that three-headed dog at Halloween. That's where he was going when we saw him. He's after whatever it's guarding. Possibly he could have let the trolls in as a diversion. Or he could have gotten Professor Quirrell to do it. They could be working together. Professor Quirrell, really? Harry gave her an incredulous look. Okay, you have a point there. Then perhaps Professor Quirrell saw Snape leave the Great Hall and followed him and tried to stop him. But no, that doesn't make sense either. She bit her lip as she tried to mull the details of her conspiracy over. Hermione, if you hadn't seen them with your own eyes, what would you be saying to me if I came at you with this idea? Harry tried to derail her further. She snorted and rolled her eyes and said, I would probably say something along the lines of, I know he's not very nice. But he wouldn't try and steal something Dumbledore was keeping safe. But this isn't about Snape being nice. It's about him and Professor Quirrell being in places they really shouldn't have been. Well, maybe you're overthinking things, Harry suggested. Maybe Snape knows some secret way out of the Great Hall, and Quirrell came to just as Snape used it to get out, and then follow him, to get back to the safety of his own office. Well, that would explain Professor Quirrell, and he came upon us before he could get that far, she admitted. But that still does not explain SNA. Pay going straight to the forbidden corridor several minutes earlier. But why would he want it in the first place? What is hidden down there? Harry, you've been down there. Besides a security troll, what all else is down there? What is all of that protecting? I don't know, Harry shrugged. A bunch of stuff. I never paid that much attention to it in the first place. I think it was originally some kind of game corridor. Because it has all this stuff that Ron likes and is trying to convince us are fun games. Hermione frowned. Unfortunately, that didn't really allow her to narrow down the options. Such as, she inquired, brooms, like in that Quidditch game he's trying to convince us to go see. A chess set, but that's after a fun little slide drop thing, like you'd expect at a fun house or playground. Then some flaming lights, again like you'd expect from a fun house, before getting to the room that has the secret passage back to the kitchens. I think the headmaster just made the whole thing forbidden so people would go through the elaborate gaming corridor again. She remarked absently. If nothing else, she'd already been convinced that what Harry and his brother found, and harmless, could very well be quite serious and lethal to the ordinary wizard. Not to mention, she had little doubt that only Harry and his family could get past that dog in the first place. Harry groaned suddenly. Speak of the devil, hey Ron, what has you so excited this blustery winter morning? Hermione looked up. Today Harry was sitting at the Hufflepuff table, and she'd joined him as a matter of course. That was another of the things that had changed. Nobody much cared about the house divisions anymore, not in the public areas of the school at least. Ron was walking up to them, a huge grin on his face. Neville trailing along behind, no grin. Are you kidding? Ron exclaimed in the face of Harry's question. You are kidding, right? Today is the first Quidditch match of the season. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. We're going to cream those snakes. Harry's eyes had glazed over and he was focusing more on his food than what Ron was saying. You're all coming, of course. The redhead stated with impunity. That got everyone's attention. What? They all shouted together, even Neville, who'd hoped to ask Harry and Hermione for some training tips so he could get out of it. Why? Gohan asked, ever the honest one. Why? Ron repeated, incredulous. Why? Why? Only because Quidditch is the greatest sport ever invented. Come on, it'll be fun. Gohan snorted, commenting under his breath. Not if you believe Yamcha about baseball. Or Dean Thomas about football, Neville added, proving he hadn't been as quiet as he thought. Or my father about basketball, Hermione sighed long-sufferingly. Or just about any man or woman about their sport. Harry ended the trend before it could go any farther. But Quidditch isn't even something the rest of us have ever seen, Ron. You can understand our reluctance, right? So come see just how awesome it is. He begged them. Harry winced. He'd walked right into that one. He sighed and shrugged, throwing up his hands in defeat. Fine, I'll come. Won't speak for everybody else, but I'll at least give it a chance. Quietly he added under his breath, still bringing a book though in case it's as boring as I expect it to be. Great, you won't regret it, Ron exclaimed. Bet I will, he muttered, rubbing away the phantom headache he felt coming on. Might as well, Gohan grumbled. I have better things to do with, Hermione started to say. But warning looks from Harry, Gohan and Neville forced her to reevaluate her word choice. With my time then, staying inside all day. She sighed, expression matching the others. I'll come too, though I don't see why I have to. It's Gryffindor and Slytherin, not Ravenclaw. Ron ignored her protests and soon had everyone else convinced and saying they were coming. Though they'd all rather be studying or training on a Saturday. By 11 o'clock, seemingly the whole school had migrated to the Quidditch pitch and filled in the stands of the unique magical stadium. Many students had binoculars, or the magical equivalent. Apparently, despite the stands being so high up, it was difficult to keep track of what was going on during a game sometimes. The motley crew from all four houses joined Ron and Neville's other roommates, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, the football fan. Up at the top row of the Gryffindor stands. There were 4 towers, one for each of the houses. Below and between them was the oval-shaped pitch with the goal posts, 3 on either side. Madame Hooch was refereeing. She stood in the middle of the field waiting for the 2 teams, her broom in her hand. Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you, she could be heard saying, once they were all gathered around her. Harry noticed that she seemed to be speaking particularly to the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint. The burly 5th year that had tried to cheat Neville during initial training. Only Ron and Seamus around them seemed to get excited as the final preparations began for the game to actually begin. The rest were doing their best to stave off boredom. Mount your brooms, please. Madame Hooch gave a loud blast on her silver whistle. 15 brooms rose up high into the air. They were off. Lee Jordan was giving commentary from the front of the Gryffindor Tower. And the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too. Jordan, Professor McGonagall shouted, practically in his ear. Sorry, Professor, he quickly apologized. And she's really belting along up there. A neat pass to Alicia Spinnet, a good find of Oliver Woods. Last year only a reserve back to Johnson and no, the Slytherins have taken the quaffle. Slytherin captain Marcus Flint gains the quaffle and off he goes Flint FLYI. Ing like an eagle up there he's going to SC no, stopped by an excellent move by Gryffindor keeper Wood and the Gryffindors take the quaffle. That's chaser Katie Bell of Gryffindor there, nice dive around Flint, off up the field and ouch. That must have hurt, hit in the back of the head by a bludger quaffle taken by the Slytherins. That's Adrian Pusey speeding off toward the goal posts, but he's blow. CKED by a second bludger sent his way by Fred or George Weasley, can't tell which. Nice play by the Gryffindor beater. Anyway, and Johnson back in possession of the quaffle, a clear field AEAD and off. She goes. She's really flying, dodges a speeding bludger. The goal posts are ahead. Come on, now, Angelina keeper Bletchley. Dives, misses. Gryffindor's score. Gryffindor cheers filled the cold air, with howls and moans from the Slytherins. Up in the stands, Harry and Gohan exchanged looks, before turning to examine their other friends. Justin and Neville were keeping their eyes on the game, though they weren't as excited about it as Ron was. It was clear there was at least an interest for them. Hermione on the other hand had already picked up her book and was casually flipping through it, only OCC. Occasionally glancing up before rolling her eyes in disgust. Harry sighed, and said to his brother, this is going to be hard. Oh. How do you figure? Gohan asked. Look at how slow they're moving. And they're relying on those brooms to fly, when every single one of them could fly faster without even trying. This is so boring, he stated, highlighting it with one more big sigh. Gohan laughed, earning an angry look from his brother. But that didn't stop him. He did explain though by saying, "Harry, you say that about all sports. Remember that baseball game of Yamcha's we went to? You said practically the same things about Yamcha in that game. You promised to come. Deal with it, bro." Harry opened his mouth to protest, but couldn't think of anything to refute it, so he just huffed, crossed his arms and settled in for the long haul. Until a flash of gold caught his eye. While Gohan was distracted by Slytherin shooting a bludger at the Gryffindor Seeker, and the poor girl nearly falling off her broom in effort to avoid it. Harry flashed away from his seat for just an eye blink and was back before anyone, even Gohan, had noticed. He did turn and give the green-eyed boy a suspicious glare, but saw nothing to incriminate him, so didn't say anything. "Slytherin in possession," Lee Jordan was saying. "Chaser Pusey ducks 2 bludgers, 2 Weasleys, and Chaser Bell, and speeds toward the wait a moment was that the snitch." A murmur ran through the crowd as Adrian Pusey dropped the quaffle, too busy looking over his shoulder at the flash of gold that had caught his eye. Katie, however, wasn't distracted in the slightest and caught it before making a run at the Slytherin goals. The Seekers of both teams were zigzagging all over the place, trying to catch sight of the elusive snitch, but as it turned out. "Oh, sorry about that, folks," Lee apologized to the crowd. "Fred George, whichever, take off the gold watch, would you?" Chaser Bell has possession and is making her way unopposed to the Slytherin goal posts. "Oh, sorry about that," has made the goal on the Slytherin keeper. Harry yawned and leaned back in his seat, staring up at the clouds, hands behind his head. Nobody noticed the flutter coming from beneath his robes, and if they did, they blamed it on the wind and how he was laying back. Deciding to treat the whole thing the same way he did his detentions, as a training opportunity. Harry opened up with his senses and meditated on improving his skill with sensing and tracking energy, both magical and non-magical. His eyes unfocused, drifting along with the clouds, aware of the ebb and flow of life and magic all around him. He could sense the magic in the brooms, in the people around him, and especially in the little winged golden ball stuck in his back pocket. The enchantments on it were interesting, to say the least. Memory flesh, animated wings, sensory magic, and what could be runes that alternated the magic like the circuits on a computer chip. Probably a program, or the magical equivalent, that randomized what direction it was flying in at what time and all that. Good thing he'd grabbed the thing with his robes. The moment it made contact with human flesh, it would send out a signal to end the game. He figured it was fitting that everybody else be made to feel as bored with this whole thing as he was. The only way to make that happen though, he figured, was to have them keep playing until they gave up and got bored with it. Ron had already told them that it had happened where a single Quidditch game went on for days, so that both EAMS had to keep switching out players so they could rest and eat. Harry seriously doubted that Dumbledore would allow it to go on for that long, given how he preached about keeping the students safe and whatnot. An hour later, the scoring had gotten rather ridiculous, as Gryffindor lead, despite Slytherin's rather blatant cheating on all fronts, giving Gryffindor plenty of penalty shots, which they made every one. But as good as Wood and the Chasers were, they couldn't keep the quaffle out of the other team's hands forever, and Wood was bound to miss at least a few shots every now and then. Still, aside from the false alarm with George's watch, there had been neither hide nor feather of the snitch. Harry was still staring up at the clouds, meditating. Hermione had finished one book and was starting another, no longer looking up from it at all. Justin and Neville, and a few others, had resorted to playing Exploding Snap and other one-on-one wizarding games there on the benches. Gohan had also finally given in and pulled out a book of his own and was idly flipping through it next to Hermione. Ron though, he was still struck by the gameplay and wasn't missing a second of it. 2 hours after that, more than half those that had originally come to the game had trickled back up to the school or just wandered off to do other things. Harry had actually been one of the first to leave, getting permission from Ron first, of course. Hermione, Gohan and half of those in the Gryffindor stands actually soon followed after, leaving only Lee Jordan, Professor McGonagall, and the die-hardcore Quidditch fans like Ron. It was still enough to fill every bench with at least 2 people each. Being careful not to let it touch his skin, Harry put the trapped snitch into a glass jar in his and Gohan's room. Making sure to leave the window open, that way it would look like it had somehow drifted and entrapped itself. Just in case. Then he went back outside to train with Hermione, Gohan, Justin and Neville. Another few hours later, they were heading back inside, surprised to see some people still in the stands and the game still going on. Neville couldn't help asking, "What do you think happened to the snitch?" "We care about that, why?" Harry couldn't stop himself from saying, the little bit of guilt he was feeling making his tone sound harsh. "Well, they can't end the game without it, from what I hear," Justin said. "Says who?" Harry exclaimed. "They can stop playing any time they want. Dumbledore won't let it go past sundown. He'll force them to stop, for their own safety. Air school children, for crying out loud. There is no reason to expect school children to play by the same rules as consummate professionals." "You stole it, didn't you?" Gohan accused with a sigh. "It's boring," Harry shouted, defending himself. "They'll all see when they force themselves to sit there and keep watching the game go on for so long. Besides, it practically flew right up to me. And you do get that I was bored, right? It's just a harmless prank." "Harry," Hermione exclaimed, "I cannot believe you would do something like that." "Yeah, that's more like something the Weasley twins would do. Only, they never prank Quidditch," Neville commented. "Or so I hear anyway." "Well, I'm sure they'll get a laugh out of it after they finally stop flying around on those things," he shrugged, the guilt surging a bit more. "Give it back, Harry," Gohan ordered. "I don't have it," he answered sullenly. "I said," Gohan growled, grabbing the boy by the collar and forcefully turning him around, "give it back. I left it in our room under a jar," Harry yelled in his face, tearing himself out of the half-Saiyan's grasp. "It's probably already gotten out by now anyway. I left the window open." Gohan sneered, angry at his brother, and turned away. "I can't believe you would do something like this, Harry," Hermione mournfully remarked. "Yeah, well," Harry ducked his head, avoiding her gaze. "I was bored. I'll apologize to everyone later." Silent, he shuffled into the castle, feeling the burn of her gaze the whole way. To everyone's surprise, however, the Quidditch game was not halted at sundown. Instead, torches and other magical light sources were ignited and put all around the pitch. Professor Dumbledore, though worried, was not stopping the game like Harry, not to mention everyone else, had expected. Dinner was being served and Gohan had long since thrown the snitch out of the open window, but it had flown off who knows where. He couldn't even say that it had gone in the direction of the game, as all he'd done was picked up the jar and tossed the contents out into the open air without touching it directly. The points had actually gotten into the thousands by the time dinner was over. Though Gryffindor still had a hefty lead, Ron, and a few other die-hard fans, hadn't once left their seats, some of them getting friends to go and get food for them when their hunger became a distraction. The actual Quidditch teams had used their timeouts to rest and get food for themselves, and after it had gone into its second hour with no sign of the snitch, Dumbledore had permitted each team to gain an extra timeout for every hour that passed them by. Disgusted, Harry finally tracked down the snitch. It was stuck in a crow's nest in the forest, wrapped it up in his robe, and took off for the still ongoing game. Flying, rather than climbing, up the stadium tower, Harry appeared before the headmaster, fists on his hips. "And you called me irresponsible?" The 11-year-old shouted at the 109-year-old, or at least strongly implied it. "Why are you allowing this to go on? Screw the fact that I could literally play this game, all positions, in my sleep. It's so boring. There are maybe 3 children at most playing that are older than 16, let alone 17, the age of majority for wizards. The rest are younger than that by years. You should have called this game at sundown, not lit barely visible torches here and there." "The snitch has yet to be found, Mr. Sun," Professor McGonagall stated, a bit on edge after the very long and tiring day. But still coming to her employer's defense. "If you knew anything about the rules of this boring game, as you call it, then you would know the game cannot end until the snitch is found and caught. Until that happens, the rules are clear. And as you can see, the snitch has not been caught. That's because I stole it, Harry screamed, releasing the flying gold ball from his robes. For the first time since catching it, he reached out and grabbed it with his bare hands. The horn ending the game finally sounded and no further points awarded. You, McGonagall was so furious that she couldn't even speak. If you'd come in like I expected, I would have returned it and apologized and taken any punishment you said I deserved. Harry shouted at them. Instead you keep this travesty of a game going far past where anybody with real sense would have stopped. As bad as what I did, you lot made it worse by far. Unexpectedly, the teachers, even Professor Dumbledore himself, winced and cringed at his accusations. They'd known something was wrong after the first hour. Never in all the history of the game being played at Hogwarts had any game gone past 1 hour. Halfway through the second, each of the professors tried to subtly summon the snitch to them. Even Professor Dumbledore, with his unique wand and greater knowledge and power, on a bathroom break, had tried every means of retrieving the snitch he could think of. Nevertheless, Professor McGonagall was correct in that the rules were quite clear. The game doesn't end until the snitch is caught. That was their reasoning anyway. You stole the snitch, Mr. Sun? Dumbledore asked. Yes, obviously. Harry held the gold ball up under the old man's long and crooked nose. How? Came the next question. Yes, twinkling as he smiled beneath his beard. While I was sitting in the stands, obviously. The angry boy exclaimed. Gohan looked away for a couple seconds. I saw where the bloody thing was, grabbed it in my robes and then sat on it. And I mean I was sitting with it between me and the bench seat, until the others finally realized how boring this game is and I left it in my room since then. Dumbledore frowned, while thinking. That explains it. The first tower is just outside the range of the summoning spell from this location. Brilliant mate, Fred said, flying over to see what the commotion was. And having heard what Harry did. Bloody brilliant, George agreed, coming in on the other side. Why'd you have to go and end it so soon, mate? You had a great run going. Best prank seen this year so far. Because it was supposed to be a harmless prank. He turned a glare on the adults. If there was decent lighting I might have actually let it go to dawn, just to see if they would take it that far. But instead the only thing you do is light some torches that barely light up the space a few feet around them, and have the older students cast a couple light spells for themselves. I get that me and my family have a skewed view of what is and isn't really harmful, but this takes the cake. At least we know what we can do. No harm, Harry, Fred chuffed the younger wizard on the shoulder. Just a few extra splinters here and there. And some brooms sore. Wood's training. Well, okay, Wood's training has never gone on for this long, but that's what makes it a great prank. Quote, why did you guys keep playing for so long anyway? Harry asked, still standing in midair before the professors. The game plays until the snitch is caught, they both answered as one. That's the rules. For professional Quidditch, Harry screamed. This is supposed to be a school sport. Which means it does not follow the same rules, because guess what? School children don't get held up to the same expectations as adults do. And before any of you, he turned and pointed at the adults, say something about my abilities and what I've shown everyone else had to do, consider this. If this had happened anyway, would you still have kept the game going, making children keep playing at the same level as adults, whether I'd come to Hogwarts and shown everyone just how capable they could be? Something else to consider. How would this game have been played if they didn't play on those pathetic enchanted things? Pathetic, Madame Hooch exclaimed, having landed in the stadium tower to stand next to the other professors. Fred, George, drop those things, now, Harry ordered, not bothering to look to see if they'd obeyed or not. The Weasley twins shot each other a glance, shrugged, then D.S. mounted while still in midair next to Harry, and then let their brooms fall to the floor of the tower in front of them. They remained exactly where they were in the space before them. Harry then, ashed to the box where the bludgers were kept and grabbed one of them, easily keeping it held in one hand, startling some of the adults there when he flickered, and was then seen holding the potentially lethal flying iron ball. Still got your bats? Harry asked. Don't hold back, just hit them back and forth between yourselves. And do not hold back. He threw the bludger at Fred, at such a velocity that it had no opportunity to change direction or alter its own momentum. Whoa! Fred leapt back in the air and instinctively swung his bat at it, aiming it at George. I said don't hold back. Harry screamed at George. Bugger. George muttered under his breath while channeling his ki into his arm and into the beater bat in his hand. When he hit the bludger, it was with over 10 times as much force as the old piece of school property ever had been hit with in the number of years it had been in use. It was dented immediately and flew at just this side of the speed of sound back at Fred, who hit it with double the amount of force. In an ever-increasing tableau of speed and force, the two Gryffindor beaters basically played three-dimensional ping-pong with the bludger, and before too long the speed at which it was moving made it was nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Then George's bat broke hitting it, and Fred's in the return shot. Harry's hand snapped out even faster. Then the bludger was moving and caught it, though not without considerable and visible strain on the younger boy's part. He even brought up his second hand to help hold it after the initial catch, his muscles bulging briefly as he used his energy to arrest that of the magically enchanted object. When he revealed it, it no longer tried to fly off, its metal was so horribly warped it looked more like a paper wad made of iron rather than the true sphere it was supposed to be. Can professional Quidditch players do that? Harry asked, disgusted. He tossed the worthless scrap of iron at the feet of the teachers. Teachers who'd just learned a hard lesson. Harry, Professor Dumbledore tried to say, but a scathing look from the angry boy stopped him. Mr. Sun, you have made your point. Nevertheless, your actions this evening. My actions, Harry repeated. My actions. My actions were that of an 11-year-old boy bored with his situation and trying to play a harmless joke on his classmates. Something that should have warranted a detention or similar punishment. Your actions, however. He flew back away from the tower and turned toward the castle. Over his shoulder he said, your actions make mine moot, Professor. Assign whatever punishments you want. I will not be attending them. And I believe I've proved more than once that there is not a single thing you can do to make me. And by all means, bring my mother and father into this. If you pull that card, I'll take the punishment, but I will never respect any of you ever again. Good night. With that said, he flew back to the castle at his top speed. The trail of his key flame lighting up the night more than any of the torches or Lumos spells had all evening. The golden snitch, in his wake as the trail slowly faded, flut read back and landed in Professor Dumbledore's lap. Hogwarts. December. First year. Harry was not punished. In the end, after a lengthy time away visiting with the Board of Governors, Professor Dumbledore finally announced a change of the rules for Quidditch at Hogwarts. They would no longer play until the snitch was caught, or rather if the snitch wasn't caught, then they would play for exactly 1 hour. And then after that the team with the most points, the snitch's 150 points not applied of course, would be declared the winner. Also, every member of every Quidditch team, even the Slytherin team, pestered Harry and Gohan. The Slytherins went to Gohan rather than Harry until they finally agreed to train them in more subtle uses of their new abilities. After all, Fred and George didn't want to have to keep replacing beater bats. And no one wanted to see what would happen to them if they were ever hit by a bludger hit that hard. Not to mention each of the Seekers wanted to learn how Harry had tracked and caught the snitch so quickly, which led to energy sensing and tracking lessons. Mostly this consisted of talking and then practicing. For sensing, that was mostly just trying to identify and focus on one spark of energy amidst everything around them and then tracking it. For control, well, there was nothing to it except getting a bat and a ball and having them hit it, practicing using their ki to boost the shot until they had it just right. This was all done, of course, during the team's normal practice times. But all Harry and Gohan had to do was show up, tell them how to do what they wanted to do, and then leave them to practice on their own. Harry, meanwhile, had to deal with his friends' reactions to what he'd done, which was almost worse than any real punishment. On the bright side, he found himself with more time to study and for solo training. On the other hand, that rut of boredom was what he was trying to avoid in the first place by teaching his skills to the other students. Eventually they realized they were just as miserable, if not more so, as they were making Harry with ignoring and avoiding him. So, after only 3 days of the silent treatment, Hermione, Justin, Neville and Ron cornered him after class and told him there was only one way he was going to earn their forgiveness. Especially Ron's, since he was the only one of them really hung up on how Harry found Quidditch so boring. He had to teach them one of his special techniques, and not in a way where everybody could learn about it either. Gohan, who'd forgiven Harry that night when he'd witnessed the teachers make the prank so much worse than it should have been, didn't have a problem with it and even offered to throw in some of his own techniques, as their avoiding Harry meant they avoided him too. All agree, Harry told them, on the added stipulation that I don't get needlessly blamed for when my harmless pranks get blown way out of proportion by unknown third parties. You won't be, Hermione started to say, but Neville silenced her with a hand on her shoulder and a stern look that said not to be unreasonable. Accepted, Justin answered for her and nodded, holding out his hand to shake on it. We'll always have your back, Harry, even for something as insignificant as a prank. All right, let's do this, Harry sighed. Come on. He took off towards the mountains through the air. We are not doing this anywhere near the school. You're the ones that said you didn't want to be spied on. Gohan just shrugged at them and followed his brother into the sky. One by one, the others followed. They went a lot further than they ever had for training before. They actually went over the mountains until Hermione was quite certain they were no longer in the hidden VA. Where Hogwarts and Hogsmeade and the Forbidden Forest were located. After about 10 straight minutes of flying, though they certainly didn't go in a straight line during that time, sometimes even doubling back and going back towards the castle before changing directions again, they came to an open flat area that was at a higher elevation than they were used to, but thankfully not covered in rocks or trees either. At least not until it started to slope down. Okay, Harry said once they all landed and were recuperated from the expended energy of getting there. The deal was I would teach you each one of my special techniques. Not all of them. So, Gohan can bother teaching you more if you want, but first things first, you have to pick. Now, given that Hermione has recently learned how our magic works well enough to utilize her mana like her ki, I'll be showing off some of my mana attacks as well. You can pick from any of them. But since he did go ahead and volunteer, I'll let Gohan go first. And anything he does that I can do as well, I merely won't repeat, but I will let you know whether or not I can teach it. Lazy, Gohan commented, stepping away from the group, facing towards the distant shore. Though there were mountains and who knew how many miles of land between them, the sea breeze coming in from the west could not be mistaken. All right, first up, my most useful and kinda favorite technique, the Masenko. Or Demon Flash when translated into English. Pretty basic, and can be adapted to almost any situation, doing enough damage to set up for better follow-up attacks. Or being the final attack if you put enough energy into it after a good barrage. Okay, here goes. Gohan then focused on a distant target, the side of one of the nearby mountains. It was far enough away the energy of the blast should have dissipated enough he wouldn't absolutely destroy it and have people asking where the mountain had gone to. Gathering energy quickly, he raised his hands above his head, one in front of the other. And a yellow-red energy sphere began to form there. Once the red had phased to yellow and some of the yellow to white, he screamed out and fired the attack, Ma-sen-ko ha. He brought his hands down in front of him, the golden-white energy beam flashing across the distance to the mountain, outshining the sun in the immediate area, before exploding with a tr. Tremendous blast that they all could feel from where they stood on the plateau. Nodding, satisfied, Gohan turned back to face his friends. I learned that from Piccolo. Next, I'll show you my dad's favorite technique. The Kamehameha, or the Turtle Destruction Wave translated into English. Turning to the same spot on the mountain, this time Gohan brought his hands down by his hip, one foot in front of the other to stabilize. He began gathering energy, this time a pure white, tinged with blue at the edges, energy ball formed between his hands as he began to intone the attack. Ka-me-ha-me-ha. Once he reached the end of the word, he brought his hands together, twisting them around a bit, and took a step forward so his feet were side by side. As bright and devastating as the Masenko had been, the Kamehameha was 10 times worse in all ways. The light of the beam was so bright that despite the sun being out, for the surrounding area at least, everywhere around the path of the energy beam, appeared as though it were night in comparison. The explosion from the impact actually flash-blinded anybody looking at it, and roughly half the mountain had been eaten away in the attack, leaving it looking like a burnt stick or stump after the tree was burned down. "Bloody hell," Ron exclaimed, having been stunned after the first demonstration, but this one deserved comment and then some. "Ron, language," Hermione admonished him. "Oh, I'm not done yet," Gohan informed them. "Last one, I also learned from Piccolo, though it takes a bit to power up. It's called the special beam cannon." That said, he brought 2 fingers up to his eyes and began focusing his energy into the attack. After a couple minutes, his fingers were sparking and glowing with barely restrained power. Another minute, and he brought the fingers to bear on the abused mountain range while shouting, "Special beam cannon." A spiral of orange-red energy shot out in an unusually straight beam, exploding only once it was partway into the mountain, doing nearly as much damage as the Kamehameha without as much flash. "Hey, beat that bro," Gohan grinned, knowing Harry only had one other technique to offer that weren't the same ones he'd just demonstrated. Gladly, Harry smirked, knowing a few tricks that Gohan didn't know about. First off, he said to his friends, who were still staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed, "I can do all the same techniques Gohan just demonstrated, so I won't bother repeating, since you've already seen them. This one is my own special development. It's a bit weaker destructively speaking, but nevertheless just as adaptive and useful. I based it off of the Masenko and special beam cannon while training with Gohan and Piccolo. Basically, I just underpowered 2 Masenko blasts and then switched the polarity of one to make it spiral like the special beam cannon. I've come up with a few varieties over the years, an overpowered one that is the Masenko with a spiral, a close-range one with smaller movements but twice the power, and even an ultimate variation that makes it more like the Kamehameha. Just get on with it," Gohan cried out. "Spoilsport," Harry called back at him, but started gathering his energy, focusing on a different mountain on the other side of the plateau from where Gohan had fired his attacks. This is called the Tenshika, or Heaven Glare. Not literally translated, by the way. Holding out his arms to either side, he formed 2 red-orange balls in either hand, while keeping his body in tense T-shape. Once he'd prepared the chosen amount of energy, he intoned the attack while moving his body at the same time, firing it at a distant cliff face. Tenshika. He brought each arm together in a mirror of a yin-yang circle, his left arm going above, his right arm going below, and bringing the 2 energy balls together in front of him, before rearing back with the combined energy sphere and then pushing it forward, unleashing a stream of spira ling orange energy on par with the Masenko attack, the explosion just as massive and felt from where they stood, and tearing a decent-sized chunk out of the mountain too. Harry smirked over his shoulder at Gohan, who just smirked back. Not impressed apparently. Have to see what he could do about that, Harry thought to himself. Blood. Ron stopped himself, casting a sidelong glance at Hermione. Whoa. That was wicked, mate. It looks complicated, Justin commented. Compared to the others, Well, you don't go around starting a fight with something like this, or even throwing them out so casually. These are fight-finishing moves, only to be used when you're either up against a wall, or looking to end the fight once and for all, Harry explained. Besides, I got a couple others to show you too. Wait, you do? What? Gohan exclaimed. You'll see, Harry said, smiling. I'll explain the origins and everything after. For now, enjoy the show with the rest of them. N began gathering energy while holding one hand out, fingers extended like he was going to create an energy ball, only one never formed, while using the other hand to hold the first by the wrist. He reached and passed the level of energy needed for the basic Kamehameha, Gohan called out in worry. Harry, what is it exactly that you're doing? Wait for it, he grunted between the strain of maintaining the energy buildup. Each of his fingers began to glow and spark with contained energy, just like Gohan's did when he fired the special beam cannon. Have to keep it balanced. Apparently the power buildup had finally completed as he closed his fingers in a fist, his whole hand lighting up from the energy, sparks discharging randomly from it, bringing the empowered fist up to his forehead. He took a moment to select his target on the far mountainside, and once he had, he brought his fist forth, fingers now extended straight while screaming, "Ultimate Beam Cannon." A B.M of spiraling energy as thick around as the Kamehameha, though golden-white instead of white-blue, shot out in a straight beam and drilled straight through the mountain, and out the other side to D.G halfway through the next one before finally exploding. "Hey," an exhausted Harry said, out of breath. "I took the basic concept of the special beam cannon and multiplied it. At first I just used one extra finger, or beam to the spiral. Found it easier to use 4 when I tried it. 5 felt as lopsided as 3 did, but that one, I fire the main beam from the palm and then the added energies of alternating frequencies from the fingers. It's impractical, takes as long as the special beam cannon originally took to power up with twice as much concentration, but," he gestured at the still burning results of his demonstration. "That was me holding back on what I could really put into it." "Does Piccolo know you're trying this?" Gohan asked, concerned. Harry shook his head no. "Neither does Dad. I've only been practicing the basic concepts in training with them and you. I've only fired this one a total of 4 times, counting this time. The others I mentioned, I tried the 4-fingered IAL beam cannon against Piccolo in one of our training sessions over the summer. He told me I had screwed up trying to use his technique and proceeded to show me how. Repeatedly." "Oh, so that's what happened," Gohan remarked, like some long-time private mystery of his had finally been solved. "Yeah, I still don't like to talk about it," Harry shuffled uncomfortably. "Anyway, last demonstration, then we'll need to head back. This should be enough to whet all your appetites, and once you've made your decision, we'll start training you in how to use your chosen technique." "Wait, you've still got another technique you've been holding out on?" Gohan exclaimed. Harry blushed, scratching the back of his head, embarrassed. "Not really. This is well, it's a mana attack technically." "Oh," Gohan said. "All right then, let's see it. I've seen enough of those mana balls and homemade SPLLS of yours to know that it's no joke. I'd like to see exactly what something like our techniques would be like." "Well, first of all," he said as disclaimer, "I did not invent or create this myself. I've only been able to control my mana for a short number of years. And yeah, I've managed to get fine control over my magic to create my own spells, but I just want it made clear that in no way am I good enough to do this by instinct alone. It's a spell that I picked up from Baba Uranai, under her explicit instruction by the way." Quote, "All right, we get it, show us." Ron shouted, impatient. "What he said," Gohan agreed. Fine, Harry sighed and then stood perfectly still. For about a second, around his fist a green ribbon of energy with white flowing runes written as part of it appeared. The ribbon came together as a perfect circle and another appeared in front of him a little bigger. The green was the same shining emerald of his eyes and the color of his standard mana. He drew back his fist with the ring around it so that it lined up perfectly with the ring in front of him. Between the two, a third ribbon and then ring appeared, much larger and wider, big enough that they could all clearly make out the runes spinning around on the ring of pure magical energy, but one of them could understand the writing at all. At the center of this larger ring, a concentrated mana sphere began to form and grow. "Divine," Harry intoned, his voice taking on an ethereal quality. Why as the sphere began to shine brighter and brighter, a blinding emerald forest green light, almost reaching the confines of the ring creating it. He then brought his fist forward in a flash move, hitting the sphere as he screamed out. "Buster!" A beam of blinding green light exploded out from the magic rings and the damage to the mountains actually superseded all the techniques so far, as when the light and smoke from the attack had subsided, there was a giant hole in the mountain big enough that even from a distance they could see clear through to the other side, and the holes made in the mountains behind that one. Whoops, Harry gulped, clearly not having intended to go so far. "I'm still working on that one. Control apparently needs some work. I'll say," Gohan commented, as stunned as the rest. "And for the same reasons too." Let's get back," Harry suggested. They all quickly agreed and they flew back to Hogwarts at top speed. End. Episode 11. Hogwarts Quidditch. Hogwarts Holiday. Episode 12. Hogwarts Holiday. The second week of December, all the heads of house went around making a list of all the students staying at the school for the holidays. It was generally assumed that if you did not sign up to stay at Hogwarts, you couldn't stay at Hogwarts and had to go home on the train, which would be leaving Hogsmeade Station for London a few days before Christmas. A week after that, Hogwarts woke to find itself covered in several feet of snow. The lake froze solid and the Weasley twins were punished for bewitching several snowballs so that they followed Quirrell around, bouncing off the back of his turban. The few owls that managed to battle their way through the stormy sky to deliver mail had to be nursed back to health by Hagrid before they could fly off again. Hardly anyone could wait for the holidays to start. As for training, it was made more difficult by the change in temperatures, but the older years were very generous with warming charms in the morning and afternoon. And the charms lasted at least through the hour everybody decided to remain outdoors. A few had tried using their ki to keep themselves warmed up, but were disappointed to learn that it didn't work that way. In fact, the cold weather often made it increasingly difficult to channel and use their ki at all. Nevertheless, everybody wanted to be able to keep doing the things they were discovering they could do. And it had been strongly hinted by both Harry and his brother that even the older years who were further along had barely scratched the surface of what these abilities would enable them to do. To save time, and to keep as warm as possible during their training, everybody started gathering in the main hall for warming charms and conversation before heading out into the snow. Heading out together, people could keep track of each other and knew when someone fell behind or got lost or hurt. Mostly, during these wintry days, it consisted of warming up in the courtyard, running laps around the lake, and then free for all until breakfast. By free for all, some took that to mean flying practice, some took it to mean sparring time, and still others took it to mean blowing things up with energy blasts. It was also when Harry and Gohan revealed to the rest their own training regimen, the bulk of which was done at night in their private training room no one knew about. But they saved their sparring for the morning hours so everybody could get sneak previews of what could be possible. The cold weather made it more difficult, but that just added to the challenge for the brothers. Afternoons were now when everybody could pester ask questions of the Sun brothers, getting the hints and whatnot that Harry had been forced to hold back on due to Dumbledore's interference. Harry still wasn't outright training everybody the same way he had at first, but since the Quidditch incident, as people kept calling it, which had all but guaranteed Gryffindor the Quidditch Cup from the accumulated points alone, he no longer bothered keeping information back, instead quite happy to help those that asked him for it. Gohan, quite frankly, was amazed at his brother. He still had trouble just talking to some people, girl-type people especially, and while he could easily do and perform any fighting style or key technique that they knew, and had very little difficulty in learning and mastering new ones, he couldn't quite teach it to others. It all came so easily to him that he never really thought of it in terms other than what and how he'd learned it, and apparently his way was definitely not for everybody. Harry, on the other hand, origins and learning stumps aside, was as powerful and skilled as Gohan himself, and yet when he taught someone they were able to grasp it in only a few moments, and it wasn't long before they were practicing their first few attempts. Even if they didn't get it right away, it was just as clear that they'd learned from their mistakes and knew exactly how to correct it thanks to Harry's teachings. To the young half-Saiyan prodigy, it was nothing short of amazing. And so it was, on the weekend before everyone was set to leave. None of Harry's friends were staying behind and both the brothers were flying home. Straight from Hogwarts. It was easier than leaving from downtown London that Harry and Gohan decided to Avenue one last big training session with everyone. Sort of show them all where they each stood and how they could improve further. They decided that rather than running and exercising and practicing, would finally introduce the concept of martial arts, fighting basically, to the Wizards of Britain. By having everybody fight each other in practice fights, aka sparring. All right, everyone settle down. Harry called from a few feet in the air, putting him above the crowd so everyone could see him and he could see most of them. I know it's cold, but the sun is out, and the snow makes for a nice backdrop anyway. Reason I asked you lot to come out in your training clothes rather than warm winter clothes is quite simply those warm winter clothes are impossible to move in and you are going to be doing a lot of moving today. He waited for them to stop grumbling before continuing. Since most of us are going home for the holidays in a couple days' time, I thought we might do something special today. You going to teach us those brilliant beam attacks? Somebody amongst the crowd asked. Or how to make really big explosions? Another inquired. Or is this just another bloody exercise? Someone at the back questioned. No, and kind of, he smirked, NSWERING in order. We're going to be sparring today. And I don't mean all of you against me, one-on-one or not, that would be counterproductive. Instead you lot are going to be fighting each other. There was some uncomfortable muttering and shifting as people looked askance at one another, confused and a bit put off by his words. What I mean is that you'll be practicing against one another, he clarified. Like when Fred and George played catch with a bludger. Just using ki instead of bats and magic cannonballs. Well, you lot are going to be doing the same. Gohan and I will pair you off, and then the two of you will start with throwing ki blasts at one another and blocking with the energy shields that we showed you how to do last week. Gohan and I will be on hand to keep things from getting out of control, so don't worry about holding back. This is an opportunity for you to see exactly what you can do now. So please, do not hold back. As that would be a disservice to yourself and your partner, as they may not be holding back, and if you are actually stronger than them, they wouldn't know it because you held back. Same way you wouldn't know because they may actually be stronger, and also holding back and still beating you. Alright Gohan, let's pair them off. With that said, the Sun brothers flit through the crowd and started squaring everyone away. In some cases, it was clear that one person was indeed stronger than the other, like with Montague and Neville, but usually not in a way that was obvious. With most others it was not as clear-cut as strong versus weak. Like with Justin and Hermione, where they were both strong, just in different ways. Or with Percy Weasley and Cedric Diggory. Neither were all that strong compared to the more dedicated ki users, both doing the bare minimum to stay fit and practice the skills, while otherwise focusing on their studies or other interests. Now then, Harry shouted out once they were all properly sorted, spread out. Give each other plenty of room. And get to it. Feel free to discuss how you'll be sparring, whether you take turns, fire full ki beams at one another. Or go all out. You can stay on the ground. Or, you can take it to the air. Your choice, whatever it is, but begin, now. With that, the courtyard filled with noise as ever. Young spread out and started talking at each other, a handful here, and they're actually going to town with Harry's initial suggestion of outright fighting. It was messy, it was uncoordinated, it was unsightly in the extreme. And there were explosions happening all over the place. In short, it was barely controlled chaos. On the other hand, the sons of Son Goku, student of Master Roshi of the Kame-style School of Martial Arts, had done their due diligence and made sure to teach their fellow students how to protect themselves. If there was even the slightest chance that they wouldn't be able to the hit from the ki blast fired at them, every single one of the burgeoning ki users were fully capable of dodging and avoiding getting hurt. Honestly, the whole exercise was mostly meant as a means of keeping everybody busy so the Sun brothers would stop getting pestered with questions or demands for last-minute training. Besides, they had their own training to look forward to. That should keep them busy for a bit. Harry said with a smirk to his brother. Come on, let's get in some training in that room on the 7th floor while we can. You said it, bro. Gohan agreed, grinning brightly. Before either of them could get very far, they were stopped by a far too familiar voice calling out, Son. Where do you think you're going? The brothers stopped and turned, as did everyone that had heard the grandiose shout. Standing there, just at the fringes of the larger group, between the brothers and the castle proper, was Draco Malfoy. Arrayed behind him in a loose line of defense were the rest of the Slytherin first years, including Pansy, and the few older Slytherins that had either quit or Harry had thrown out from one reason or the other. Though their ki flames weren't showing, both Harry and Gohan could tell that every one of them were powered up to their max, and it was clear to their senses that unlike the last time such a confrontation occurred, the snakes had indeed been training themselves up. A bit early for your weekly trip to the hospital wing, isn't it, Malfoy? Harry countered. Besides, I was going to let you off easy, in light of the approaching holiday season. Are you sure you want to do this? Who says that it'll be me staying in the hospital wing for the holidays? Draco shot back. Thanks for all the free lessons, son. I made sure to put them to good use. Crabbe, Goyle, with me. Everybody else. Time for chaos. Taking that as a signal, every Slytherin in the area started doing exactly that, causing chaos. The few older years that had behaved themselves and were there just for the extra practice, turned on their would-be sparring partners and blasted them with unrestrained energy blasts, or physically threw them into the crowd around them. Even more surprising than the sudden outpouring of violence from every corner of the courtyard, was the source of some of those violent actions. It wasn't just Slytherins or the more experienced NCED or more powerful defending themselves, but a number of Ravenclaws and a handful of older Gryffindors were also instigators at Draco's signal. It was not what Harry or Gohan had in mind at all. A sparring match between everybody was one thing. For starters, it would be spread out so nobody could get involved with another's bout. Second, the whole point of sparring was to train and learn, not to cause injury or violence for violence sake. This, what had been started with just a few words from Draco Malfoy, was a full-on riot, where people were hurting each other just because they could. Harry and Gohan, witnessing this abuse of what they'd shared with their peers, could not stand another moment of it and powered up to put an end to it. Draco, Crabbe and Goyle attacked the brothers before they could actually do anything, however. Or rather, all three of them attacked Harry, and Gohan was just caught in the crossfire, so to speak. Crabbe and Goyle both had powered up their physical attributes and were using all their strength and speed to try and take Harry's head off. Draco, on the other hand, was hanging back, or above rather, shooting down ki blasts at every opportunity, aiming for Harry. But his tactics were rather obvious in that he was just trying to keep the fighter hemmed in so Crabbe and Goyle could hit him a lot. Gohan tried intervening, either in attacking either one of the minions to draw them off of Harry, or trying to block or deflect Draco's long-range attacks. The brothers' primary goal, however, wasn't to defeat those attacking them, but to stop the fighting altogether. So, they were more than a bit distracted, and that was costing them, as they couldn't turn their full power on their opponents, not like they usually would. Vincent Crabbe was large and very fat, with a thick neck. He had hefty gorilla-like arms and a flat nose between two small beady-like dark-colored eyes, and wore a pudding bowl-style haircut. At 11 years old, he was already pushing 5.5 feet. Having grown that half-foot just since starting Hogwarts. Since he'd begun training with Draco Malfoy, as he'd never, officially, sat in on any of Harry's lessons to the other students. Some of his fat had been converted to muscle, but now instead he just looked like the younger version of the comic book character, Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, known for being a large fat ma. Where every roll of fat was actually hardened muscle. Minus the bald part, of course. Gregory Goyle was slim where Crabbe was fat, had large feet, small dull eyes, long gorilla arms, and short, bristly brown hair low on his forehead. Made him look a bit like one of those Neanderthals or cavemen. He was just under 6 feet tall, taller than even Ron or Dean, the tallest of the first-year class. He hardly ever spoke, and when he did he was often caught mispronouncing or slurring simple words that everyone knew and would be able to say by age 5, let alone 11. Since training began, his broad shoulders had bulked up considerably and his gorilla-like arms became more so, gaining in muscle mass and tone equally. Between the two of them and their hammer fists swinging about, Harry and Gohan soon realized that they needed to shift their attentions quickly, or they would soon regret it. With just a glance, they conveyed their concerns, plans, arguments and agreements in quite literally the blink of an eye. Nothing mystical or supernatural about it, just after having literally spent years fighting by each other's side, they knew each other well enough that they didn't really need words when it counted. A smirk and then a nod to each other, and then they split off, Gohan blasting off for the center of the worst of the chaos, while Harry went after Goyle and pinballed from him to Crabbe and then to Draco with a punch, a kick, and a head slam respectively. "You want me, Malfoy?" he growled over the falling blonde. "Here I am. Let's finish this." Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. Yes, 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 Mr. Smith, the Transfiguration professor said tolerably from her desk. "What is it? What is all the fuss about?" "There's a war going on outside," the young fourth-year student screamed. "There's a what?" She shot to her feet, spilling the papers she'd been grading all over. Greenhouse 2. Professor Sprout, T.H.E. 7th-year prefect for Hufflepuff House, darted between the dangerous plants as she made her way to the herbology professor. Unfortunately, she didn't exactly make it unscathed, so to speak. Oh dear, the head of Hufflepuff House muttered as she took in the appearance of her clumsy prefect. Miss Tonks, what have I told you about running past the Tarantegulars like that? It only makes them grab at you more avidly. There's a fight, Professor, the rainbow hair-colored prefect gasped. A big one. Where? She grabbed her wand and started making her way purposefully out of the greenhouse. The plants actually bending and moving themselves out of her way. Ravenclaw Tower. What exactly do you mean, Mr. Davies, that I have to go and stop an army? Professor Flitwick questioned the excitable first year. Hogwarts dungeons. It's started, sir, the headboy reported to his head of house. Excellent, said Snape, and the other professors, being told as we speak, as is the headmaster by the headgirl. Now, finally, I can get back at Potter for all the humiliation, the potions master snarled, speaking mostly to himself. Get back to your post. I shall join my colleagues in smiting this threat to the school. Once and for all. Headmaster's office. I'm sorry, Miss Rowling, what did you say is happening outside on the front lawn? Hogwarts grounds. AAARGH. Hermione screamed as she crashed into the ground. Slowly, carefully, she picked herself up, wiping at her mouth, not surprised when her hand came back bloody. She glared murderously at the one that had just given her a bloody lip. But didn't immediately retaliate. Instead, she stalled for time, trying to think up a strategy for stopping this mess before it was too late. What do you think you're doing, you crazy witch? She shouted at the other girl. Are you lot trying to get expelled? What is the point? The point, Pansy Parkinson repeated, floating a few feet above Hermione's head. The point, you stupid mudblood, is to take Son out of the picture. He's given us all we need, and we don't need him for anything else. He was only tolerated so long as he was giving us his power, and now that we have it, he's as good as gone. Hermione blinked, stunned. All this, just to try and kill Harry. A part of her wanted to scream out in defiance, but another, larger part was shouting at her that it couldn't be that simple. It made no logical sense that the Slytherins would start a fight, which already had caused more damage than anything that had ever happened in the entire history of Hogwarts, where they were the clear aggressors and thus they, not Harry, would be the ones punished. And Draco didn't seriously expect that he could actually kill Harry, did he? You're crazy, Hermione stated as fact, and then powered up and attacked. To her surprise, Pansy easily avoided her charge and met her attack with a simple and practiced block. Even more surprising was the crazed look in the younger girl's eyes when they met. The pug-nosed Slytherin countered and retaliated with rapid strikes and wild punches and kicks. Hermione blocked and countered with more professional and practiced moves that Harry and Gohan had taught her in their free time. Crazy, Pansy shrieked amidst their rapid exchange of blows. He humiliated me. He's a monster. Worse than the Dark Lord ever could have been. More terrifying than any dark creature we know of. He needs to be destroyed. For good. The distraught young witch ignited her key flame and increased the speed of her attacks, but whatever form or skill she displayed before now was gone, and to Hermione, who practiced and trained with 2 martial artists daily, it just looked like wild flailing of a toddler having a tantrum. Despite the fact that the blows came at an inhuman speed and with enough strength of force to shatter wood and splinter rock, it just made it easier for her to defend herself and counterattack. As the crazed witch rushed in, hands formed like claws to grab and scratch. Hermione allowed herself to drift down and back closer to the ground while still moving at half the speed Pansy was moving. When one of her hands grabbed the front of her shirt, she responded by immediately grabbing the wrist with her own hand and lashing out with her other to the girl's face, forcing her to flinch. In the same movement, she also shifted her body while holding onto the wrist and dragging the rest of the body along with it. Before Pansy even knew what was happening, Hermione completed the basic self-defensive move she'd learned weeks ago. Kneeling on the Slytherin's back while holding her trapped arm almost straight up, causing her no small amount of discomfort. Pansy, of course, tried to break free, but whenever she tried, she wound up just hurting her arm more. Before the younger witch could think of trying to overpower her, Hermione charged a moderate amount of ki into her grip, making it feel like iron to her prisoner, while forming a mana ball with her free hand. Since he'd been attacked with it so many times, Harry had long since been able to mimic the effects of the stunning spell, though he could not in all honesty say that he had in fact learned the actual spell. Hermione, on the other hand, had, and while she could pull out her wand and do it, she found Harry's way to be simpler. Once the red mana ball was fully formed, she slammed it home to the back of the girl's neck, and once she'd fallen unconscious, she let go and stood to her feet. That taken care of, she looked about for another situation where she could help resolve. "Rah!" Crabbe yelled, slamming Harry's face with a ki-enhanced left hook, knocking him back. "Ha!" Goyle called as he hit the fighter across the jaw with a right cross. "Gah!" Harry cried as he was finally knocked to the ground by an explosion from a straight ki blast to the chest. "What do you think of my dragon flame attack, son?" Draco taunted, charging another such blast with both hands. "It was just a regular ki blast, Draco," Harry laughed between gasps for breath. "A real multi-frequency beams, a real special attack, is a lot more powerful than that. And besides," he flipped back up to his feet, "it is way too early in the fight for something like that. Let's do this." Goyle came charging in, and Harry met him head-on, while keeping his proverbial eye on the other two. The gorilla-fisted youth moved fast, and he most certainly had power behind those blows of his, but the younger son ducked, dodged and twisted aside from all of those hammer blows, used to faster and much stronger attacks. Now that he was in flow, his adrenaline pumping, his heart racing, and his power almost singing throughout every cell of his body, he began to really get into the fight. Thankfully he'd long since learned the lessons and trained himself out of having tunnel vision in a fight against multiple opponents. It was why he didn't just take Goyle out with one hit, which he very easily could have several times now, because right whenever Goyle gave him an opening to counterattack, Crabbe charged in like a bull trying to blind side tackle him while screaming, Drac. O would begin charging up his dragon flame attack again, and he would have to flash around behind to avoid getting hit with it. It may not have been a real special attack, but it was nevertheless an effective one. They went through 3 iterations of this, long enough for Harry to catch his breath so to speak, and determine that he wanted to really see what these boys could take, now that he'd seen what they could dish out. His first target, Malfoy. The next charge from Crabbe, he didn't dodge, letting the heavyset boy knock him clear and up into the air. He then returned to hit him in the solar plexus with a close-range short punch, sending him gasping to the ground, jumping off the falling body as a springboard to get himself closer to Draco faster than the blonde could react to. Not that he didn't try, firing a couple wild shots in Harry's direction, more or less exploding them in his face. He couldn't dodge or block them without breaking off his attack, so he let them explode, barreling right through them. And then he was in the Slytherin's personal space and began showing his displeasure face to face. What he slammed Draco with a left hook was a right jab, a left jab, point of this, you idiot, rapid punches, sending the blonde snake higher with each hit. Training, a solid blow to the navel, is another blow to the navel, supposed to be successive hits to the stomach, about, high kick to the chin, preparation, high kick with the other leg, discipline, roundhouse kick to the face, learning, knee to the other side of the head, and having fun, double-fisted hand slam to the back of the neck, sending him shooting to the ground. Before he was even halfway there, Harry ignited his ki flame and shot down after him, actually managing to reach him and then turn him over midair before landing a double kick to the chest, driving him down into the earth with even more energy while shouting, "It's not about hurting people." Fortunately for Draco, they landed in a mud pit, not far away from where the pigs and other livestock were tended. Seriously hurt, but still with energy to keep fighting, Draco struggled to pull himself out of the mud while Harry floated in the air above him, ki flame burning angrily. "This," Draco weakly muttered after wiping most of the mud from his face, "isn't about hurting them, haha. It is about hurting you." Like it was the signal they were waiting for, Crabbe and Goyle came from above and slammed Harry down into the mud pit alongside Draco, each of their gorilla fists landing painfully on a vital point. Hard enough to near paralyze him from the pain. Certainly hard enough to get him to cry out. Which, in hindsight, was probably the point. Harry tried to charge at Draco, intending on asking him what he meant. As painfully as possible, but Goyle got to him first, tripping him with a low spin kick, and then pounding into his back with repeated fist blows. After the 10th in a row, the pain got enough to overwhelm even Harry's tolerance level, and he cried out with each successive blow, grateful only that nothing had cracked yet. Which reminded him. He screamed, powering up and pushing his energy out all at once, throwing Goyle, and the mud, off of him while also allowing him to get back to his feet. He made another dive for Draco, but this time Crabbe got in his way. While Goyle came in from behind. This was getting ridiculous, and dividing his attention wasn't working. Maybe it was time to pull an old trick out of the playbook. Gohan knocked out the 12th troublemaker so far, tossing him to the ground after making sure he wasn't seriously hurt, but also wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. He then turned and helped the other students, said Troublemaker had been attacking after making sure they weren't seriously hurt. Once that was settled, he silently sent them into the castle and turned his attention to stopping Troublemaker number 13. He noticed Hermione not too far away, trying to subdue one of the handful of older Gryffindors that were also just going around randomly beating up people and causing destruction. She wasn't having much luck, as it was clear her opponent, despite having less hands-on training and experience, was still more powerful than her due to his age and physique. Gohan flashed over to them, pausing briefly along the way to knock out a couple other younger students that had been shooting off wild ki blasts. No way to say if they were part of Draco's group or just very unpracticed victims trying to defend themselves. Gohan came in behind him just as the bully was standing over Hermione to gloat, his ki flame burning wildly with clear energy around his muscular frame. "Why am I doing this, you ask? Stupid girl. Why does anybody ever do anything like this? Malfoy paid me more money for this than I'll probably see for my first year outside of Hogwarts, given my prospects. Just as well, he wouldn't have needed to pay me for a chance to teach an uppity mudblood like you how to properly respect her elders. Like I'm about to." He cracked his knuckles and then visibly channeled his ki into one fist, raising it to bring down on Hermione's face. The older son brother had heard more than enough and didn't hesitate as he flashed in behind the 7th-year Gryffindor and kicked him, hard, across the back of the neck. The older boy went flying, crying out at the sudden pain, knocking over a few other troublemakers in his unexpected flight. Meanwhile, Gohan knelt and helped Hermione to her feet, asking, "Are you okay? Can you still fight?" "Yes, I had no idea someone like that was in Gryffindor," she confessed to him, tears pooling in her eyes. "I had thought, because of what people said, all the bad eggs went to Slytherin. I guess I've learned differently. You little..." The enraged bully came flying back towards them, the other paid-off troublemakers coming in behind him, flames burning as they streaked over the ground. "He's mine," Hermione growled, her hair flowing in smooth waves once again as she charged her unnamed ki mana attack, something she hadn't been allowed to do in the earlier fighting because of the preparation and concentration required. "I'll slow him down then," Gohan assured her and raced to meet the bully. Harry only needed a few more seconds. The Slytherin trio weren't giving him that. So much for him being the faster one if he was having so much trouble with two gorillas and an untrained brat with delusions of grandeur. He was used to single targets that he could tag team with his brother, single targets that outmeasured him in terms of speed and power by whole magnitudes, but still just single targets. Note to self: start trainin' G with multiple high-speed targets on a more regular basis. He ducked under Goyle's punch, having to sidestep Crabbe's rapid punches at where he'd moved his head and then dive backwards to avoid Draco's ki blast all in the same second. Say what you will about them, they definitely had their teamwork down, Harry silently admitted to himself as he kept dodging, barely having enough time to counter or retaliate in any way. All he needed was a few moments, the technique was already mentally prepared, all he needed was 10 lousy seconds to focus his energy and pull it off. 10 bloody, infinitely long, lousy seconds. Just as Draco was setting to fire another salvo at Harry while Crabbe and Goyle maneuvered him according to signals, there was an explosion near the castle wall. An explosion by itself wasn't surprising. There had been dozens of them since the fighting had begun, but all of them were on par with a standard blasting curse, i.e. the low-level ki blasts that was the pinnacle of what all of the students were capable of. This explosion, however, in the initial fireball reached a height and circumference of 12 meters, at a minimum. The shock wave and noise and wind from it, however, were on a scale that none of the students had ever seen before. Save for those few that had blackmailed Harry and Gohan into showing them their stronger attacks, that is. It knocked most everybody off their feet and Draco out of the sky. Hermione, are you crazy? You don't use an attack like that against somebody that can't defend against it. Gohan was heard shouting. Well, unless of course, you were trying to destroy him, that is. Well, I'm sorry. The first year witch screamed in reply. But I did not appreciate his comments and I will not be called a mudblood by anyone. Thanks Hermione, Harry said under his breath, focusing and pouring his energy into the technique he'd learned a while back but had little opportunity to use. While Crabbe, Goyle and Draco were distracted, Harry began powering up and then. At first people watching thought they were seeing things, as his body began to blur and then seemed to split and divide itself, the same as what happens when crossing their eyes while focusing on one object. It happened twice in a row, and when people were done rubbing their eyes and shaking their heads, 3 hairy sons were standing there. Wah! What is this? Draco demanded, crawling back to his feet after being knocked from the sky by the force Hermione's attack. Is this supposed to be some kind of trick? No trick, Malfoy, the Harry in the middle replied, stretching his arms. Not in the way you mean it anyway, the one on the right added, stretching out his legs. It's a technique I've known since Gohan and I were children, the last on the left added, flexing his muscles and making practice punches and kicks. We learned it from a friend of our father. We pretty much all know it by now. It's called the multi-form technique. So you've resorted to making copies of yourself. Draco mocked, readying more ki blasts. The middle Harry shrugged. Copy isn't the word I would use. Division would be more accurate. All right boys, let's end this once and for all. Right. The copies on either side nodded in agreement before all 3 took off at high speed, their ki flames igniting the moment they took to the air. At the same time, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, Dumbledore was saying to himself as he stood, stunned, just inside the threshold of the school, mindless of the snow blowing in around his feet. Albus, we have to do something to stop this. Professor McGonagall practically begged him. Expelling Potter should be the obvious first step, Professor Snape added from the corner where he watched the devastation with masked glee. Alas, Severus, this year we don't seem to have any students by the name of Potter to expel, Dumbledore remarked, still in a bit of shock at what he was witnessing. They were all silenced suddenly. The explosion from Hermione's attack and subsequent words reached them still in the doorway. Once the smoke had cleared, hardly anyone was still standing, including the professors, and they had been largely protected by the structure they were still standing in. Saints preserve us. McGonagall slipped into her native accent at the devastating sight. Bloody hell, Snape cursed, his hair dried out completely and standing straight in some parts. Oh, dear, Dumbledore gasped, struggling to even sit up. That was Hermione, Professor Flitwick said with equal measures of shock and awe, having joined them just as the blast had gone off. Professor Sprout was right behind him and had been the only one left standing, but that mostly had to do with her being further inside and more shielded from the force of the explosion. Expel her too, Snape screamed, outraged, and struggling to get his hair to fall flat again. Oh, by all means, do you want to be the one to tell her, Professor? Flitwick inquired. Because though she may be in my house, I'm not about to tell that girl anything that might upset her. Not ta worry, Phileas, McGonagall said, still speaking with a Scottish brogue. The lass ain't the sort to lash out unnecessary like. And we're not expelling anyone just yet. First we have ta stop the fightin', and I dinna see a way ta do that, all things considered. Where is Harry? Dumbledore asked, finally sounding like he was coming out of his shock. Almost as if in reply, less than 10 feet in front of them, there was another explosion of rock and dust, but thankfully more like an impact than the powerful mana and ki blast of before. When the dust cleared enough for them to see, the professors of Hogwarts were stunned to see Gregory Goyle fighting Harry's son on near even footing. Both were moving at a high speed and one could easily see the strength behind their blows even with untrained eyes. Perhaps even more surprising than Goyle fighting with speed and precision was that as they witnessed Harry land a solid, not even blocked punch to Goyle's face, the larger boy did not go flying off like they might have expected. He did have to back up a couple paces to catch his footing from the strength of the blow, but said strength was far below what everyone had become used to seeing from their resident key fighter. Both quickly moved off, flying through the air actually. But soon enough another pair presented themselves in the smashed-up courtyard the professors stood just outside of. This pair was Vincent Crabbe and Harry's son. What the devil? Snape screamed out loud, horrified at the thought of more than one of the brat of his hated enemy running around. Crabbe seemed to be dominating the fight for the moment, but Harry was quickly learning his opponent's moves. As for every hit Crabbe landed on him, it was clear that he would never hit it again as the younger son brother quickly began evading and blocking more successfully the longer the fight went on. Both of them were still going strong, so there was no way to say who had the greater endurance at this stage. They flashed off, keeping mostly to the ground, but only staying visible for brief seconds before reappearing further away. Moments after Crabbe and his opponent left, there was another energy explosion practically right where the other Harry sons had been standing only moments before. Looking up, Dumbledore quickly caught sight of the source of the new attack, as did the other professors when they noticed where his attention was now focused. There, up in the sky, practically level with the top of the astronomy tower, was Draco Malfoy and, yes, Harry's son. They seemed to be on more even footing than Crabbe and Goyle had been with their opponents, though both boys seemed to be rather liberal in their use of energy attacks as well. For example, where Draco seemed to be invested in throwing out rapid key blasts at every opportunity, Harry picked and chose his shots, and when he did, he used key beams more than individual blasts. He also made it a point to, visually, track the trajectories of Draco's energy blasts and if any ever endangered the students or the castle in any significant way. He made sure to block or blast away said attacks so that in the end nobody was gravely injured. He didn't get them all, or even see them all, but to Dumbledore's eyes watching from the ground it was as obvious as the sun shining in the sky, even on a cloudy snow-filled day like today. Harry was struggling, and unless things wrapped up soon, the headmaster feared he would soon find high MSELF trying to figure out how to tell parents how their children died rather than trying to come up with some suitable punishment for them all. The time to act was now. I feel that now is as opportune a moment as we will get, he informed his fellow teachers. Let us move into the crowd and exert what authority we have. Note I say authority Severus, not power, and bring all the injured students back inside and up to the hospital wing. I would imagine Mr. Sun, the elder, and his friends would be more than capable of assisting us with that. For the time being, ignore those still carrying on about. We shall deal with them in due course, once they have exhausted themselves, of course. For now, our students need us. With that having been said, he boldly and with almost no regard for his pay, our Sonal Safety strode out onto the battlefield and went to the nearest injured student and started to assist her in getting back inside. Taking that as an example, first Professor McGonagall, and then one by one the others, left the safety of the castle and rushed out onto the battlefield and began corralling all the students back inside, and those injured to the hospital wing. Gohan, seeing what they were doing, quickly got the attention of his friends, and together they organized with the professors to get things under control more quickly, with those closest to the Sun brothers acting as body guards and fast transport for the teachers as they went about trying to regain order amongst the students. Thankfully there were only a handful too stupid, or too scared, to actually attempt attacking the professors. And every one of them were far weaker than Gohan, Hermione, Justin, Neville or Ron. Meanwhile, Draco and Harry were battling it out in the air. The odds had turned somewhat now that Crabbe and Goyle couldn't team up to keep Harry busy while Draco kept his distance and attacked long range, but just because he'd been focusing a lot on firing and using key attacks did not mean that he blonde Slytherin hadn't learned his lessons in other forms of fighting just the same. What truly impressed him though was just how much weaker Harry's attacks were now. He remembered every bit of P.O.R. the key fighter had and could use in their previous fights, and if he judged it correctly, Harry was now at about a third of that. Which meant he finally had a chance at beating him. Encouraged by these thoughts, even as he flew around and tried to keep his distance, Draco redoubled his attacks, firing a barrage of ki blasts midair, targeting his flying opponent. Harry barely managed to stay ahead of them, trying to keep the damage away from the school so the errant blasts wouldn't hurt anybody, but mostly he was focused on not getting hit, so he was ducking, diving, and weaving all over the place. Under such a barrage, he didn't dare try and stop to counter or block them. The only thing he could do is fly around trying to stay ahead of the stream of ki blasts, because he knew that if he was hit or stopped for even a moment, then he would lose what little advantage he had left. He just had to keep it up until Draco tired himself out, and the way he was going that would be sooner rather than later. Finally, he got an idea after seeing the pattern Draco had fallen into and began to zigzag closer, keeping relatively low so when he did get close enough, he'd be right under his opponent. It seemed that the blonde energy wielder couldn't keep up with the sharp turns and let a couple of blasts go wide after Harry had already dodged and managed to gain some ground, only a couple feet at most, before the barrage would begin to gain on him once more. He couldn't believe how slow he'd gotten. This would have been so much easier if he were at full power, but then he'd still be dealing with Crabbe and Goyle getting in his way. He needed to redouble his training if Draco was giving him this much trouble at a third of his power. Now if only he could figure out some way to make at training room on the 7th floor increase the gravity. Whoa. Whoops. Better pay closer attention, Harry thought to himself after almost being grazed by one of Draco's attacks. A full dozen more sharp and jagged turns through the air had him within range finally, close enough that he executed a sudden flash move and was less than a few feet from the power-mad student, who aborted his last MPTS at energy attacks as he didn't know what to do when his target was so close. He tried running, but Harry was too fast for that, slamming him with a full-force punch, sending the boy crashing to the ground. It was only due to the extensive conditioning he'd put himself through that saved Draco's life, not that Harry was actually trying to kill him, but he was getting extremely frustrated. "You want energy, Malfoy?" he cried down at the target of his frustrations. "Well, here you go." He began powering up a standard ki beam, topping it off at about what he'd need to blast open some of the castle walls. Again, not trying to kill him, but really wanting to teach him a lesson about abusing what he'd taught them all. Draco, seeing his rival and enemy powering up an intense energy blast, MB led to his feet as quickly as he could, doing his best to ignore the pain, yet couldn't help wincing and gasping from the bruises and cuts he had all over from impact with the ground. He began powering his own energy attack, and though it truly was just a standard ki beam, he began incanting Dragon Flame attack. Before firing, Harry snorted and fired his beam at the same moment. The two impacted against each other and a line of blinding yellow light suddenly connected them, the point of impact surging into a growing sphere of energy. Everyone on the schoolyard battlefield stopped what they were doing and stared at the display. Crabbe and Goyle were both finally knocked down and out by the other two of Harry double-teaming them, though it certainly wasn't as easy as he'd been expecting. Gohan had also just put down the last of the actual troublemakers. Anybody else that had still been fighting weren't actually fighting to hurt anybody, they were just defending themselves. Seeing the other person stop fighting to stare at Harry and Draco's little tug of war convinced most of them that they could also stop fighting. Hermione, Ron, Neville and Justin came up behind Gohan and stared along with everyone else. Aside from being bright, the noise level from the clashing energy beams was also pretty loud, like an explosion that just wouldn't end combined with the same high-pitched tone of the energy beams themselves. The Hogwarts teachers finally acted in the face of this threat to their students, surging out from the castle where they'd been watching and out onto the field to bring order to the chaos. Draco was stunned, but that didn't mean he was doing nothing. He'd never experienced this kind of combat before, not even when he'd fought other students that could use ki while training for this moment. Whenever they'd fired energy blasts at each other, none of them had been quite skilled enough to aim exactly where the other was firing, so this kind of stalemate had never happened to him before. Nevertheless, he figured out pretty quick he just had to maintain the ki beam and channel as much energy into it as he possibly could, but it felt like he was pushing at a solid steel wall with a stick. No matter how hard he pushed, he wound up pushing himself back more than moving it forward. Harry, on the other end of the spectrum, was all too familiar with this situation. And it wasn't even a multi-spectrum energy wave. However, he was at about a third of his total power and he'd spent a lot of energy already just maneuvering Draco into this position in the first place, so he could be forgiven for sweating a little bit. Nevertheless, despite his exhaustion and being in the middle of open air, he knew exactly what to do to come out on top and began demonstrating for all his superior experience, pouring on the power and making it look easy as he maintained firing with just one hand. What nobody there could see or easily detect was how he used his opposing hand to provide just the proper amount of counter thrust to give him that little bit of an edge, as well as using his ki to stabilize his position in free space. The result, the orb of concentrated energy began to slowly, yet steadily inch its way toward Draco's side of the line. Everyone could see it happening and knew what it meant. Fortunately, for everyone's sake, before the situation evolved to its natural conclusion, someone else intervened. That someone else, of course, being Professor Dumbledore. Nobody could say exactly what spell he used, but when he cast it at the energy sphere, at first it looked like it was going to explode. To the amazement of all, after the initial flash of light, the opposite happened. There was a sort of reverse explosion and implosion which muted all sound save for the rushing wind. And then when everything had returned to normal, both Draco and Harry were on the ground, looking more than a bit worse for wear. "Mr. Sun, if you could, pull yourself together." The headmaster spoke, not needing a noisemaker or sonorous spell to be heard at the moment. "Yes, sir." Harry, the one that had been fighting Draco, said without a hint at the exhaustion he must have been feeling. The other two immediately stepped over and there was a bit of blurring and people got the impression of crossing their eyes for a moment. The moment passed and there was only one Harry Sun standing there. The battle was over, not that it had been much of a battle. More like a schoolyard version of a riot, just with super-powered wizards, of course. For a few moments, everybody just kind of stood around, looking at each other, nobody really sure what to do or who to blame. Again, the headmaster stepped into his role to provide leadership as it was needed. "Punishment shall be decided at a later time," he announced. "For now, I strongly suggest that you all forget whatever petty differences that may exist between you, and help your fellow students to the hospital wing. All professors, report to the hospital wing to assist Madame Pomfrey. All prefects, not already here, report to the main courtyard to assist with moving the injured. And just to make things clear, and to prevent any further outbursts, no professors are to assign or declare any punishments regarding this matter. This has become a school-wide issue now, which sadly leaves the duty of punishment to myself, the headmaster." No one could say how, though in the coming weeks there would be much speculation, but Dumbledore's voice hadn't just been carried to all those present, but throughout the entirety of the school, both inside and outside the castle. Finally having instruction, everyone got to work and started heading towards the hospital wing, or helping those that were unconscious or too injured to move on their own. Harry made to assist, but most of those still conscious actually recoiled from him, while either friends, or the professors, Snape especially, intervened and kept him from touching the unconscious. The same was happening with Draco and the Slytherins actually, but since most of the Slytherins were still knocked out, that just meant they were being left to lay out on the snow and dirt until they woke up on their own. "Mr. Sun," Dumbledore said just as Harry had given up and started to go inside. "Mr. Malfoy as well, I think. Both of you, report to my office. At once. Your injuries, such as they are superficial and can be treated once the more serious cases have been attended. Before that, however, I feel the three of us must sit down for a conversation." "Yes, Headmaster," Draco replied, a trace of a grin on his face, but that was mostly because his lip was split and he had bruising all over his face. "As a minor and student, however, I would request my head of house and father be present." Harry was silent and just went inside without an argument. He suspected he knew what Malfoy's plan was, but he wasn't about to play ball. Besides, he'd much rather be training and preparing for the androids. He could just as easily go to a magic school once they were taken care of, and preferably one closer to home. Maybe Master Roshi's sister could offer up some good alternatives. Hogwarts Headmaster's office. It took about 5 minutes for Professor Snape and Mr. Malfoy to join Harry, Draco and Professor Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. After they'd been notified, of course. The subtleties and connotations of their rapid and ready response spoke volumes, loud enough that even Harry, who had no political instincts whatsoever, could see through them. And though he did not see it that way, Harry was holding one of the biggest trump cards of them all. The adults in the room just refused to see it. "I don't want him expelled, Headmaster," Lucius Malfoy said after the situation had been explained in full. "I want that menace thrown in Azkaban," he shouted, pointing at Harry. "Azkaban," Harry repeated as a question. "The, wizarding prison, Mr. Sun," Professor Dumbledore quickly inserted. "And not to worry, you won't be sent to prison." "What?" Snape and two Malfoys screamed, outraged. "Well, that's good, I suppose," Harry shrugged, arms crossed as he sat back in his chair. "Mom would make Dad go Super Saiyan and blow the place up to get me out. Plus, what just happened isn't precisely my fault." "Not your fault," Lucius Malfoy exclaimed, rage burning in his eyes. "Not your fault. Not your fault, my dear boy. None of this could have happened if it were not for you." Harry blinked and did a double take at the man's face. Then he laughed, very loudly, and just once, but he did laugh. "Ha, that's funny. You never told me your dad was such a comedian, Malfoy. Blaming me for this is like blaming my dad for Frieza going to Namek. Only somebody truly pathetic and refusing to acknowledge true evil in the universe would blame the person that did their best to stop said evil for it in the first place. Why, you little..." Malfoy shot to his feet, pulling his wand, a curse on his lips. Harry stopped him with a look. Literally, Harry just looked at him and the taller blonde froze and found himself suddenly unable to move. Not through any magical, mystical or other supernatural means, but out of fear. The look in the 11-year-old boy's eyes just then was the same look Lucius Malfoy had seen in The Dark Lord's eyes whenever somebody spoke out of turn. The look that said, "I can destroy you with ease," and that look cannot be faked or displayed by the overconfident. Knowing what he did about the boy's abilities, Lucius suspected that even with his superior magical skill, it would mean nothing in the face of somebody that could move faster than sight and punch stone walls into gravel and torrents of raw energy that could level mountains. After the longest moment of the older wizard standing over the boy, with his wand drawn, staring each other in the eye, the stalemate finally broke as Malfoy looked away first, holstering his wand and turning his nose up at the adopted son. Harry ignored his posturing and silently faced front again. "I do not feel that laying blame at anyone's feet will get us much of anywhere. Gentlemen," Dumbledore attempted to regain control of the situation as the elder Malfoy sat back down. "Not to say that punishment need not be handed out, merely that it be spread around for lack of a better term. Therefore, I think, yes, 5 points from every person that participated in the battle, whether they were fighting to stop it or fighting to start it. At this stage in the game I dare say it doesn't even matter." "What?" Draco yelped. Pointing at Harry, he screeched, "He's not in any of the houses. So he doesn't get punished at all. How is that fair?" You do have a point, Mr. Malfoy, and neither is Mr. Sun's brother," Dumbledore said, stroking his beard slightly, his eyes twinkling brightly. "Perhaps something that would ends. You or they both received the proper instruction from the punishment. Yes, I think revoking their vacation privileges, keep both Mr. Sons at the school for the Christmas holidays." At this, Harry looked up, a frown forming on his face. "That's not good enough, Headmaster," Snape exploded, having kept his peace for as long as he possibly could. "I want them expelled. They are a disruptive influence, they do not respect authority, and they are both a danger to the school in general. What's more, Potter, this one is an insufferably arrogant fool and a bully. What he did to me and my friends, no. To mention what he did at the Quidditch game should be proof enough of that," Draco added with fervor. "The point," Lucius concluded, "Headmaster, is to get rid of threats to the school. Not harbor them in hopes of teaching them life lessons. They must be expelled." There was a ringing silence after this bold statement. Almost in unison, everyone else in the room turned to see the response of the one being talked about, and yet to their surprise they saw that he was silent and still, just sitting there, arms crossed, and a frown on his face. Seeing their attention, Harry briefly considered his available responses. He ultimately decided to just go with the most honest. I actually don't have a problem with that, he said with a shrug. There was a collective blink as all four of them had the same thought go through their heads. That thought being, what? Single quote. I beg your pardon, Mr. Sun. Dumbledore nearly sputtered, only his century and a half of experience keeping him from making the social gaffe. Are you saying that you wish to leave the school? Harry shrugged again before replying, I'll admit, when it comes to magic, I'm going at it blind and don't know enough to magic my way out of a paper bag. But I've got other concerns on my plate than worrying about house points, punishments and petty squabbles like the one today. To be quite honest, I'd rather do the whole school thing in like 2.5 to 3 years from now. You know, provided there's still a planet and everything. Petty squabble, Snape roared. Still a planet, Lucius repeated, a stunned look on his face. Draco was doing some reeling of his own, though silent for once. He'd just had it thrown in his face that his school rival, the one that he'd been working himself to the bone these past few months to defeat and beat once and for all, someone that is supposed to be his equal as they continuously try to one-up each other in various battles of wits, cunning and magical prowess, he didn't care. What's more is the way that it had been thrown in said face. Being expelled from Hogwarts was anathema to wizards far and wide, not just for the humiliation that came from being kicked out in first year, but because when you get thrown out of magic school, they snap your wand. That means that you can never be a wizard. Ever. Harry had basically just told them, plain as day, that he didn't care if he was a wizard or not. He didn't care if he was a part of their world or not. He didn't care if he had magic or not. Because. It hit Malfoy, the younger, like a dead trout to the face. Because Harry's son didn't need a wand to use magic, to have magic. He only needed schooling to learn the spells, and that was mostly just because it was the path of least resistance. He'd shown them all in fact, from that first fight Draco had picked with him. He only needed to see a spell cast a few times, maybe even experience it at the most, and then he could use it and every variation of it just like that, without a wand. What's more, he was also immune to those spells once he knew them. There was probably a limit to it, but for the casual, everyday wizard, and even some of those that were among the top tier above those, they had no way to beat Harry with force. And Draco had been trying to best him with every other means he knew of to beat someone besides force. Or at least he'd tried for the first week or so leading up to that first fight. Since then he'd kind of gotten obsessed with beating him with force, but Draco slumped back in his chair, eyes glassy, saying nothing else for the rest of the meeting. You self-righteous, arrogant brat. Snape snarled. In case you hadn't noticed, people were hurt today. Innocent people, and all because of you and your arrogance. Showing off and putting people in the hospital wing just to suit your whims. You do not deserve to be here, not like the rest of us. You're just like your father, you arrogant, little. I'm not actually. Harry's quiet retort cut through Snape's tirade like a sword. He looked at the greasy-haired man, his green eyes glaring with such emotion that he was cut to the quick. I'm more like my sensei. I've already said this to Professor Dumbledore, and I do not feel this is the time to be repeating old stories. Do what you will. Gohan and I will leave in the morning while the others are boarding the train. Send us a letter once you've decided if we are invited to remain students here, Headmaster. As for the revoking of privileges, I'm afraid you were mistaken. 1. Has to ask permission to stay at the castle, and neither Gohan nor myself have made any such request. If we had, then your only recourse would be to send us home immediately. Seeing that there seems to be some debate about what our punishment should be, and that you would need to advise our parents before making any claim on our remaining at the school, or not, I think we'll leave when the others do. Whatever punishment you decide, Headmaster, I think will be more than fair. Besides, Professor Snape is right. You arrogant, you, wait, what? Snape stopped and one could almost hear the screeching of burnt rubber as his thoughts slammed on the proverbial brakes. I was showing off. I was arrogant, at least at first. I thought I was just displaying confidence, but Halloween, and especially today, showed me that I was just being arrogant. In my abilities, in my power, and in my decisions to teach everyone what I can do just because I was bored and wanted to share with them what I share with my brother and the rest of my family and friends at home. My arrogance got people hurt. I accept the responsibility for that. Lucius narrowed his eyes, nearly growling with his frustration. This boy was no mere child. He couldn't begin to imagine who had coached him, nor how he could have learned such lessons so quickly, but he'd just said exactly what needed to be said to make everybody want tea. Oh, sweep this under the rug as quickly and quietly as possible. Clever move, Dumbledore, clever move, Lucius thought to himself, as in his mind only Albus Dumbledore could have taught the boy who lived. Ed the political savvy to recognize and utilize such martyr-like tactics. It was guaranteed to make even political enemies wish to aid him in covering his own ass, if only for the opportunity to gain potential blackmail material for later. Yes, well, I believe this will come up at the New Year Governor's meeting, Headmaster. Lucius spoke first before Dumbledore could say anything to further solidify his protégé's approach to avoiding punishment. The ultimate punishment of these two boys without a house can be decided at that time, I think. I would like to take my son with me rather than wait for him on the train tomorrow. He's suffered enough trauma for now. Yes, of course, Dumbledore nodded. Harry, you are also dismissed. I must ask you and your brother to remain in your room. It is time for you to leave tomorrow. This is mostly to protect you from reprisals, although to be honest I am primarily hoping to avoid seeing what response you may give out from such said reprisals. I understand, Headmaster. Harry nodded and stood. I'll collect Gohan and we shall confine ourselves to our room. We'll leave just after sunrise. The headmaster nodded his dismissal and they all watched the small fighter walk out. You're letting him go, Snape accused. He is correct about the limitations of what punishment I can mete out, and Governor Malfoy has unilaterally decided to table the matter of punishment until the governor's meeting, which I shall most certainly be in attendance for, Dumbledore explained to his potions professor. Lucius could have hit himself with his cane. If it weren't so undignified to do so. He should have seen that coming. He decided a strategic retreat was in order. Come along, Draco, he snapped, getting to his feet, shooting one last glare at Professor Dumbledore as he left. Snape noticed how out of it Draco was acting all of a sudden and had to manhandle the boy to his feet and send him after his father in the end. Seeing that the headmaster had not asked him to stay behind, he decided to make sure Draco made it back with his father okay. And if he could help strategize with Lucius on getting James Potter's son kicked out and his wand snapped along the way, all the better. Albus Dumbledore sat and watched as the door slammed shut behind the departure of his guests. Sitting back in his very comfortable wing-back chair, the old wizard Rhodes steepled his fingers before his face and closed his eyes. He let out a long, slow, deep sigh. There was a flash of fire and his old friend, Fox appeared on his stand in the standard Phoenix fashion. He trilled a comforting tune of Phoenix song, which helped greatly, but did nothing for his underlying worry. If Harry Potter were to leave Hogwarts, what would befall their world? He dreaded the answer. End episode 12. Hogwarts Holiday. Author's postscript note. As most readers and fans of this story are aware, I have been endeavoring to post new chapters on numerical dates, all the way since last May. Starting with chapter 5 on the 5th of May 18. This chapter, 12, posted on December 12, 2018, unfortunately marks the end of that pattern, cause there is no 13th month in the year. On top of that, I seem to have caught up with myself as I only have an additional 3 chapters completed by the date of this posting. So, this story is now officially on hiatus, which does not mean that it is abandoned, quite the opposite. I've actually finished 2.5 chapters since I started posting regularly like this and have been getting some really fascinating and encouraging reviews, which I believe have helped the writing greatly. That being said, I intend to at least finish the story before posting any further chapters, and it helps that this is sort of the halfway point and leaves things on a high note. IMHO. My hope is to have enough additional chapters written and completed that I can begin posting again come March. Whether that'll be March 3rd or March 13th depends upon the muse and the reviews that encourage and inspire. Thank you for all your support, and thank you for reading. Please review. Interlude. Vacation. Episode 13. Interlude. Vacation. Harry and Gohan flew all the way home. making a bit of a race out of it at several points. It took them the better part of a day, just over 12 hours to be precise. Of course the times that Harry rapid teleported Ahea to eat up the distance made the results invalid, but Gohan managed to keep up regardless. They kept themselves above the cloud level, but still low enough they could breathe and their ki could still fight off the cold of the high atmosphere, so they were fairly sure they weren't seen by anybody that would be believed. As far as navigation went, well, they both could sense their father and Piccolo when the two were going all out. Even from halfway across the planet, and thankfully their training seemed to be going long that day. Therefore home stood out like a beacon to their energy senses, and aside from the occasional snowstorm, they made a beeline straight there. Over the months since they'd reunited at school, both boys had improved significantly. Gohan's speed was now a match for his brother's, and Harry's stamina now allowed him to last for a full 10 minutes going all out without needing to rest. Considering he couldn't last 5 minutes without a rest against Gohan when he'd first arrived at Hogwarts. It was a great accomplishment. As to how they made it 12 hours instead of 2 or 3 days, well, one does not run a marathon the same way they do a sprint. Even when they were racing, neither one of them were going all out, and most of their energy was used in thrust rather than keeping them aloft. It was something Tien and Chiaozu had shown the both of them when they were younger. Don't focus so much power in staying horizontally stable in flight, at least not when your goal is distance over speed. Just keep up thrust, and when you get too low, put the thrust beneath you to gain altitude, and then just free fall, gaining speed and distance with extra thrust in the process. It makes flying a bit like a roller coaster ride, but less taxing in the energy department. Whereas when the goal is just straight up speed, as when chasing somebody else through the air, well, then you have to turn your whole body into a missile, the energy corona around you basically turning you into a self-levitating bullet. Costs more energy, but where the first method will let you get real close to the sound barrier and ensure you're at terminal velocity from the start, the second will let you shatter the sound barrier to the point of no one even being able to trace your trail across the sky without a high-speed camera. And even then, it would be nothing but a blur. As Harry and Gohan approached their home, finally crossing the border of the Fire Mountain Kingdom, they slowed down and started actively looking for where their father and Sensei were training. Not surprising, the older and more experienced fighters found them first. "About time you guys got here," their father said from right behind them. They hadn't even sensed his approach, stopping and turning in midair. The brothers took in Son Goku's appearance and increased strength. "Dad!" They both screamed and dive-bombed him with hugs. "Hey guys!" Goku cried as he caught both his sons in his arms. "I missed you. Things have been kind of boring without the two of you around. Certainly been quieter at home without Chichi screaming for you guys to study and do your homework all of the time." They all shared a laugh at that. Piccolo, feeling somewhat out of place in the small family reunion, hovered nearby, arms crossed and looking pointedly out at the horizon away from the Sun family trio. Harry immediately picked up on this and wasted no time in flashing over to the green-skinned man and tackling him in a hug the same he had his adopted father. "Hello Piccolo Sensei. Did you miss us?" Harry laughed as he hung himself around the immobile alien's neck. "HMPH, came the grunted response. Harry just grinned and replied, "I missed you too. Can't hardly wait to get started training with you and Dad again. Gohan and I tried to keep up, but you and Dad have the advantage out here that you don't have to take off time for classes." "Hey, education is important," Goku said, obviously reporting something that his wife had been saying over and over and over again and again. "And as important as preparing for the androids are, you both need to prepare for your lives after we beat them. So, did you learn a lot at school?" "Oh yeah," Harry gushed, flying around in loops and corkscrews in his enthusiasm as they flew back to the Sun family home. "I've picked up dozens of new spells, and Dad, why, oh, you wouldn't believe how complex magic actually can be. Not to mention, thanks to Mom and Grandpa Ox getting Gohan to come over, things have gotten even more interesting. You were keeping up with the other school work, though, right?" Goku asked. At the incredulous and disbelieving looks he received from everyone, he blushed, scratching the back of his head. He sheepishly added, "Your mom made me ask." "Yes," Gohan answered with a wry grin. The report cards should be coming in before the end of the week. Harry and I double-checked each other's work before sending it in. We both got top marks. Can't wait to see Mom again. Hope she's got lunch ready. Oh yeah, Goku said, as though he'd just remembered something. How was the food at school? Bulma and Yamcha always said that their school food wasn't very good. One thing that can be said about Hogwarts food, Harry laughed, allowing Gohan to continue. There is always enough of it. Gohan finished the statement Harry had started, also laughing. Wow, that sounds awesome. Goku exclaimed, already drooling. All right, enough of that, Piccolo growled, arms crossed and standing there in the air looking as uptight as ever. We're wasting precious time as it is. And Chichi is waiting. I'd rather get the reunion out of the way so we can get back to training. Yeah, Harry agreed with his sensei. It's been a few months. As difficult as it will be, it would be good to see Mom again. Then let's go. The boy's father pronounced and took off, leading the way through the air back to the Sun household. In practically no time at all, the boys caught sight of the little rounded two-story house that had been their home for most of their lives. Admittedly, a quarter of their lives had actually been spent training in the wilderness or traveling through space to an alien planet or three, but it was always going to be home to them. What made it so wasn't the acorn-like shape of the building, or the wide-open terrain and natural setting, or even the smell of home-cooked meal wafting out of the chimney alongside the wood smoke. It was the presence of the person inside that small, humble little building that made it home. Grinning eagerly, Harry and Gohan landed in front of the house and ran up to the front door, both of them screaming like the young boys that they were, "Mom! We're home!" There was a crash from inside, followed by the sounds of a human body scrambling as fast as possible, before the front door was slammed open and there stood son Chichi, mother of 2, 3 if you count Goku, boys that had just come home from being away for several months. Tears in her eyes. "You're home," she cried out and rushed forward at what could easily have been confused for hypersonic speeds. They met her halfway and all re-embraced one another in a tearful reunion. "I missed you," she wailed between the tears. "Missed you too, Mom," Gohan gasped. Harry just hugged her tighter. "Okay, that's enough of that," Goku erupted after an acceptable amount of time. "Let them breathe, Chichi. And boys, I'm sure you're famished from your trip home. Your mom has been cooking up a great dinner for your homecoming. From the smell of it, it must almost be done." "Oh," Chichi startled. "The dinner." She raced back inside to the kitchen as fast as she'd moved to embrace her prodigal sons. "So, now that you're back, tell us all about what school was like," Goku asked as they each stepped inside the Sun household, even Piccolo. Upon entering their home, both boys had a different reaction that each stemmed from the same emotional source. Gohan, he relaxed, releasing some subconscious tension that had been tightly wound up within him, one that even he hadn't noticed until it was relaxed at this very moment. Harry, on the other hand, took in a deep breath, closed his eyes, and seemed to get a sudden burst of energy, as though being back home had not only renewed him, but filled him with an undeniable joy and exuberance at everything in the world. He smiled brightly and enthusiastically told his family everything that had happened for the past few months. "Well, since I was there the longest, I'll go first," Harry said in a rush, using his hands and sometimes whole body to add extra emphasis to his words. "The train ride was pretty great. Got to meet a lot of people and even met one of the school's teachers, AF. Share a rather embarrassing scene with another first year." "Embarrassing? Is that what you call it?" Gohan laughed. "I heard all about it from Hermione, if you'll recall, bro." Yeah, Harry shrugged. "Anyway, I met a lot of people and made some friends. And I think I even got myself a rival that first day, judging by everything that happened afterwards, that is. He's not much of a rival anyway." "So what was the food like?" Goku asked as Chichi started to dish out their dinner. "Lots of boiled and fried meats, and for whatever reason, they seem to really like gourd fruits, as they use it for everything, from the juice to the appetizer, to the salads, to the main dish, and especially the desserts. It was practically nothing but pumpkin juice, fried pumpkin slices, pumpkin salad, roast pumpkin stuffed with whatever is lying around, and pumpkin pie and pumpkin cake and, arg." Harry threw up his hands in disgust before digging into his first home-cooked meal in months. "Oh," he moaned in virtual ecstasy, "Mom. This is the best thing I have tasted since the last meal you made for me. It is great." Smiling with pride and love, Chichi just started humming along as she finished setting out the meal and sitting down herself, with a much smaller portion than the men in her life received, of course. If she tried to eat even half of what those three stuffed in their faces, she'd lose her girlish figure within a week, if not sooner. Of course, that didn't mean she was skimping. She probably was still eating about 3 times as much as any normal woman of her age and weight class. But that was a debate for another time. "Sounds exotic," Goku said as he shoveled the bowl of rice and steamed meat and vegetables into his face. "Maybe you could bring some back with you next time." "Goku," Chi-Chi's voice rang out like a shot. "Is my cooking not good enough for you?" No, it's nothing like that, Chichi." He was quick to placate his wife. "Come on, Mom," Gohan sighed. Eating at a more sedate pace than Goku and Harry were. "You know how Dad is, thinking half the time with his stomach. Like me and Harry, he'll always come back to your home cooking, 'cause you're the best." Right, Goku nodded, still eating while trying to appease his personal cook. "And, well, maybe there could be some recipes that you could try out. You're the one always saying that we should eat more than just one thing, right?" Harry, struggling to keep from throwing up his delicious home-cooked meal at the mere thought of another Hogwarts feast-type meal, was quick to comment. "She actually said that diversity in what we eat is like being able to do more than punch and kick in a fight, but it is good to see that you got the actual point, Dad." Chi-Chi huffed and shook her head with an amused sigh. "How about, instead of making the boys carry a whole table back from school with them, I just write the cook at the school and see about getting their recipes, and we'll see what I can whip up for you." Goku, "Wow, that would be awesome," her husband exclaimed as he finished his 10th bowl. The dinner conversation had slowed him down somewhat. "So, after dinner," Harry suggested after a brief lull in the conversation as everyone focused on eating their food, "I was thinking that you and Piccolo, Dad, could help me and Gohan see where we're at in our training. We tried to keep up as much as we could but right before we left for the holiday, Harry got himself almost defeated by a wizard snob that didn't even know how to throw a punch 3 months ago," Gohan, helpfully, supplied. "Sure thing," Goku agreed immediately, while still stuffing his face. "Although you guys still need to wait the mandatory 15 minutes after eating." "Dad," both boys groaned, as Gohan added, "That's for swimming." The Burrow, Ottery Street, Catchpole, Devon, England. Ron, Fred, George, Percy, and their parents all came tumbling out of the fireplace in their home kitchen to find the rest of their immediate family all standing there, waiting for them. Bill, Charlie, what a pleasant surprise. Arthur Weasley, the father of all the children present and patriarch of the Weasley clan. "I thought neither of you could get away for the holidays." "Well, let's just say that there is an upset at the bank and all the human employees were given time off until the corporate restructuring has finished," Bill remarked with a sheepish grin. He was not about to tell his parents that the goblin clans were fighting again, and come the new year there would be a lot of goblin blood being cleaned up off of the floors. At least they weren't attacking humans. "Yeah," Charlie grinned. "Something similar happened with me. Only I seem to have stepped into a patch of Dragon's Bane and it'll be at least another week before I can be around a dragon without it going absolutely crazy. Believe me, I'm counting the hours. They showed up a few minutes after you and Dad left, Mum." Ginny Weasley was telling Molly Weasley, the youngest, and only, daughter informing the mother of all the children present and secretly the reason why each and every one of them wanted to leave home as soon as legally possible, if not sooner. "Well, this is a surprise." Molly was near tears with joy. "I'd best get started making the holiday feast then. So many mouths to feed, and my boys. All my children back home to enjoy them." "Oh," she practically squealed, but thankfully started making herself busy in the kitchen before she could embarrass them anymore, even if it was just family, right now. "So, boys," Arthur was just as quick to hustle everybody out of the heat of the kitchen. "How are things? How was Hogwarts? Ron, what did you think of your first year?" "I'm Sir Ginny would love to know so she can look forward to her own experience next year. The four still enrolled Weasley brothers glanced at one another, a half-guilty half-worried look crossed each of their faces. What could they say? What should they say? What would the others say? How would their parents react? Finally, as the oldest, and self-deemed most responsible, Percy decided to take the lead. The term has actually been most educational for all of us, he said. I believe it is safe to say that we each learned many things that we were not expecting to learn this year. Even Fred and George. Ginny giggled. Yep, Fred said. Even us, George agreed. Oh, and what is it that all of you could have learned that was so unexpected? Charlie asked, thinking it a joke and ready to laugh. Yeah, I can't really think of anything on any of the curriculum that would have had 5th years, 3rd years and 1st years all learning the same thing, Bill commented. Was there a guest prophase? Sore teaching a seminar or something going on? Nah, nothing like that, Ron replied, ignoring or completely oblivious to his other brother's gestures to shut up. It's just my best mate, he goes by the name Harry's son. He taught us mackerel parts. Charlie, Bill and Arthur all looked at each other and exclaimed, what? Meanwhile, Fred, George and Percy all slapped their foreheads in exasperated frustration. Ginny was just looking back and forth between everybody, confused. Martial, Ron, martial arts, Percy shouted to the heavens. Why is that still so hard for you to grasp? The youngest Weasley son just shrugged, snacking away on chips as he replied, Dunno. What are you talking about, Percy? Arthur asked. It is best if we show you, Father, the third eldest responded with a brief wince. Yeah, 'cause anything that we say to explain it, George said. Ronikins here will just muddle up by blurting out something else nonsensical. Fred finished. I will not, Ron blurted out, only to receive glares and expectant stares from everybody else in the room, even his baby sister. Or, I wouldn't if I knew what that meant. How is he actually stronger than us, again? Fred asked George. All that blood and food has to go somewhere, just not his brain apparently, the twin replied. A few moments later, everyone except for Mrs. Weasley had stepped outside to the other side of the Burrow's garden, so as not to cause any damage to anything. Arthur, Bill, Charlie and Ginny were completely in the dark about what was going on, but they trusted their family, and even if it were just a prank that the twins had somehow talked Percy into participating in, they would at least bear witness. For the Hogwarts-bound burgeoning martial artists, however, their reasons for showing this off at all were quite diverse. For Ron, he just wanted to show off, finally having something that he was better at than all his brothers. He was still the only one other than Harry, Gohan, Hermione or Neville that could successfully flash step, not to mention the only one other than Hermione able to successfully use the special attack that Harry had taught each of them individually as far as the twins were concerned. Family was family, and after the Quidditch fiasco, they'd both acknowledged that what Harry and his brother had taught them would probably save their lives one day. And they both wanted to make sure their whole family had the same. With Percy, it was far more simple. He always told the truth, and he'd been asked what they all had learned at Hogwarts. What is this all about, boys? Arthur asked his sons, as they actually continued further away from the house, past the garden, and also he noted away from their neighbors as well. Think this is far enough? Fred asked Percy. If it were Harry and Gohan, not nearly, the eldest of those still at Hogwarts replied. And if we can't talk Ronald here into holding back from showing off, they all three glared at the tall, lanky 11-year-old. What? Ron exclaimed, completely clueless. He'd been thinking about what was for dinner. Fine, I'll start, Percy declared. Then you two, that way we'll all EEB, prepared in case he does get out of sorts. Fair enough, the twins said together, nodding. Father, brothers, Percy began, adopting what they all thought of as his lecturing voice. These past few months at Hogwarts, we have, oh come off it, Percy, Ron exclaimed, losing patience, and eager to show off. Here, I'll show you all how cool I've become. And then he began powering up. The twins shot each other a look before coming up on either side of their younger brother and simultaneously slapping him across the back of his head. Just before they could connect, however, both of Ron's fists flashed and stopped their, albeit hardly serious, attacks. At that, the elder wizards present stood up and took notice, so to speak. Ginny just silently took it all in and paid close attention to what her elders were doing. And then Ron smirked and really kicked it up a notch. With a savage shout, he exploded with power, almost literally, as his substantial clear key flame ignited and say. RVED is visual for the energy he expended to knock the twins back into the ground. He truly took it too far when he started to fly. Oh, he didn't take off and shoot into the sky or anything, but he did hover several feet off the ground as he finished powering up. It wasn't Harry or Gohan level impressive, but for Arthur, Bill, Charlie and Ginny, who were seeing it all for the first time, and in someone of their own blood, it was jaw-dropping. We learned how to do this, Ron proudly proclaimed, standing in midair, fists on his hips, posing like some red-headed caricature of Peter Pan. Ron's father stuttered slightly as he finally asked, and, son, what exactly is, this? At that, Ron deflated somewhat and lowered himself back down to the ground and looked at one of his older brothers in particular. Percy, you want to take this one? Ron said with a stupid grin on his face. As one, each of the Weasleys present, save for one, grunted and sighed as they slapped themselves on the foreheads and rubbed their faces in frustration at the impatience and impetuousness of their youngest brother, son. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, England. Draco entered the front door of his ancestral home. For the first time ever, he felt apprehensive walking these daunting halls and traversing the history-rich corridors. Despite Madame Pomfrey's good work, he was still sporting some injuries from the other day. Bruises healed fast enough on their own, she'd told him, but she'd already given him a potion and whatever other magics she could to speed his recovery along. The independent healer his father hired to look him over before they'd left school grounds could hardly do any better, other than to reconfirm the school nurse's assessment. Draco Malfoy was nervous, and he knew he had good reason to be. Their plan to destroy Harry Potter, aka Harry's son, had utterly backfired. And unfortunately, the majority of that plan had been concocted by himself. Draco had rarely been punished when growing up, but he had been punished before, and remembered every time. Malfoys didn't believe in corporal punishment. No, they were far more inventive than that. The Malfoy heir dread what sort of remissive he would receive for a failure of such epic magnitude. Silently, he made his way to his father's study, where he encountered not just his father, but also his godfather, Alred. Why, in the middle of a heated argument it would seem. That was an unmitigated disaster, Severus. Lucius screamed at his longtime friend and confidant. I'll have to call in favors and make some demands of my fellow school governors. You made promises, Severus. You gave me assurances that this boy was little more than a destructively minded, mediocre yet typical Gryffindor. He was anything but. I never used the word mediocre. Lucius, Snape snarled back. And what was with you, if I may inquire, that had you retreating so early on? The boy practically begged us to throw him out, and instead of doing just that, you back off and try to regroup. Potter is arrogant, presumptive, a cheeky wise ass, an absolute idiot, and a menace to everything, but he's no fool. He'll be harder to get rid of because of this blunder. What were you thinking, Lucius? I was thinking that Dumbledore had obviously coached his golden boy in how to play the game. The blonde aristocrat responded in kind. He played the martyr card. And no matter what kind of evidence is shown to the controversy, if he willingly walked away from Hogwarts as punishment, he'd be back in the dorms by sundown the next day. And an honorary owl certificate of his choosing with his name on it. Despite the time that has passed, the boy who lived still carries a great deal of clout and goodwill. We need to catch him in the act and have him punished unwillingly, and then quickly forgotten about. If we can get him into Azkaban, even for a day, I can still make that happen. Dumbledore won't let it get that far, Snape grumbled. And the debt that I owe Potter won't allow me to endanger his life to that degree. Don't ask, I don't like to talk about it. The short version is that whatever we do to him, cannot endanger him. Humiliate and tear him down and make him miserable, absolutely. But I'll be, forced to intervene if his life is ever at all threatened. There are places in Azkaban that, Lucius smiled darkly. Make sure the prisoners can't die. And I'm not talking about the Dementor's kiss. The problem is, how to get the boy there. Students' lives were endangered by that small-scale war the other day, Snape pointed out. Surely, there must still be some way to lay it all at Potter's feet. His willingness to be expelled aside, this is all his fault. I have something that might be able to turn things to our advantage. But I'll need time to search out the possibilities. I was hoping to use it for something more advantageous than an old-school grudge. In the meantime, however, we need to strategize more on how to handle the governor's meeting at the new year. Even if we could prove that the boy was a danger and an active threat against the school, at this point, none of the other governors, even my staunchest allies, would agree to expelling him, let alone condoning him to Azkaban. Then the ministry, Snape suggested. What happened was clearly assault, and all of it centered around Potter. Get the Aurors, or better yet, the unspeakables involved. They'd love to get their wands on him, I'm sure, to find out how he does all that he does. Perhaps, but I'd feel better about getting him lost in Azkaban, Lucius said, trailing off as Draco finally lost what little restraint he still possessed, and had started laughing uncontrollably. Both men stared, with mounting anger and annoyance, at the hysterical 11-year-old. Ha 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 ha, Azkaban this, Azkaban that. Draco laughed out loud, wiping the tears of mirth and anger from his squinted eyes. Why? Oh, you both truly don't understand what just happened, do you? He stopped laughing and stared in open shock at the two men he most emulated and looked up to above all others. While he still respected and trusted them, this newest revelation had almost permanently knocked them from the pedestals he'd once held them upon. Limping over to the chair in front of his father's desk, he sat down with a heavy, and somewhat painful, sigh of regret. What are you implying, Draco? Lucius spoke harshly with his son, a rarity in and of itself. And I must warn you, my patience is wearing quite thin by this point. The younger blonde shook his head, disappointed in more ways than one. Forgive me, father, but you haven't seen Harry's son, nor his brother, in action, he answered. Azkaban could no more hold son prisoner than a muggle could hold you prisoner. I'm certain that he would find it a challenge, and the Dementors would undoubtedly give him pause, but they would be unable to contain him. Not unless he was willing to be contained. Potter is strong, I'll grant you that, Draco, but to escape Azkaban at will. Preposterous, Snape scoffed. Maybe not on his own, Draco admitted. But you're failing to take into account his brother, their father, and the rest of his family and friends. Azkaban would cease to exist less than a day after Harry's son, or his brother, would be placed there. Who do you think has taught son how to do what he can do? Snape closed his mouth, which had been opened with, no doubt, another glaring insult about Harry Potter. To help his godfather's thinking along, Draco continued. Son is an 11-year-old child, who can fly, is stronger than any troll and most giants, and can use his very life force as a weapon. That says nothing of his power over magic. Father, he was struck by the death curse as an infant, and I have seen it with my own eyes, how he can make himself immune to any spell that he has either seen or experienced. He doesn't even need a wand to cast and use magic. What chance would Azkaban have against an adult, who is thousands, if not millions of times stronger than the boy? Both adult wizards were struck speechless. Besides, if your goal is to destroy him, playing these games with him won't do any good, he concluded. The moment that Harry's son has learned everything that he can of magic from Hogwarts, he is going to go back to his home and do something else. He has no intentions of staying in the wizarding world, or having anything to do with us. I've seen it. Now, both adults acquired similar, calculating expressions. A quick glance between them to confirm, and Lucius approached his son and knelt beside him. What are you thinking, Draco? What is your proposal? He asked, testing, sensing that this was a test, as vital if not more so than anything he'd yet been tested on at Hogwarts. Draco sat a little straighter in his chair, wincing slightly as some of his injuries reminded him of their status, and spoke to his father. If you want to destroy the boy who lived, first thing you have to do is kill him, and then after he's gone, that is when we can start deconstructing his image and making everybody hate him. That is not an option. Snape blurted out, apparently without meaning to. I do not mean to kill Harry's son, Professor, Draco amended. I mean kill the boy who lived. I suppose we can start by. He paused and suddenly smirked triumphantly. What is it? Snape asked. It is actually simpler than I'd been thinking, he answered. Son has already given us the ammunition we need. He just told us, admittedly in private, that he doesn't care about being expelled from Hogwarts. That he doesn't care about being a part of our world. We just have to get him to admit that publicly, enough times, and the rest of the school will tear him apart for us. To say nothing of the rest of the public. Yes, that is a good starting point, Draco, Lucius said, standing back to his feet. We'll just need to east it so that it seems like our hero wants nothing to do with us, that he's rejecting us. Yes, that will make him persona non grata, guaranteed. Now that is settled, gentlemen, a cold voice said from the entrance to the study. They all turned and saw Draco's mother, Narcissa Black Malfoy, standing there, hands held imperiously on her hips, and a cross expression on her face. Draco, it is time for you to rest. You've been through quite an ordeal, and you need to let the healer's work finish its job. Come along now. Reluctantly, despite feeling quite exhausted and grateful for the opportunity to rest, Draco got to his feet and allowed his mother to escort him back to his room, where he slept for the rest of the day. Back in the study, Lucius had only one unanswered question remaining, which he voiced, with some dread, to his old friend. What did the boy mean by, if there was still a planet left? Hermione's home. Ealing Road, Ealing, London, England. Hermione let out a long and tension-releasing sigh as she leaned up against the closed door of her room. She hadn't expected things to be so different when she got back from school, but they were. And unfortunately, not just with her. For starters, the handful of things that had not changed. Her house was still the same, her parents had the same job and went to work at the same time every day, and her room was exactly as she had left it on the morning of September 1st. Her mother might have come in occasionally to vacuum and dust perhaps, but nothing was out of place or missing. That, unfortunately, seemed to be the extent of what had stayed the same. The biggest news, and therefore biggest change, was that she would soon have a baby brother or sister. Her mother was pregnant, and apparently had been a few weeks if that long after she left for Hogwarts, meaning she was about 4 months along and was a few weeks into her second trimester. If that had been all, she'd be nothing but excited at the news. Although she would regret that she wouldn't be back home until at least a month, maybe more after her sibling would be born. Maybe she could ask Professor Dumbledore for some kind of leave of absence. Or, if worse came to worst, she supposed she could just fly down on her own power. No, she scolded herself, this is happy news, and she's just being grumpy because her room was being remade into a nursery for the baby, and she wasn't even going to have a room of her own by the time she got back from school. Everything was changing and there wasn't anything that she could do about it. All this power, all this knowledge, all this magic, and what good could it do for her? Absolutely nothing. Frustrated by both the duality of her own conscience, happy to have a baby brother or sister, yet angry, frustrated, and jealous of him, her, and it hadn't even been born yet. Hermione was overwhelmed by the impulse to hit something, but she restrained herself, struggling to control her emotions. She needed to meditate. Tearing open her trunk, perhaps just a bit harder than necessary, she quickly got out her training clothes, ignoring the reminder to herself to wash them before airing them again, and then raced outside to her fenced-in backyard and settled herself down to meditate. 1 hour later, the police and emergency services finally left, having determined all the calls about explosions in their backyard must have been either crank calls, or pranks by local troublemakers setting off fireworks. As it turns out, she needed some place, more private, to train, which add her to the phone book and adverts in the newspaper for nearby martial arts studios or dojos she could join. She found one that immediately piqued her interest, and met the minimum of her requirements: small, isolated, adequate facilities, relatively new or unpopular, so she wouldn't either be competing with a large class nor be swarmed by busybodies as she kept up her key training, and most RT Antley with a martial arts instructor that actually knew his stuff and could really teach her. Hercule Satan's dojo, England branch. She stood outside the doors of the rather small and dingy-looking building. With the very large and splashy, not to mention neon flashing lights, sign above the simple glass push-door entrance, suddenly feeling a bit apprehensive about this. Her father, standing next to her, was feeling the same apprehension, mixed with paternal protectiveness. "Are you sure about this, Hermione?" he asked, concerned. Nodding adamantly up at her father, she set her expression, and her mind on following through with this, and replied, "Yes." "What happened at the house, Dad? It was my fault. But I cannot let myself stagnate. I'm sorry about. It's okay." He smiled own at her and mussed up her bushy brown hair before kissing her forehead. "You know as well as I do that your mother wanted that tree gone for years now. You just, saved us some money and effort of having it hauled away. Although watching you tear through it with your bare fists was illuminating." Still, they both looked up at the equally cheesy and flamboyant dojo. "I'll be fine, Dad," she promised. "Yes, well, I'll be back in 1 hour," he promised right back. "And if you aren't out here to greet me, I'll be bringing all of my friends on the police force and the whole of Scotland Yard, if possible, to come rescue you. Understand me?" Giggling, she shook her head at her father's antics, and replied, "I understand. I'll keep one eye on the clock. Promise." With that said, they shared one last father-daughter embrace. And then she ran into the dojo, eager to get caught up on the training she'd been forced to neglect during the last few days. "Who are you?" "Ah!" Hermione screamed, lashing out instinctively with a full-powered slap to the large man that had just yelled at her upon rushing into the dojo. "Woo-ah-oh-ah-oh-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah nearly threw it at the same time. Ugh! He groaned, picking himself up out of the person-shaped hole in the plaster. Looking down, he saw the frightened young girl, standing before him, practically shivering and one mouse squeak away from cowering in place. I mean, he spoke in a more moderated tone and quieter volume. Who are you, and how can I help you, little girl? Blinking in surprise, for far too many reasons, Hermione got herself under control, cleared her throat and said in a clear voice, my name is Hermione Granger. I want to study the martial arts. I'm in school, up in Scotland, and currently on my winter break. But you see, I have a classmate that got me started in studying the martial arts, and I want to learn more, and since he's not here, I thought that I say no more. The large man with a surprisingly thick afro, for a white American, judging by his accent, interrupted her. I am Hercule Satan, the master of this dojo, and founder of the International Satan Karate Dojo organization. It is my dream to inspire and teach an entire generation of martial arts masters. By the way, you are signing up for a full membership, right? I can only attend for the next month or so, and then during the summer, Hermione replied. But I will be in daily attendance, so, yes, a full membership, plus private lessons. All right then, Hercule Satan screamed out, making a victory pose. Let's get you signed up then. Now, first order of business, from now on you will call me Satan Sensei. Second, I don't actually have an official GI in your size. So your workout clothes will be fine. How old are you anyway, little girl? My name, she answered, a touch annoyed, is Hermione Granger, Satan Sensei. And I am 12 years old. All right then, Granger-chan. He smiled and patted her gently on the head. First, we'll do your evaluation, see what you already know and where we have to begin. My associate, Ms. Pisa shall assist. A tall, leggy woman with full orange-red hair, wearing a form-fitting red and white-lined official Satan GI walked up and silently smiled down at Hermione, telling the young girl all that she needed to know about why she was really there in the first place. What followed was a half hour of the sensei asking her questions, putting her in specific poses, asking her to do specific exercises and demons, trotting each when she didn't know what he was talking about. At no point did he physically touch her after that last pat on the head, and any time she needed to be corrected in posture or position, Ms. Pisa was the one to assist Hermione by moving her arms and legs accordingly. After the evaluation was concluded, they began the actual instruction, which took a grand total of 5.5 minutes. Mostly because Sensei liked the sound of his booming voice and spent 5 minutes talking about the single move he taught her, how to throw a punch. The remainder of the hour before her fath showed up was for her to practice the lesson, repeatedly. And that, actually worked in Hermione's favor, so she had no complaints. The rest of her vacation was suddenly far more bearable. While Sat and Sensei had few students at this dojo, she was definitely not the only one, and most certainly not the only one that meditated before and after training. As far as she could tell though, she was Saint likely the only one able to use her energy, both ki and magic. So while she couldn't go all out, like she could at Hogwarts, she was still permitted to practice her skills and what's more, learn new ones. Ms. Pisa had explained for Hermione, just before she left that first day, that Hercule always made sure that his first lesson was how to throw a punch, because that is what 99% of all prospective students come to a karate dojo to learn in the first place. The fact of the matter, though, was simply that he showed them how not to injure themselves when throwing a punch. Anybody that came back for a second lesson would find that out, but only those truly dedicated or came back for more than 10 lessons and signed up for full-time membership were permitted to learn the next lesson. How to take a fall and the basics of defense. It wasn't all Karate Kid and Miyagi stuff, and there weren't enough students, yet, to make up a full class of white GI-wearing men and women shouting, "Ha!" over and over again. However, because she was so young, Hercule had apparently decided that Hermione wouldn't have to go through the whole proving oneself rigmarole he put his older students through. Therefore, Hermione found herself getting an actual education in martial arts, or the Satan school of karate form of it at any rate. Outside of the dojo, Hermione focused all her energy on getting over the fact that soon her parents would have another child and she would have a younger sibling. One that she wouldn't even get to meet until they'd been around for over 3 months already. She spent every spare minute with her mother and helping around the house, while also reminding them that she was still their daughter. And still deserved, and needed their attention. To which, they wholeheartedly accepted and demonstrated they did still love her and that was never going to change, no matter how many children they have. They also pointed out that given her own magical nature, odds were heavily in favor of her younger sibling having magic of their own and heading off to Hogwarts when they turned 11 years old. With that in mind, she started something of a journal, with the intended audience being both her parents, and in particular her unborn sibling. In the journal, she described and wrote down everything she knew about the magical world and most of what she'd learned while there. Nothing too specific, such as the spells or homework assignments, merely what magic was, what it could do, and the general basics of what she'd learned about it, both from the professors and from Harry. Thanks to her reading ahead, she found a spell called the Protean Charm, which would allow her to continue writing in this makeshift journal guidebook while at school, and the main one here at home for her parents to read, would have the same words written in them at the same time. It wasn't an easy spell, in fact it was on the curriculum as a 5th-year spell, but after reading through her books and a bit of experimentation, and Hermione had her 2-way diary set up with no difficulty at all. That was the most school work that she actually did during the holiday, something which amazed both her parents. Although she would never publicly admit to noticing or knowing why. And it actually took her most of the vacation to actually research the charm and get it working. Again, most of her time was spent at the dojo, or in helping out her parents with the holiday rush. Halloween, after all, had just been a month and a half past. Being unable to use her magic or ki powers while at home, Hermione decided to focus on other aspects of what Harry had taught her. And while she might be, technically, able to use her ki at home, she was not about to risk blowing up the house all over again, even if it had only been the backyard and a single tree. At home, when not researching the Protean Charm or helping with her mother's pregnancy, she exercised, focusing mostly on aerobic exercises to increase her stamina along with running practically everywhere she went. Hermione did everything she could think of to improve her endurance and body. After all, that was the area where she'd been lacking when first learning ki, she remembered. Also, she'd taken notice that her magic had responded when she'd taken that day off on Halloween to train up, and how her getting Ing fit and staying in shape seemed to improve not only her power, but her control over her magic as well. Maintaining her fitness at home became a habit and soon spread to both her parents. While only her father joined her for her morning runs, given that she was only just entering her second trimester, her mother was happy to join in on her aerobic exercises whenever they were both home at the same time. At the dojo, however, the only exercises she performed were those she was instructed in by Sensei and whatever the older students also partook in. Mostly that was stretching and repeated movements, or katas to incorporate muscle memory for the techniques they were being taught. The rest could be considered strength training by most, although being a 12-year-old girl, nobody expected or required her to participate in that sort of training. Of course, being a friend of Harry's son, that didn't stop her for even a second. Still, it was too early for her to try pulling a fleet of buses behind her by nothing but a sailor's rope, but there were some variations that still allowed her to push herself. As it was, most days when she returned from her time at the dojo, she was physically exhausted. And her time spent on the protean charm drained her mentally, enough that she slept a full 8 hours, almost 9 some nights. Nevertheless, by the time her vacation drew to a close, she'd never felt better about herself nor her life. Even taking into account all the shocks she got when she'd first returned from Hogwarts, they all turned into exciting opportunities and joyous news. Once she had processed the information that is. So, all in all, she had a pretty good vacation. The Borough, Ottery Street, Catchpole, Devon, England. It was the last week of their vacation, before they had to go back to Hogwarts. And the Weasley children were making the most of it, and then some. William, Bill, Weasley, the eldest and first-born son of Arthur and Molly Weasley, screamed out from the effort of bringing forth his key, as he'd been shown to by his younger siblings. That a visible key flame had already ignited around him spoke either to Bill's natural talent, or the teaching talents of Percy, the twins, and Ron. Given the already prominently displayed natural talents of the other Weasley children in the matter of key skills, the answer is fairly obvious. Next to, and across from Bill, Charlie Weasley was also raising his power level and bringing forth his key, but doing so as quietly as he possibly could. He was a dragon handler, by profession, and the powers that these skills promised were invaluable to him. Nevertheless, one doesn't stand in front of a dragon, screaming one's head off. Not if one doesn't want to be made into ash from dragon flame. He was discovering that the screaming wasn't actually necessary to powering up, it was just an unfortunate side effect of male psychology. It was not that you had to scream when powering up, it was just a concentrated effort of willpower to not scream as you did so. Percy Weasley was supervising his older brothers as they demonstrated their ability to bring forth their key. A fact and position that he was, internally, positively delighted over. In Percy's eyes, Bill and Charlie had shown themselves to be better and more capable than him all throughout their childhood. He just wanted to be better than them. And now he was better than them at something, and rather than lord it over them and deny them, he was lording it over them as he showed them how to do it themselves. The fact that it was Christmas time was merely coincidental to Percy's feelings of getting everything that he wanted all at once. Fred and George Weasley, aka the twins, were together with their youngest brother, Ron Weasley, supervising their youngest sibling, Ginny Weasley as she demonstrated her own newly learned skills. As they did so, Ron wondered if it was his lot in life to be perpetually intimidated and fearful of all the women in his life. The reason for this pondering had to do with the fact that within minutes of comprehending Percy's lessons on how to meditate and access one's ki, Ginny brought forth hers and was soon powered up with only a moderate amount of effort. The facts that she was stronger, in terms of energy, than most of her brothers, Ron and the twins included, and that when powered up, her hair seemed to straighten and move on its own like a model before a wind machine, an effect very similar to what happened with Hermione when she powered up. She made Ron want to make sure he did nothing to piss his sister off for the next little while. At least not until he could train up and make himself stronger than her once more. And even then, he would be cautious. Why the introductions? Because this is where their characters are truly revealed. I can feel it, Charlie exclaimed, looking down at himself in awe, the clear key flame shining all around and from within his body. It is amazing. I feel like I can do anything right now. There, Bill hoarsely remarked as he finished powering up and did his own self-examination. There are no words to describe this. You learned this at school. Percy smirked and politely nodded his head. While answering, Ron actually had the opportunity to begin learning first, but apparently in spite of his voracious appetite. Our youngest brother had the weakest key out of all of us. No, Ron protested, immediately flying over from next to Ginny to join in the conversation his eldest brothers were having. That isn't how it happened. I'm not good at meditating, all right. So I had some trouble tapping into my key. Harry just thought that meant that I had less to call upon, but when he showed me how to use it. By throwing you off a cliff, Fred chimed in from a distance. But not before chasing you up the side of a mountain, throwing energy balls at you. George added, laughing, blushing red, enough to match their hair. Ron persisted. When Harry showed me how to use my key, I learned how to tell how much I've got left and everything. So, I'm not weak. I'm actually about as strong as you, Percy. I wasn't handling it properly, is all. Curious, and without doubt even from Percy, the most intelligent of the Weasley family, Bill stepped forward and asked him, how do you mean, Ron? What were you doing, or weren't you doing that made everybody else think that you weren't as powerful as you are? The youngest Weasley son shrugged, a look of utter helplessness and regret covering his expression. I don't know, Bill. Honest, he exclaimed, running his hands through his red hair. Ron started to pace, venting his frustration. If I knew what I was doing wrong, don't you think I'd tell you? If I knew how to do it right, don't you think I would have figured this all out so much faster? I don't know what I was doing wrong, that is just the explanation Hermione got. Me when I asked Harry and Gohan that exact same question. Why was I so weak beforehand, if I wasn't actually that weak? His siblings all looked down or away from him, avoiding his gaze, feeling bad. Ginny, however, was the first to look back at him and say exactly what he needed to hear. So what did you do about it, Ron? She asked him. How'd you start handling your energy that showed everyone just how strong you truly are? Besides exercise and practice, I mean. Ron opened his mouth to speak, and then actually thought about what he was going to say and closed it. When he finally had an answer, he said, at first, I kind of. Well, his face started turning redder than his hair, but at least he spoke clearly. I sort of treated it like hunger. They laughed. It's what I could best compare it to. When I was low on ki, or energy, then I felt hungrier, but when I was fully rested and fully charged, I was full. As far as using it, again, he shrugged. Honestly, it was like my body already knew how to do all this stuff. I never really thought about it. Well, perhaps you should, Bill recommended, smiling to take the sting out of his words. He clapped his youngest brother on his shoulder and looked him in the eye as he said, it is amazing that this all comes so effortlessly to you, Ron, truly. But that is no reason to slack off. If you're good at something truly amazing, like this, you don't just stand back and coast. You have to work at it and be even better at it. If ki is what you're good at, like I'm good with wards, Charlie's good with animals, Fred and George their pranks, do you get what I'm driving at, little brother? No, Ron answered truthfully, shaking his head. If what you're good at is this key stuff, then you need to do more than just practice and train a bit. You need to figure it out as much as you're able, so that you can turn around and someday teach Harry or this Gohan a thing or two. Don't settle for being as good as, strive to be better than everybody else that can do this same thing. Understand me now? Ron bit and chewed on his bottom lip for a moment or two, contemplating Bill's words. Finally, he looked back into his elder brother's eyes and asked, how am I supposed to do that? Ask questions, Bill answered. Find the answers, Charlie added. Think of new questions and find those answers, Percy proposed. And don't forget to, Fred started. Have fun while doing it, otherwise, George continued. It wouldn't really be worth doing, would it? Ginny finished with a question and a giggle. The youngest Weasley, her hair flowing like a banshee in the night, then asked, now, how do we go about flying, without a broomstick, again? They all laughed, even Ron, who was left scratching his head as his brain forced itself into thinking new thoughts. Was Ki really the one thing that he was the best at? Could he really be better than everybody else with it? Could he one day beat Harry, or even Gohan? Question mark exclamation mark. The eyed, as such questions left him with were staggering, and more than a little terrifying. Ronald Bilious Weasley had a lot to think about. Home of the Sun family. Fire Mountain Reservation. Gohan and Harry both fell to the ground, bruised, battered, and gasping for breath between cries of raw pain. They weren't being tortured or anything like that, though one would be hard-pressed to tell the difference in the end. No, they were just in the middle of training with their father and teacher, Goku and Piccolo, respectively. Wow, Goku commented, sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck with one hand, the other at a right angle on his hip. You guys really let go of your training while off at school, didn't you? No, Harry protested, although it came out as little more than a wheeze. We, gasped, trained. Harry's right, Dad, Gohan added weakly, trembling as he struggled even to sit up. But unlike you and Mr. Piccolo, we couldn't afford to spend every minute of everyday training. We had to go to classes and finish our homework. Besides, you said we couldn't use magic in training, remember? Would such simple tricks truly make a difference in the outcome? Piccolo growled, standing off to the side. Still wearing his cape and turban, arms crossed. At least they'd invoked a sweat out of their Saiyan father, which was something the brothers took some satisfaction in. That they'd fall, and so far behind that they could no longer get Piccolo to take them seriously, however, that stung more than a little bit. I'm faster than I was, Harry insisted. But your stamina is still lacking, Piccolo reminded him. And Gohan, your timing is off. It is as though you both did the absolute minimum of training to maintain your skills and focused only on your existing strengths. Disgraceful. Ah, don't be so hard on them. Piccolo, Goku said, maybe this next round, we let the boys use their magic spells that they learned. Who knows, it might surprise us. The green-skinned Namekian merely grunted in reply. Yeah, great, as soon as I can move, Harry grumbled, getting his breathing back under control at least. You're not injured enough for a Senzu bean, the boy's teacher pointed out. And your 5 minutes rest period is almost up. I suggest that you get on your feet before we resume, Gaki. Ah, Harry mocked, you're bringing out the old nicknames. Am I getting on your nerves, Piccolo Sensei? Training resumes in 5, 4, 3, 2, he then launched into motion, driving a fist right at Harry's prone head. The young wizard moved just as quickly, raising one hand and annulling his magic as he cast one of the more effective spells he'd learned over the past few months that could take a key user by surprise. Depulso. The wave of magical force was on par with some of the more intense power-ups the Z Warriors had seen over the years, but focused directly upon Piccolo rather than all over. The obvious result, Piccolo went flying, knocked over 50 feet into the air. And if he'd allowed gravity to reassert its power over him, might have sent him crashing into the ground over 100 yards away. As it was, upon reaching the pinnacle of his unexpected flight, Piccolo asserted his own power and remained floating in the air, looking down upon his magical student in surprise. Depulso. Harry aimed the next one at his father, distracting the black-haired Saiyan by sending him flying back into the trees, and possibly through some of them, giving his brother some time to at least get to his feet. Right, so, the green-eyed, black-haired son of Goku grumbled, flipping to his feet. Back to getting our asses kicked. Language, the dark-eyed, black-haired son of Goku admonished his brother, slowly planting his shaking and exhausted feet on the ground once more. Bugger off, wanker, he replied, powering up and focusing on using his own brand of magic, the mana balls and raw elemental spells. I'll take Dad, see if you can't pressure Mr. Piccolo a bit, he suggested. Tapping into his own well of power and innate strength. Our only chance is to double-team them, and we both know that, came the reminder. Just make the most out of your spells that you can, while you can. Returned the rejoinder. Cheerio, Harry said in an overly faked British accent, before launching himself into the air, both hands crackling with green mana. Hyaahh. Gohan cried out as he rushed his rapidly approaching opponent. So, Piccolo remarked as Harry approached his altitude, you actually did learn something at that school of yours, didn't you? Not bad. Firing off the mana ball in his right hand, Harry held onto the one in his left as he tried completing the little trick Hermione had pulled off on Halloween, intermingling his ki with the mana to create an even more impressive attack than either on their own. At the same time, he kept up attacking with his right hand, alternating ki blasts with mana balls. Meanwhile, in the midst of attacking, he responded to his sensei's remark. "I've learned a lot more than my," he grunted as he abruptly had to change direction as Piccolo started firing back his own ranged attacks. "So-called self-study could have taught me. Supposedly, there are rules behind transfiguration, which limit how much and what kind of material various matter can be changed into. And potions is far from the most useless of subjects. Not the most useful in a fight, but I can do so much with it that it's hard to dismiss it out of hand. Oh, and it goes without saying that I now know some actual spells, quaduopsido." Piccolo was always in tune with and paid avid attention to his instincts when in battle. When they suddenly screamed at him to dodge, he didn't hesitate for even a moment. As it was, he was barely fast enough as the edges of his cape were suddenly shredded and cut away. Harry just smirked at the look his green-skinned teacher gave him and shrugged. In response, Piccolo just glared harder, before irking back and finally made a show of taking off his weighted turban and cape, throwing them to the ground, incidentally startling the dueling Goku and Gohan as they had to dodge the falling object. Impedimenta, impedimenta, impedimenta. Harry tried to hit the now much faster target with what he considered the slowing spell, but either they weren't powerful enough, or now that he was on guard, Piccolo wasn't letting any of them hit. Unfortunately, Harry knew of only one way to increase his accuracy and casting speed, and he was reluctant to employ it for a number of reasons. Number 1 being, Piccolo would have no compunction whatsoever in breaking his wand and rendering it to ash. The next most pertinent reason being, he was still holding onto the ki mana ki attack in his left hand. Not that it would do him any good unless he could get the Namekian to hold still long enough for it to hit. Screw it, Harry grumbled to himself, disapparating away right before Piccolo reached his position, pulling his wand with his right hand right after reappearing on the other side of the training field. Focusing on Piccolo's key signature, more accurate and reliable than just sight, he started casting out blind impedimenta curses, but fortunately by focusing on his target they went from straight shots to homing spells. By the time Piccolo reached his position, he was moving as slow as he had when still wearing the weighted cape. Now within range, and hopefully hindered enough for this to work, Harry cast a different spell. Incarcerus. Thick, almost steel quality RO. Pays shot out from the end of Harry's wand and wrapped themselves, tightly, around the struggling Namekian. Piccolo, of course, immediately tried to use his power to free himself from the bindings, ONL. Why to find himself falling through the air moments later. He reasserted his flight so he was more or less stable, but found that he didn't have enough to both free himself and stay aloft. Harry saw this immediately, of course, and didn't hesitate as he finished charging the mana ki mana attack and unleashing the bubbling green-gold chartreuse ball of energy down at his bound and stationary target. The attack exploded with a blinding flash of light and kicked up a great deal of smoke and dust. Unfortunately, he lost sight of his target in the dust. What seemed like moments later, there was a burst of energy in Piccolo Sans bindings emerged from the smoke, flying straight at the young wizard. Flying at about half his speed, Harry realized in a brief moment of insight. Putting away his wand in a hurry, Harry raced forward at his full speed, which interestingly enough seemed to be on par with the speed Piccolo himself was currently limited to. They began to trade blows at a blistering speed, and about every other exchange was highlighted as Harry's hands flashed with magical power upon impacting with the Namekian's flesh, recasting the impedimenta curse again and again and again. It did not seem to be slowing him any further, but it kept the two of them on the same speed level, for now. Too bad for the young wizard, speed is merely one of the pillars that Piccolo's fighting power is built upon. Sure, they were getting an almost equal number of hits on one another, but Harry's sadistic sensei was a lot stronger, both physically and with energy, to say nothing of his honed skill at fighting. The boy just couldn't keep up, and was soon forced to retreat from the engagement. Not that Piccolo let him go so easily. Down on the ground, Gohan was running into his own obsta. Please as he squared off against his biological father. The man that lived, breathed, and worked at nothing but martial arts and making himself stronger and surpassing all his limits to become a better fighter. The younger generation may have greater potential, but that didn't mean he could use it at present. Ha, hiya, heya, Gohan punched, kicked and bull rushed as his father blocked, dodged, and parried. Flipping around to behind the smaller fighter and unleashing his own series of attacks. Gohan managed to block maybe the first 2 or 3, but his father's speed was just too much for him to keep up with, and he was soon knocked away, skidding over a dozen meters along the ground, kicking up a huge dust cloud in his passing. Not that he let that stop him. A few seconds to regain high-s bearings and briefly catalogue his injuries, he strained momentarily to get back to his feet, and then blurred forward with his own impressive speed to continue the bout. He was punching and kicking and attacking with everything that he had, but yet again Goku was blocking, dodging and parrying most all of it with seeming ease. He laughed briefly before he dodged completely out of Gohan's reach and commented, "Gohan, you're way too slow." He then proceeded to drive his right knee directly into his son's solar plexus, knocking the wind out of the 11-year-old and sending him right back into the ground. At the same moment, Harry came careening down out of the sky and the two brothers actually collided in a tremendous explosion of dust. Piccolo floated down beside Goku and gave his own critique. At the very least you could try and pull the same tricks your brother has, trying to slow me down since he obviously can't keep up. The rate you two are going at, you'll never be ready in time for the androids. Groaning, the two of them picked themselves back up and rubbed away at their sorest spots. Well, what do you want, Piccolo-sensei? Harry questioned. We trained every night while we were away, in a magic room that was almost as good as anything Bulma could come up with. Possibly better, because there was that wind tunnel thing that it made for us this one time, let us train in high-speed maneuvers. But you only had yourselves to compare against, Piccolo pointed out. You need someone stronger, to guide your training as opposed to the self-training you've been doing so far. It is insufficient for our needs. Quote, what did you have in mind, Piccolo? Goku asked, grinning as always. Right now it is nothing but a notion, Piccolo shook off the question. In the meantime, we have a lot of time to make up for. Ready for round 3, boys. Fine, but let's switch up, Harry agreed, powering up and preparing what he was quickly coming to think of as his battle spells. I'm at least fast enough to make Dad sweat a little. Ha ha, Goku laughed. All right, Harry, have it your way, and the training resumed. End episode 13. Interlude, Vacation. Author's postscript note. Good news. Hiatus is over. Bad news. Still haven't finished the story and I'm still 3 to 4 chapters from doing so. But, as Time Space Door pointed out, March 13, 2019 is in fact 13 weeks after my last update. And part of me just can't resist the numeration aspect. Winking face. That being said, however, unless I can wrap the story up within the next 2 months or so, I may have to alter the trend. From every month on the day of whatever chapter, to however many weeks between updates. Don't want to do that, obviously, my fingers can only type so fast, and the muse is only being so cooperative. But, I have read everyone's reviews, and that has helped some. At the same time, to be fair, I do wish that you all would stop repeating yourselves in requests for what you want to see next. I've heard you, believe me. But this is still the first year at Hogwarts. Harry's going to need a little bit of time to learn, study, practice, and develop any magical skills dealing with non-English wizardry. Tell you what though, seeing as I'm having difficulty with those last few chapters still, I present my readers with an opportunity to subtly influence the story. The gauntlet, at the end of Book 1. All the traps, and everything that the professors of Hogwarts created and installed to help protect the Philosopher's Stone. I am now accepting suggestions on ways to improve or change what is there from the original story, in order to suitably challenge Harry and his friends. Please recall that very early on in the story, Harry publicly confessed to going into the Forbidden Corridor and easily traversing the gaming hall with no consequence. Current outline lists the identical challenges to the original story and all of them just blasting right through the defenses. If you'd Lee K a chance to influence the story and say, hey, that was my idea. Yay. Then here it is, except for Fluffy and the Mirror of Arised, in your reviews or PM outline the full gauntlet that Harry and the gang will have to get through in the Forbidden Corridor, listing the professor who designed the challenge, the details of the challenge itself, and the ideal way that a wizard might get past it. And then the way you think HPZ Harry and gang would get past it. Please and thank you. Oh, and thanks for reading and please review. Hogwarts New Year, Episode 14. Hogwarts New Year, Hogsmeade Train Station January 5th. Hey, Hermione, Neville called out to his friend as they disembarked from the Hogwarts Express on a chilly January Sunday afternoon. Neville, Hermione returned the greeting, rushing forward and embracing the larger boy with an enthusiastic hug. How was your vacation? Oh, same old, he shrugged in reply. How was yours? It was good, she said, smiling. Very enlightening. I managed to find a dojo near my house where I could keep in practice. The teacher, or sensei as Harry might say, was surprisingly skilled. He couldn't teach much about ki, but he did manage to educate me in several proper forms of the martial arts. What about you, Neville? Did you keep in practice? Mostly I just kept up with my exercises and energy sensing, he confessed. That is to say my family and I don't exactly live out in the country, so I couldn't do anything too flashy. Fortunate for the young girl at his side, Neville was too self-involved with his own issues to bother noticing the flaming blush spreading across her face at that moment. Before much else could be said or done, their friend from Hufflepuff walked up and joined them. Hello, Justin called out, even as he interjected himself between the female Ravenclaw and boy Gryffindor. Great to be back, isn't it? As brilliant as it was to go home for the holiday, I'm glad to be back. By the way, has anybody heard from Harry or Gohan? Nobody really. Saw them after that little brouhaha Malfoy started right before vacation. Although, the way the headmaster took Harry away like that, I was a bit worried for him. No, actually, Hermione confessed, getting her blush from her reaction to Neville's word choice under control. But then, neither of them were on the train with the rest of us when we left. I suppose they may have just left for home straight from school. They could easily do so after all. But, Neville spoke up, does that mean they'll be coming back the same way, or were they said to ride the train up like the rest of us? I mean, Harry did ride on the express on September 1st, after all. Hey guys, Ron Weasley suddenly cried out, coming up behind them. Where are Harry and Gohan? Would have thought they'd been on the express, but I couldn't find them anywhere. And, come to think of it, I can't sense them anywhere around here. Do you guys know where they're at? Now they were all growing concerned. Their concerns continued to mount as they failed to locate either of the So brothers on their way to the horseless carriages, which would take them from Hogsmeade back up to the school proper. When they entered the Great Hall, that they discovered no one had actually seen Harry nor Gohan since before the school break did nothing to alleviate those concerns. Malfoy's smirk over at the Slytherin table as he came to the same conclusion merely made them all a little sick from apprehension. Despite the return of the student population after the holidays, there was no feast or festivities. Just a usual Hogwarts dinner. Although the headmaster did make some announcements, he unfortunately did not have anything to say on the topic that nearly everyone in the school was wanting news about. At least, not until the end, that is. And in conclusion, finished Dumbledore, something that I'm sure many of you have been curious about ever since the incident just prior to the students' departure before the holiday. It has been decided by the ruling board of governors of Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, that the students known as Harry's son and Gohan's son, they've been found at no fault for the incident, and shall not be expelled from the school's curriculum. Before he could say anything more, the whole school, even a number of Slytherins, erupted in loud, nearly deafening cheers in celebration of the news. Dumbledore patiently waited for the children to get themselves under control, raising his hands for silence when enough of them had quieted down. Yes, 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 he said, smiling kindly, eyes twinkling madly. I too am pleased at this result. It is never a good thing when a student is expelled, and avoiding that fate is indeed worth celebrating. However, sudden and absolute silence, so complete that one could hear the creaking of the wood and stone of the castle as it settled amidst the winter chill. However, with the Sun brothers exonerated, and no concrete evidence leading to another suspect, it was decided, by the Board of Governors, that punishment be meted out equally to all perpetrators involved with the incident. Punishment more lasting than the loss of points, which shall remain, I might add. Every student that participated in the fight prior to the holiday, and trust in me that everyone's identity is known, shall serve a week's detention at various points throughout the remainder of the term. The time, location, and teacher you shall serve your detention with will be delivered to each student by official school correspondence later this evening. The silence continued, but it was clear that it was strained to the breaking point as everyone was looking back and forth between their peers and the headmaster, who Manu. Ally adjusted his half-moon spectacles and lost the twinkle in his eyes, as he continued. Let me make this clear, so that there is no misunderstanding, he admonished every last one of them, dropping a weight of guilt upon them so heavy that even those that did not fight and would not be serving detention felt utter shame. I and the governors hold no ill will toward either Mr. Sun, nor do we disapprove of the skills they have shared with the student body. What will not be tolerated, however, is the complete disregard for one another's welfare. Whether it was intentional or not, whether you were protecting and defending, or attacking and fighting for some other reason, it is clear that a number of students utilized these skills with the clear motive to harm and potentially kill their fellow students. The ringing silence was omnipresent and pressing down on everyone in the Great Hall from all sides. You are students of Hogwarts. Dumbledore shouted, actually shouted. Whatever houses divide you, you are students of Hogwarts. We do not teach you so that you can turn your wand or your fists upon your fellow students and assault them. We teach you so that you may better your minds, your bodies, and hopefully, eventually, better society as a whole with what you learn here. If an incident like this ever occurs here again, no one shall be expelled, but instead they will be held back, as the modern terminology goes. In short, if you are a first year, and are caught trying to harm another student, with either spell or other skills, then next year when you attend Hogwarts, you shall still be a first year. If you are a 7th year and actually pass your newts, then your credentials and certificate of graduation shall be withheld until you return to complete your full credit 7th year courses. In essence, you will not graduate and will have to repeat your 7th year. The silence was finally broken with a rapid and unmistakable hissing of shocked gasps and troubled whispers. We shall be foregoing that extreme in this instance, of course, Dumbledore assured them. But the ruling has been put into place. If any student, individual or otherwise, attempts harm against another student, and it is clear that harm was clearly meant, the punishment shall be enacted upon that student forthwith. Announcements over, Dumbledore sat back down and did what he could to enjoy the rest of the meal. While horrified whispers filled the great hall, whispers that were interrupted by a rather forceful knocking on the closed doors to the great hall. Forceful enough that the silverware on every table in the room rattled in time with the 4 knocks. Too tired to try and entertain any pranksters or fear-mongering, Dumbledore merely gestured and allowed the doors to open, revealing the source of the very subjects of his earlier announcement. Plus another. Mr. Sun, Dumbledore said just loud enough to be heard from across the room, you are both late. And please introduce your associate, as I do not believe many of us have had the pleasure. I can see why Goku likes this guy, the imposingly tall, cloaked individual grumbled in a deep and rather gravely voice. He was too far to see properly for the teachers at the head table, but something niggled at the headmaster's senses telling him that this individual was not exactly normal for a wizard. Nevertheless, he could sense some form of magic permeating from him, he just couldn't say what exactly. Sorry about that, Professor Dumbledore, Harry called out as the 3 proceeded up the procession toward the head table. We only just got the letter telling me and Gohan that we'd been invited back to Hogwarts this afternoon. Neither of us wanted to presume anything by just showing up without that letter, of course. Ah, yes, the old wizard nodded his head, stroking his waist-length beard. I had forgotten about the travel time involved, so for my error I do apologize. He suddenly cut off and gaped at the approaching trio. I'm sorry, did you say that the letter had only arrived this afternoon? Were you and your brother not on the express with the other students, Mr. Sun? No, of course not, Professor. Harry replied as the two boys and their imposingly tall, green-skinned friend reached the platform. We left for the school straight from home. Of course, that was after we convinced Mom to actually let us come back. That is actually why Piccolo-sensei is here. My name is Piccolo. The tall and deep-voiced character standing beside the boys introduced himself. He as wearing a broad-shouldered white cape and a tightly wrapped white turban. Beneath the cape was a deep, royal purple GI with a blue sash and wooden shoes. But most people couldn't seem to get past his green skin. And I'm here to make sure that what happened last month doesn't ever happen again. And how do you propose to do that precisely? Snape snapped at the alien. Piccolo turned and glared at the greasy-haired potions professor, and Snape was suddenly reminded of the moment Harry demonstrated the difference between attacking and saying hello, and that this man was reportedly the one that taught him that difference. According to the letter, Piccolo paused long enough for Gohan to pull said letter out of his back and hold it out. It was believed that Harry and Gohan's actions and teaching of their peers was the primary cause of the fight. If any such fight breaks out in the future, I'll be on site to end it. Before any injuries become too severe. Go ahead, ask me how. Snape wisely kept his peace. For the moment. Back to my earlier question, Dumbledore interjected. You flew here, straight from your home, and only departed this afternoon, after the owl arrived. An owl, I might add. That I sent off the day before yesterday. Are you saying that you traveled the same distance that took a magic owl nearly 3 days to traverse, in a single afternoon? Looking back and forth between each other, the trio shrugged at the old man's reactions, while Harry was the one to answer. Actually, it only took us about 4 hours. We had to pack and eat an early dinner, so we'd have enough energy for the trip. Piccolo-sensei could have gotten here a lot faster, but he was escorting us and didn't exactly know the way, so. Shaking his head and covering his eyes, Dumbledore sighed and waved off any further explanation. You may join the meal, Harry, Gohan. Mr. Piccolo, would you care to join the adults up here for evening meal? Perhaps we can better discuss your presence on Hogwarts grounds while we eat. Thank you for the offer, he replied, but I don't eat in the same way that humans do. I only need water. As though in reply, a pitcher and glass of water magically appeared before him. Floating in the air, momentarily surprised, he merely nodded and said, thank you. He then lifted his feet off the ground and crossed his legs beneath him, while his head and the rest of him remained at the same height. Ignoring the stares his sitting had caused, he addressed the school headmaster. The boys confessed to everything that happened, as well as their roles in it all. Of more concern was how little they'd actually managed to improve on their own. Raising his talon-fingered hand to forestall any argument, he made to counter the obvious arguments. Disruption to the school and your students is acknowledged, and that was a large part of the argument made for a supervisor being sent along with the boys. What finally convinced them, however, was that they need a trainer. Someone stronger than them that will actually challenge them and keep them from causing mischief, like what happened last semester. From what I understand, they started me kind of club where they taught their fellow students how to use energy and the like. The headmaster nodded, silently observing this stranger in their midst for the time being, trying to get a prop. Read on the man so he'd know how to proceed. From his general demeanor he could deduce that he was strict and tightly controlled and highly aggressive. A potent combination in anyone, especially a potential enemy. Dumbledore was certain there was more just beneath the surface, but an initial face-to-face meeting wasn't the time or place to delve into that. This, Piccolo would require patient observation. Normally this type of training is highly restricted, Piccolo went on to say, sipping his water. A teacher only takes a small handful of students and teaches only them, and they either die or become the next teacher. Harry and Gohan have had a unique upbringing. Oh, how so? Professor McGonagall asked, curious. If it is my place to ask, that is. It is not, Piccolo stated the fact, but answered anyway. My point is that rather than seek out a teacher and be taught, they were raised around the arts, and their teacher, namely myself, brought them up at a very young age. So the Why never truly accepted that this sort of power is kept away from the masses for a very good reason. He took another sip of water. Sighing, Piccolo concluded, but what's done is done, there is no going back now. I trust that these students of my students have at least been trained enough so they don't accidentally blow themselves, and the planet along with them. That is what Mr. Mr. Sun, the younger informs me. Dumbledore replied, nodding. All Piccolo said was, good. After a lengthy, yet remarkably comfortable silence, or a close enough equivalent for the Great Hall at meal time, the headmaster made one final inquiry of their impromptu guest. So, Mr. Piccolo, sir, where will you be staying during your time here? Between the hours that you'll be minding our wayward students of Hogwarts, If necessary, though it is on short notice, I could have one of our guest rooms prepared. The floating green-skinned man in white turban and cape shook his head, putting away the water for now. That will not be necessary. I've never bothered with indoor living. I'll find a spot in the nearby forest, if you need me out of the way. I understand that my presence can be somewhat of a distraction for the students. I'll likewise keep my minding of Harry and Gohan away from the castle, but still on school grounds. Just send me one of those letters by bird if you need to get a hold of me. Or have one of the boys come and get me. Now, if you will excuse me. Of course, Professor Dumbledore nodded his head as Piccolo stood to his feet once again and made his way out of the Great Hall. Pausing by the table, the brothers were to tell them, in a voice loud enough to be heard at the head table, to meet him in the morning for remedial training. The wizened old W.I. Zard was intrigued to note how both of them gulped and gave each other nervous glances. The remainder of the meal went as normal, and soon the students were heading off to bed or other areas of the CA. Saintel to pursue other interests beyond sleeping. As for the teachers, they all, without exception, made their way single file to the headmaster's office. Luckily, there were no less than 2 transfiguration masters in attendance. So conjuring up enough chairs for everyone was not an issue. No, the real issue came in maintaining order and keeping Snape from losing what little control over his temper that he had. Fortunately, Dumbledore had been brushing up on his silencing charms, and he'd done everything except cram a bunch of calming drafts down the man's throat himself. Unfortunately, even with such magical aids, the whole affair turned out to be like herding cats. Or worse, their magical Kneazle cousins. The first coherent question that he could understand from the torrential flood was from his deputy headmistress. What exactly happened at the governor's meeting, headmaster? Oh, I'd say quite a lot, Dumbledore answered, his eyes twinkling, his smile that of the stereotypical grandfather. Although, I would deduce that the question you are truly asking is in regards to my announcement to the students at dinner, You would deduce correctly, the Scottish witch replied testily. The punishment was initially suggested by Lady Longbottom, actually, Dumbledore remarked. Of course, her initial suggestion was quite a bit more strict than most were comfortable with, so the precise details took some time to negotiate. I won't bore you all with the minutiae of it all, but suffice to say that the punishment stands. To alleviate some concerns, I will say that many of the governors, myself and Mr. Malfoy included, insisted on there being quite a few legal hoops that must be navigated before the punishment is enacted. Of course, there must be an informal, formal, and official investigation into any incidents, and a hearing held with the results of each investigation before the Board of Governors themselves, with multiple options of appeal and reversal of sentence made available. The wizened headmaster then allowed himself to pop a few lemon drops and a quick gulp from his goblet before concluding. Also, Mr. Malfoy was most insistent upon the punishment ONLY be applicable for incidents that occur on school grounds. So, if the board does not find the student guilty before the beginning of the next school year, the punishment could not be enacted. Any questions? What about the current issue at hand? Snape asked in a somewhat strained tone. Yes, all those detentions, Professor Sprout spoke up. There's only so many hours in the day, Albus. Even if we double up on some of them, it'll be sooner by the time we get through them all. And who exactly is going to take on which students? They all cast suspicious and questioning glares in Snape's direction, who pointedly ignored them all. In that, at least, I do have an answer, said Professor Dumbledore. Though it was somewhat unorthodox for us, and they performed it on a voluntary basis, Number of students have made it something of a habit to go hiking around the area, though thankfully outside of the Forbidden Forest. Most of those are the same that participated in the incident before winter vacation. Therefore, they are more familiar with the area and environment than most classes that we have come through Hogwarts are. This makes them particularly suited to aiding our groundskeeper in performing his duties throughout the school property. It has been detailed, in the missive each student will be receiving, what time to report to Hagrid and what duties they are to perform. Hagrid's sole duty for the next little while will be to answer any questions the students have about their own duties, and to note who does and who does not show up for their appointed detention. Again, everyone shot a number of glares in Snape's direction. I will convey the urgency of mandatory attendance and the consequence of tardiness to all of my students, the head of Slytherin House told them all in exasperation. Now, said Dumbledore, is there anything else that needs to be discussed before we adjourn for the evening? Nobody could think of anything else to say, nothing that couldn't wait until morning when they weren't exhausted from the day's events and surprises. In that case, thank you all for your time, and I shall see you for breakfast in the morning. They all nodded in acknowledgement and left the headmaster's office. Hogwarts Great Hall. Next morning, Harry and Gohan limped over to the central Hufflepuff table, the only table in the entire hall that was considered neutral by pretty much the whole school. And therefore the only one that definitely allowed all the other houses to sit at. The others discriminated against at least one or more of the other houses. Hermione, Ron and Neville immediately picked up their plates and hurried over to where their houseless friends were sitting. "Where were you?" was the general gist of all the questions the two brothers were bombarded with. Once they'd stopped long enough for him to answer, Harry told them. "Piccolo Sensei was giving us that, remedial training he mentioned last night," said Harry, rubbing at his sore arms. Gohan, holding his sensitive ribs, merely grunted and started devouring food at a phenomenal rate. Seeing that they weren't going to get much conversation out of him, they all kept their attention on Harry. "Why didn't you ride the train back with the rest of us?" Hermione interrogated. "For that matter, why didn't you ride with us on the way out from school?" "I mean, I understand, abo. Oot the fight and," she trailed off as he shook his head. "That was all explained last night," Harry replied around a mouthful of eggs. He swallowed, in front of most of the school, as I recall. "We fought as soon as we got the letter confirming mine and Gohan's continued enrollment. Took us most of the day to get here, and didn't help that we were chasing the sun the whole way, rather than moving to meet it." "So, what?" Ron started to ask, but quickly corrected himself at both Harry and Gohan's mild glares in his direction. "Oh, or who was that green giant guy? I've never seen, or even heard of anything like him before." "That's Piccolo Sensei," Harry answered, focusing on his hash and meats for the most part. "He's an alien," Gohan said after washing everything down with some water. "A Namekian, from the planet Namek. Sort of. It's a rather involved history. Short version, Mr. Piccolo is the one that taught both Harry and I how to fight. And after seeing how far we were behind in our training after spending months here at Magic School, both Dad and Mr. Piccolo decided that we needed some hands-on supervision in our training." "Yeah," Harry grunted after gulping up everything he could. "So, unfortunately, that means we won't have as much free time to help you guys with your own training anymore. And I sincerely doubt that Piccolo Sensei would allow for you to join in with us." "Well," Hermione commented, "that's all right then. We've been keeping up, I'd like to think, rather well these past few weeks. A few more here and there certainly shouldn't be too difficult." Neville nervously spoke up. "Do you think your sensei would mind if, we watched? Not really joined in, and of course we wouldn't do anything to interfere, but sometimes observing is training too." He threw back one of Harry's saying back at them. "We can ask," said Harry. "But Piccolo Sensei is definitely the case where it is better to ask permission rather than forgiveness. Mostly because Mr. Piccolo doesn't forgive," Gohan confirmed in a tone broking no argument. "So," Justin said after an uncomfortable silence of them all watching the Sun brothers eat, "what all did everyone get up to during the holidays?" "I, myself, went back home and enjoyed time with family. I had relatives over. Unfortunately I couldn't share much of what I do here at school. None of 'em are magical. Same, Ron mumbled between bites. Went home, and spent time with family. Showed the rest of my brothers, who were visiting, what I can do now, and how much better at it I am. He indulged in a wide grin and a moment of pride. Then Percy and the twins showed Bill, Charlie, and my sister how to do the same. Still stronger than them, though. For now, Harry pointed out between his out mouthfuls. Only if you keep training, Ron. Moment you slack off, they'll be better than you. Again, the redhead scowled, and privately resolved to not only keep up with his training, but excel at it. He finally add something that he was better at than his brothers. He was not about to let it slip through his fingers due to laziness. What about you, Neville? Justin prompted the formerly shy Gryffindor. Grimacing, he replied, I spent time with family. Didn't have much time for training, though I kept in basic practice. I'm probably way behind all of you now. I'm sure Ron will be more than happy to help you get back in shape. Gohan pointed out, since you're both in the same house. Besides, just because you take a few weeks off doesn't mean you're suddenly going to turn into a frail weakling. Just means you won't be stronger. I too went home and managed to keep up with my training, if anyone were actually interested, Hermione interjected. I even joined up with a dojo, getting almost daily lessons. Given that I won't be able to return home each week. Why not? Gohan and Harry both asked at the same time. She rolled her eyes at them. Because not everyone here yet has the energy or raw power to fly themselves cross-country in a matter of hours and still have energy to burn. If I were to attempt to make weekly trips back to my home, I wouldn't have enough stamina left to attend my martial arts lessons. Provided I could actually complete the journey in the first place. Honestly, then maybe you should work on increasing your stamina, Harry pointed out, finishing up his meal. Hermione opened her mouth to protest, finger raised to highlight her point, when she suddenly realized that her friend was right. Rather than argue or make any more of a spectacle of herself, she just closed her mouth and nodded her head. She already knew what she had to do. After all, it was what Harry had her, and others like her, doing before he even showed her how to use her ki. Maybe she should join Ron and Neville on their morning runs up the mountains. It was clear that her runs around the lake were no longer as effective. They all had finished their breakfast, and it was getting close to time for the first classes of the day. So they all split up to return to their common rooms, collect their books, and ultimately make their way to class. Slytherin Common Room. When most people picture the dungeon-based commo room of House Slytherin, they would describe it as a stone-walled dungeon, cold, damp, and ripe. Perhaps with a lot of expensive and overpriced snake-themed furniture and Persian carpets thrown about here and there. And until this year at Hogwarts, they would have been right, for the most part. Magic tends to make any environment perfectly comfortable and pleasant-scented. With the arrival of the boy who lived in his unorthodox and coveted skills, everything changed. Draco Malfoy, desperate to prove himself the child hero's rival, carefully, cunningly, and perhaps most surprising of all, successfully established a basic bartering system amongst the Slytherin household, at least insofar as it came to martial arts and key skills. There had been plenty of other bartering systems already in place long since past in the House of Cunning and Ambition, but skills demonstrated by Harry's son were a premium, and without an offer to match, one could easily break the law. NK just trying to learn how to throw a proper punch. Malfoy was uniquely motivated when it came to acquiring new skills from the Sun brothers. The previous semester he'd frequently fought Harry's son, only to wind up in the hospital wing for the weekend, recovering from broken bones, contusions, and all manner of injuries that came from his lessons in martial arts. He would then spend the rest of the week either mastering or sharing what he'd learned with others, in exchange for those lessons in ki and martial arts that he was not privy to. The Slytherins that Harry and Gohan still gave advice to on the weekends, alongside members of every other house at Hogwarts, were usually shown various tricks or techniques that one needed ki and martial skill in equal measure, and most were happy to trade a simple technique of lighting one's finger up with a soft glow for a lifetime supply of candies or their own weight in gold or silver, or even favors the like of which most politicians dread having to grant. Malfoy, however, He stuck to straight-up martial arts skills in exchange for key skills. He'd actually racked up quite the marker count when he showed all of Slytherin how to fly. Unfortunately, he'd called all of them in, and then some, when he'd orchestrated that little schoolyard brawl before the holiday. And to have it fail so epically. Let's just say that the Malfoy heir was eating a lot of crow, as he was now going around trying to cash in favors he'd already spent. "What do you mean you won't do it?" Draco screamed at the sickly-looking 6th year. "I taught you everything that you know about how to do all this, and now that I'm calling you due, you renege." "No, I'm saying that I've already repaid you, in full," the pale-skinned and sallow-eyed 17-year-old remarked. "It cost me a 2-day stay in the hospital wing, and I had to flow home from the Hog's Head, because Hogwarts isn't on the National Flow Service. I'm not in your debt, Malfoy. You're just damn lucky that my injuries weren't lethal, otherwise you'd be in my debt. Cough, it was bad enough that I'm humiliated now because I was bested by that brown-haired raven Firsty. At least she's not a Gryffindor, but still, she's more powerful than any one person in this entire house," Malfoy growled at the older student. "Which is why I need as many on my side as possible when I see son and his brother again in open combat. Alone, I'm just an annoyance, something for him to swat at. I need an army to stand a chance against him. If not for me, then for yourself. Be a part of the group that defeated Harry's son, and no one will even think of how Granger humiliated you." The sickly 6th year shook his head and turned and walked away without another word. Damn it, Draco cursed to himself. This wasn't working out like he'd planned, like he'd hoped. Turning Harry's son into a pariah within the wizarding world was all well and good, in theory, but facts remained that he hadn't publicly done anything to warrant such revulsion from the masses. Not yet, which meant that it was Draco's job to turn him into a bully of epic proportions, by having him repeatedly seen beating up on his fellow students. That, however, wouldn't work if it was just Draco alone, who'd been seen and known to pick fights with the returned Harry Potter on a weekly basis. If he had enough people at his back, and they all told the story of son coming up to him and picking a fight, that would be another story, but that was proving to be more difficult than he'd counted on. So far, all he had was Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy, and the Slytherin Quidditch team, led by Marcus Flint. 11 people did not an army make, and they wouldn't be enough to convince anyone that son had struck the first blow. It was time to branch out to the other houses, like he had before the holidays. Chances were that they'd turn him down on the same basis the last guy had, but perhaps some of the Duffers, Hufflepuffs might be willing at least. As for the Ravens, jealousy always did run deep amongst the intelligent, perhaps hinting that defeating son might lead to Granger's falling. Also, there was a resource that had yet to be tapped. In those exchange students the headmaster had led into the school. Malfoy had dealings with each of them, though brief and more for introductions rather than any kind of alliance, but still, possibility. Draco left the Slytherin common room. He had plans to make and contacts to work the Forbidden Forest next weekend. "So," Ron asked at length as the four friends to the Sun brothers made their way down the path through the Forbidden Forest, "what do you think he's having them do?" "Oh, honestly," Hermione exclaimed, exasperated, "he's training them, obviously. They've even said as much." "Yeah, I get that," the Gryffindor defended himself to the bossy Ravenclaw, "but I meant, like, what specific exercises or whatever. 'Cause, pretty obvious that whatever he's teaching them is way more advanced than what they teach us. So, meditation, or exercises or..." The rest of his statement was cut off by a sudden and startling explosion that rattled the leaves from the trees. The four exchanged a single glance with one another, before they simultaneously powered up and began racing through the trees at their top speed. They came to the edge of a clearing and stopped cold at the sight. Mostly because it was more than evident that it hadn't been a clearing until a few minutes ago, what with numerous craters, fallen trees, and uprooted stones tossed about. And then another series of energy balls rained down, near simultaneously exploding to elicit another tree-rattling explosion, to say nothing of knocking over more trees and digging out more craters in the earth. Tracking back along the path of the energy blasts, the first-year students tilted their heads back and looked up, and there they saw wisps of motion, after images, concussio. Waves and sparks of collision from high-velocity impacts, and retina-burning flashes of light as they bore witness to the full potential of what it was they'd learned from their friend. All four of them felt their jaws drop open. Hermione at least tried to be proper and close hers, but another amazing display of power and physics-defying ability had it drop down all over again. The others were too stunned to do anything but stare. What was truly humbling, they each realized in their own turn, was that not a one of them could actually see what was going on. Try as they might to relax their eyes or boost the energy to their sight. The fighters above were just moving way too fast for them to follow. They knew that Harry, Gohan, and their teacher, Piccolo, were all up there, but all they could actually see were the after effects and results of the fight, not the fight itself. It frustrated Ron and Hermione both, as they each liked to think that they were the best at Harry's lessons in Ki and martial arts. To see just how far behind they were, and just how much further they had to go. Neville and Justin, who were far more humble than their erstwhile companions, were just plain mazed and in awe. Then, as quickly as it had began, the fighting came to a sudden halt, and they could finally make out the trio of figures hovering 100 meters in the air above them. It seemed as the two smaller figures were hunched over, as much as they could be while flying, while the bigger one between them had his arms crossed while his cape fluttered in the wind behind him. It was too great a distance for them to hear anything being said, and while they each knew the tricks that Harry and Gohan had both taught them to enhance their eyesight, not even Hermione, arguably the best at it, could make out any details. Ron croaked out. I think. He paused and swallowed to wet his dry throat. I think we need to leave them to it. We're not ready for this level of, he trailed off, the words failing him. I agree, Hermione said. No one commented on the extraordinarily rare occasion of Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley agreeing about, well, anything really. Neville and Justin were certainly not about to argue, and they quietly backed out of the battleground and started to make their way back toward the castle. Neville quietly put forth after they'd made some progress through the forest. Could we someday be like that powerful, if we continue to train and work at it, said Hermione. According to Harry and Gohan, yes, we could. She sighed and pushed her bushy hair out of her face. I'd thought that we already were that powerful. It is humbling to realize how far there still is to go. It's exciting, is what it is, Ron said. Justin spoke. Should we go and train? I mean, right now. Since the brothers are training right now and, well, they're just going to get stronger, and I mean. Shish. Ron cut him off. His eyes narrowed in anger. What's he doing here? It didn't take much for the other three to realize what he was talking about as their own extrasensory abilities shone them. A silent agreement went between them, and they flash-stepped beyond the trees to meet the approaching crowd of Slytherin lead troublemakers, Draco Malfoy and his two bookends at the front. And just where do you think you're going, Malfoy? Ron called out before anyone could stop him. Hidden by the trees, Hermione, Justin and Neville all face-palmed themselves, exasperated. Where do you think, Weasley? The blonde said as he kept walking. We're going to finally go show Son his place. We don't need him here, and if he's so full of himself that he doesn't see what an honor it is to be here at Hogwarts, it's time he left. Besides, I've gotten what I need from him. Yeah. Ron reached out and halted the other boy's progression. That isn't happening, mate. Harry and his brother are training with their sensei. You know, big green guy that he talks about putting him through hell while growing up. They don't need you lot interfering. Oh really? Malfoy sneered. And who is going to stop us? Just you. Sighing, the other three gave each other knowing looks, and stopped hiding their presence as they flew out of the trees and came down just behind their red-headed idiot of a friend. Not just him, the Hufflepuff among them pronounced. We don't have to do this, the Ravenclaw tried to reason with them. We all know what the punishment is if we actually were to fight one another. And as the demonstration from before the holiday proved, the four of us are among the strongest here at Hogwarts. Neville just powered up to match Crabbe, Goyle and Malfoy's power levels. No one noticed the two figures slip away, behind the larger group and then around the four defenders. Everyone's attention was on the confrontation between Draco Malfoy and Ron Weasley. I've had just about enough of you, Malfoy. Ron shouted. You always talk big, and think that you are top dog around here, but news flash, you snake. Everybody knows that you're just a spoiled little rich daddy's boy. You don't have a single thing that you can say you did on your own. Everything you've got came from your father's money, or the pity of others too good for you, like Harry and Gohan. Take that back, Weasley, Draco yelled, fists clenched. Why don't you try and make me? Ron yelled back. Or do you truly have no honor whatsoever, Malfoy? You tried to challenge Harry to an honor duel earlier this year, and you didn't even show up. Draco saw red, in every vernacular of the word, and lost it. Raaargh. The blonde Slytherin powered up, igniting his key flame and left a crater in the ground from his takeoff point. The redhead Gryffindor was already in the air, ready to meet him. They began going at one another, their fists and feet blurring as their flying forms fell through the open sky. The others watched on, though ever. Young kept a wary eye on the opposing group, just in case someone else tried to be the aggressor, but the fight between Malfoy and Weasley was just too captivating to keep their attention off it for long. Compared to Harry and Gohan, it is very clear that the two of them are nowhere near that level. Their punches are sloppy, their attacks are overextended, and they spend more time chasing one another than actually exchanging blows, let alone the smooth, fluid, and forceful exchange of the more experienced martial artists. But for the students watching on, it was very much like a vehicle accident or train wreck. They just couldn't look away. Meanwhile, over in the clearing that Ron and the others were trying to protect, the two exchange students, who had come to Hogwarts at the same time, due to the exception that allowed Gohan attendance, made their way through the brush and entered just as Piccolo flew off in a random direction. Harry and Gohan both collapsed to the ground amidst all the craters their training had created. Thank Cammy for water breaks, huh? Gohan gasped out between lungfuls of air. I think, Harry shared with his brother, that if it wasn't necessary for him to stay alive, Piccolo would definitely give up drinking water to spend more time training and fighting. He doesn't eat, he meditates instead of sleeps, and he lives out in the middle of the wilderness, Gohan said. Only thing he does for himself is drink water. So, thank Cammy for water breaks. They both said, laughing. There they are, the boy from Eastern Europe said, his accent thick and strong. We, the girl from Southern Europe said, her own unique accent flavoring her speech. Let us do this, no. Yes, he agreed. They must prove to these English that Hogwarts is not the best magic school as they have been saying. Durmstrang is superior in every way. And Bobaddins of course, the blonde insisted. Of course, he instantly agreed. They'd been training together ever since they'd first arrived here at Hogwarts, and he'd seen what she could do when angry. He did not want that anger directed at himself. Hi there. Gohan called out to his fellow exchange students here at Hogwarts. He hadn't had much interaction with them, mostly because they'd been sorted into actual houses, unlike him and his brother, but it was still something that they had in common, so he'd been hoping to make friends with them. Thus far, his interaction with them had strictly been limited to greetings and farewells as they passed each other in the halls, and occasionally seeing them in early mornings or late afternoons when training. Can we help you with something? Harry asked, a bit more suspicious, and therefore cautious. We were just training with our sensei. If you needed some training of your own, I'd recommend finding some of the other students that are just over that way. He pointed in the direction of the conflict between his friends and Malfoy's gang. They seem to be involved in some rather intense training at the moment, as a matter of fact. Nyet, the surly, duck-footed 14-year-old boy replied. They are here to prove something. You have shown us much, Harry's son. But our purpose here in this school is not the same as yours is. They are here to prove that our schools are superior in every way. We, the blonde UT, who exuded a maturity and all. You're far more than her apparent age would typically allude to, spoke. I would never leave Bobaddins for Z's, horrible cold country. We came, to see just what it is that, Hogwarts, as that would make them think that they could ever compete with the other magic schools in Europe. And, the boy said even as he began to raise his power level, they have discovered that the only thing that could do so, is you and your brother. Everything else that they have observed, and vasted our time learning from these, English, is absolutely pathetic. That they teach in most of these so-called classes, I learned in my second year at Durmstrang. And I am supposed to be in the fourth year classes. Therefore, the beauty concluded, it is only logical that to prove, once and for all, that Hogwarts is inferior. Is to completely defeat it at every level. We, avenue already proven our worth in the classroom. The only thing left to do is to defeat you. Hogwarts prize pupil, in the very talent that you, avenue imparted to the student body. That brat, Malfoy, may have played his hand too early, he remarked, a solid, clear, key flame around him by this point. While the beauty's power had likewise increased, she had no outward sign of it. But they think he had the right idea in the end. They will defeat you, both of you. And then Hogwarts will be utterly humiliated. And they can finally go back to our homes and forget this horrid time in our lives. Our head teachers will be pleased. Harry and Gohan exchanged a knowing look between the two of them, before they sighed in practical unison as their break time was cut short. Knowing Piccolo, they'd undoubtedly regret it as he wouldn't let any excuse fly, and would pick up their training right where he'd left off, whether they'd managed to get any rest or not. Can we at least get your names? Gohan requested. I am Victor Crumb, the scowling Eastern European boy called out. And I am Fleur Delacour, the half-human blonde girl curtsied with a coy smile on her lips. Gohan, Harry sighed, stretching his arms and legs to limber them up a bit, you take the girl. Last time I actually fought one with any kind of seriousness, she broke down crying before I actually did anything. And you know how I hate to make girls cry. I hate you so much right now, Harry, Gohan growled at his brother. The fight was joined moments later. The Forbidden Forest, Slytherin fight. Ron was having more trouble with Malfoy than he'd expected. Sure, he'd been training directly under Harry and Gohan, and had learned some actual fighting techniques, but that has mostly been what the two experienced martial artists called self-defense moves, and most of it focused on how to move his own body and what weak points to focus on. Of course they'd also shared how to throw a proper punch and kick and so forth. But on the other hand, Malfoy had acquired the same knowledge from his weekly, and then almost daily attacks on Harry, who used them as a platform for getting all his tricks and training spread to the whole school like he wanted. On the other hand, Malfoy earned his martial skills in actual combat, whereas Ron had been tutored on the subject and sparred with his teacher. Very different schools of experience, as he was discovering. Then there had been the big battle royale before the winter break. Ron had defeated most of his opponents by surprise at a sea-king them and immediately going for a knockout, by either striking them on the back of the neck, as he'd done when fighting the trolls on Halloween, or knocking the wind out of them with a punch to the solar plexus followed by a cross punch to the jaw. He hadn't given many of them any time to either defend or counter-attack, so this fight with Malfoy was something of a new experience for the youngest Weasley male. He still had his ace in the hole, but both Harry and Gohan had repeatedly stressed that it was only to be used as a finishing move, and not to reveal it without being sure he would win by using it at the right moment. And absolutely not before. Ha! Malfoy yelled as he lashed out with a flurry of punches. Hiya ha ha hyah ha ha ha. Ron did what he could to dodge or back away from the flying fists. He tried to keep up, boosting his speed as much as he was able, but Malfoy was a lot faster than he'd expected, and the optical illusion of dozens of fists flying at him was very distracting. Ron attempted a block, or even that parry move that Justin had showed him that one time, but Malfoy's attacks just knocked them away. And so he stayed on the defensive, retreating when he had no clear path around Malfoy's offense. Unfortunately, this seemed to be exactly what Malfoy wanted, as he quickly drove the red-haired wizard to the forest floor, giving Malfoy the high ground. He immediately took full advantage of that by bombarding Ron with a full barrage of energy blasts. He'd learned that first lesson the day Gohan had arrived well. Ron covered his head with his arms, focusing his energy into a protective shield as Gohan had shown him. It hurt. It hurt as much as anything he'd ever experienced before, but Ron was not about to back down, and he knew Draco had his limits. He wouldn't be able to keep up the energy attacks for much longer. At least, he hoped so. In preparation for that moment, which he was sure wouldn't be much of one, Ron began to focus his energy into his core. while still maintaining the key shield protecting him. There was a brief lull in the explosions around him. Not enough for him to make his move, just more like there was only 2 blasts instead of 4 at a time. The dust cloud from dirt and splinters and flying rocks was almost blinding at this point, but Malfoy clearly knew that he wasn't down just yet and wasn't giving up. And then the moment came. As there was a significant pause between key blasts. Ron didn't waste it. His key flame ignited in a blinding burst and he shot up toward where he could sense Malfoy's energy. His body instinctively moving around the branches and overhanging trees as he flew through the air. One final energy blast shot down at him and he deflected it with ease as his eyes locked onto the blonde's startled gray eyes. Malfoy made to launch one final attack, but Ron was moving way too fast for him at this point, so he switched to defense, blocking Ron's oncoming punch that he was telegraphing for the whole world to see. Only to have the redhead's after image fly right through Malfoy's body. "Wah!" Malfoy exclaimed, but by that point, Ron's fist hit its target, the front of Malfoy's spleen, by way of his spine, kidneys, liver, and stomach. Malfoy puked, a natural reaction when one gets punched in the back so hard the person's knuckles scratch the front of his abs. Ron grinned. He did it. He'd won. He got hit in the side of the head by Malfoy's retaliating kick. They both flew back from one another, to give themselves time to recover from the other's attack. Ron shook his head, rubbing his neck to alleviate the brief pain he still felt, which told him exactly what had gone wrong with his single attack. Yeah, sure, he'd punched Malfoy in the back, but his fist had actually penetrated his flesh or turned his muscles and organs into jelly that he could punch right through like a balloon. His energy, on the other hand, that passed through the Slytherin's body, and made it feel like his fist had actually gone right through him and caused almost as much damage as if that had happened. Then again, Malfoy had just employed the same, energy-penetrating attack that Ron had by kicking him in the head like that, and the Gryffindor only felt like he'd walked into the corner of a door in passing. That was because, he realized, he'd still kept his key field up. He interfered with the damage Malfoy's energy would have caused, protecting him. Which meant that Malfoy's energy had likewise protected him from Ron's attack. On the other hand, the Slytherin had indeed puked, and was even now cleaning himself up, while cradling his torso in pain. So while he hadn't caused as much damage as he'd imagined, he'd still hurt the lousy snake. That was all that mattered. Unfortunately, this just meant that the fight wouldn't be over as soon as Ron had hoped. Down on the ground, both groups were spending their time looking back and forth between one another, and the fight going on overhead. Harry and Gohan's friends were on guard, fully expecting Malfoy's minions to attack them at any second. Malfoy's minions, on the other hand, were waiting for them to drop their guard so they could attack them by surprise, which was the only time a Slytherin ever truly attacked, as they understood it. Pansy Parkinson tried to take a single step forward, away from the group of Slytherins. Instantly she had 4 energy blasts pointed her way and the full attention of Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Justin Finch Fletchley. She stepped back and they allowed the energy blasts, he and Mana both in Hermione's case, to dissipate. The other Slytherins all scowled, knowing that in the current circumstances, a surprise attack was impossible. And, in their opinion, only Gryffindors attacked head-on, as they would be forced to do. So, they remained where they were. For the moment, Ron remained on the defensive, for the moment, as Malfoy came at him again and again with punches, kicks and energy attacks. He blocked or deflected what he could with the limited amount of martial arts training he'd received, but mostly he just dodged and backed away. Malfoy saw this and couldn't help jeering. "What's the matter, Weasley? You keep running away. What are you, scared? Maybe you were sorted into the wrong house after all. Who ever heard of a stinking Gryffindor that ran away all of the time, You coward." Ron stopped and dropped out of the sky, landing firmly on the ground between the two groups of Hogwarts students. Malfoy followed, and then recoiled slightly upon glancing the look upon his enemy's face, making the wise decision to remain airborne. It would allow him more maneuverability. At least, that was his reasoning. It certainly was not because he was suddenly afraid of Weasley and that expression he bore. No, it most certainly was not. Malfoy gulped, swallowing hard. The Forbidden Forest exchange student fight. Gohan was more than a little thrown off by his opponent. Normally, in these kinds of situations, he was used to facing off against giants, at least in comparison to his own stature, and all of them hyper-aggressive and out to destroy or otherwise kill him. Even on the surprisingly rare occasion that he fought a female, they were still trying to kill him and used tactics toward that outcome. This was actually the first time he'd ever fought a woman that was similar to him, both in stature and in age. Honestly, he had no clue what she was trying to do, because she had yet to try and kill or destroy him. In fact, every attack she'd used thus far in the fight had been more about getting physically close to him so she could, rub her body on him. It was very off-putting. She moaned on her next pass, as he did his best to defend himself. You were most impressive, Non. Most would have already succumbed to my thrall. Or, perhaps, you consider yourself immune. What are you talking about? Gohan was very confused by this older girl. Look, are we fighting or not? Because so far you haven't actually hit me or anything, and I try not to attack anyone unless they attack me first, or are an active threat. I'm not like my brother when it comes to that sort of stuff. He's definitely an attack-first sort of fighter, and, what are you doing? He trailed off as he caught on that she was in fact doing something. Fleur was anxious. She'd been working on one thing and one thing alone since she began attending the martial study group that the two brothers before her had started here at Hogwarts, and that was how to use her ki to augment and further empower her natural gifts that she received from her mama and grandmere. Some mistakenly referred to it as the Vila Allure, while a few of first-generation magicals thought of it as a magic pheromone. In her study, between bouts of nearly intolerable amounts of exercise and class work, Fleur had discovered the truth. Vila emit an aura of lust, which allows them to more easily circumvent the defenses of their prey. By gaining control of her ki, Fleur had discovered how to control this aura, and either boost it and enhance it, or to negate it entirely, allowing her to be treated just like any other pretty French girl, rather than an object of unobtainable lust. Thus far in her fight with the older son brother, she'd kept her aura at what she tagged as normal levels of power. That he hardly reacted, even when she brushed up against him, said that he was either touched in the head, not susceptible to feelings of lust, or still, physically speaking, a child. Whichever the reason, if her plan was to work, then she needed to up her game. She powered up, and immediately channeled all of that energy into her aura. She then focused that aura, much like she'd seen others use special attacks, and fired it in a beam right at Gohan. From Gohan's point of view, the 14-year-old blonde girl seemed to be powering up an attack. Her clear ki flame taking on a pinkish hue while she did so before blowing a kiss at him, which just so happened to take the form of a heart-shaped beam of neon pink energy. Not knowing what exactly she was trying to do, nor what the attack was for, all he really knew was that experience in dozens of battles over his short life had taught him it was never a good idea to let yourself be hit by an attack that you didn't know how to defend against. Gohan flashed away before the attack could hit, but rather than go on the offensive himself, he trusted his instincts, which were screaming at him to stay away from the suddenly dangerous young woman. On the other side of the clearing, a more typical fight between key adepts was taking place, as Victor Crumb was flying through the air with the ease of someone that had been doing so for a lot longer than the few months since he'd first learned the skill. Harry was suitably impressed with the foreigner's technique and responded in kind, with not holding back any with his own flying skill. To his amazement, he actually learned a few new tricks from watching the older student flit through the air at a speed and with dexterity that was difficult to match. Of course, Crumb was doing a lot more than just flying circles around the 11-year-old, he was also proving that his duck-footed gait on the ground hid a great deal of power in those legs of his as he slammed potently powerful kicks against the smaller boy's defense again and again. I must admit, Harry grunted as he endured another heavy kick to his arms as he blocked. You are an amazing flyer. Fairly decent fighter too, he retaliated with a blurring series of punches and kicks that Crumb mostly avoided, though the kicks he met in kind, leaving both boys with bruises after the exchange. What is it? Exactly. They briefly broke apart to gain distance in order to build up speed for their next flurry of attacks. That prompted this hole. Crumb took off straight into the air, rapidly gaining altitude and forcing Harry to strain to keep up. Fight challenge thing anyway. They proceeded to turn and dive and twist and spiral through the air in an exceedingly stomach-turning display of aerial acrobatics. You are making it very difficult to have a decent conversation with you, you know that, right? Harry shouted as he barely kept pace with the Durmstrang transfer student. They are fighting. Crumb shouted back, not talking. And I told you VHY. The only advantage Hogwarts has dat the other schools, dat my school does not have, dat does not already outdo everything dat Hogwarts offers, is YOU. You and your brother and what you have shared with the other students. Before we go back, Crumb stopped, flying to get away and hovered, inverted, in the air glaring at his opponent, which will be soon. We intend to prove beyond all doubt dat Hogwarts is inferior in every way. If we beat you with your own skills, dat will be proof enough. Huh, Harry grunted, GHT sighed up as far as gravity was concerned, then shrugged. Well, makes sense to me. Tell you what, let's make a deal. Stop holding back on me, and I'll do the same for you. Whoever wins, and we'll call it by knockout. Or KO as it is called by some, the loser does something for the winner. You win, I'll sign a Durmstrang pamphlet, with my birth name of Harry Potter, stating that Hogwarts is inferior and Durmstrang turns out stronger wizards. I win, you get me copies of all the books on magic that you've had as a Durmstrang student that aren't already on the Hogwarts syllabus. Deal. Crumb paused, orienting himself in the process, considering the offer. Even as far north as his school was, every country in Europe, hell every magical community in the world knew the name Harry Potter. If Crumb took that back with him, an authentic autograph from the boy who lived, stating that Durmstrang was better than Hogwarts, he'd be more famous than that Dark Lord graduate that left that horrible mural on the main hall wall. Such a parchment would become one of the school's treasures if he could secure it. Deal. Crumb agreed as he powered up further and raced forward at his top speed. Only Harry wasn't there anymore, having flashed in behind Crumb and landing a heavy kick to the back of the duck-footed boy's neck. Back over by Gohan and Fleur, the half-Saiyan boy was still doing no thing but dodging the beautiful girl's neon pink heart beam attacks. Thankfully, he still had no idea what it would do, as when the beams impacted with the ground or the surrounding trees, there was no explosion. And while he could sense the energy therein, it wasn't a typical ki attack. He suspected it was some kind of magic spell, or mana attack, like some of Harry's techniques, but to find out for sure, he'd have to let it hit him, and he wasn't quite as comfortable doing that as his brother was. Fleur, on the other hand, was getting quite frustrated. She'd been trying to hit the silly little boy with the concentrated focus of her aura, but he kept moving off before she could be certain of it hitting. She didn't see any sort of pink heart beam or anything like that, as far as she was aware. Her aura was entirely invisible and undetectable to everyone, save maybe another Vila. She'd tried a handful of times to instead radiate her aura in all directions, but in those instances she old tell that the range was more limited, and the very moment she tried to approach Gohan, as she had before, he immediately retreated and made sure to stay more than 10 meters away from her in all directions, flashing away if she ever actually managed to corner him by the ground or trees. Hold still, you little peste! She screamed out her frustration, having missed for the 10th time in a row. Why would I just stand there and let you hit me with some unknown spell? Gohan retorted. Just because I don't have my brother's raw talent for magic does not make me ignorant of what can be done with it. Listen, Harry and that Vic guy are already done with their fight. Do we even have to do this anymore? I mean, you haven't even really attacked me with anything except that weird aura energy attack of yours. And, quite frankly, unless you caught me completely by surprise with it, there's no way that you could hit either me or my brother with it. It's just way too slow of an attack. Fleur blinked, stunned. Then she scowled, her hands morphing slightly to talons while her hair puffed up in feather-like bunches. Magical flames, not just ki flames, erupted all over her petite frame as her eyes blinked and became avian. Mort, she screamed and dove at him, which he continued to dodge. The Forbidden Forest Slytherin fight. Ron felt like he was finally winning. And then Malfoy hit him with another energy blast to the face, forcing him to retreat. How did Harry make beating this kid look so easy? After dropping to the forest floor, Malfoy had tried to bombard him with ki blasts from the air. But Ron had preempted him by firing a continuous ki beam through the blast and right at the airborne Slytherin. The blonde Ponce scrambled through the air trying to get out of the way, even screaming in fright when Ron started following him with the beam. It cut through the branches of quite a few trees, but it also succeeded in driving him off. Malfoy may have more practical battle experience, but Ron had learned from the get-go to never hold back. Unfortunately, after that, Malfoy had retaliated by getting up close and personal, coming at him from behind the trees and swinging ki-charged fists as he met the young Weasley on the forest floor. Ron gave as good as he got, defending still, but attacking when and where he could, having gotten a feel for Malfoy's rhythm by now. The energy blast to the face finally knocked the redhead off his feet though. He rolled with it and followed his instincts as they warned him of Malfoy's follow-up attacks. A flailing dodge through the underbrush, 3 flash steps, and a blind dodge into the foliage of the trees later. He was clear enough that he could at least catch his breath and start preparing a counterattack, though barely 10 seconds had passed. Before even one more second was wasted, however, Ron charged straight at Malfoy, before peppering him with amber-orange ki blasts, forcing the blonde to defend himself. Malfoy, why coughed as the smoke from the close-range explosions scattered. They hadn't been very powerful, maybe as much as a full deck of exploding snap cards each, but they served to distract him while Weasley came at him. Or, at least that is what he thought had happened. Seeing the flash of red hair in front of him, he didn't hesitate and made to attack on his own, only to find his arm had been caught and he was being physically restrained. "What?" Malfoy shouted out loud. "Let me go!" Weasley yelled in outrage. Everybody did a collective blink as they took a moment to process the scene and figure out what had just happened. Harry's son was holding Malfoy's raised arm with one hand, and had the other on the blonde's shoulder, somehow using these 2 points of contact to completely restrain him. Mere feet away, Gohan's son had Ron on his knees, both arms held tight behind his back with a simple grip. His other hand was otherwise occupied in keeping the blonde 14-year-old exchange student positioned on his shoulder. She was apparently knocked out and completely unconscious. Looking back over at Harry and Draco, the outside observers noted another unconscious body laying there on the forest floor that had not been there moments before. Ron, Draco, Harry greeted the infamous Gryffindor and Slytherin rivals. "I'd ask what this was about, but it doesn't exactly take a genius to deduce the facts from the evidence. You two do remember that anybody caught fighting, using ki skills, on school grounds, will be punished, don't you? And whose fault is that, huh, son?" Draco growled at the boy holding him back. Despite his straining, he couldn't break free, and he didn't know how. Harry's grip on the Slytherin's shoulder tightened to the point that Draco forgot all about trying to move and instead struggled not to cry out in pain. "I do believe that it was yours, Draco," Harry said in a deceptively pleasant tone. "Now, I've taken responsibility for my part in that, and Gohan and I are already serving detentions for the headmaster." He didn't make any announcements about it, to save face, but since we don't need as much sleep as the rest of the school, and don't have to worry about house activities every night after dinner, Gohan and I have to help Mr. Filch with cleaning up the school, amongst other little chores. Every single night. Draco gulped. Harry's son may very well be his worst enemy, but even he agreed that he wouldn't wish that on the houseless boy, nor his brother. On the other hand, whatever thoughts he might have continued having were derailed as Harry tightened his grip yet again. "Something else that you all need to be made aware of, though," Harry said loud anew that both groups of his friends and the Slytherins could hear. "To make up for my overconfident, and yes, arrogant attitude that I had during the beginning of the year, my brother and I have come to an understanding. We're taking our responsibility toward our actions a bit more seriously," Gohan said, still holding Ron and Fleur secured. "You see, we have taken it upon ourselves to ensure that nothing like what happened before the holiday happens again. In short," Harry concluded, "Gohan and I will make sure that no one and nobody gets caught fighting with ki at the school. Gohan said that he'll try and talk to everybody and get them to stop before crossing any lines. Harry's promised to beat both fighters into comas if he catches them, said Gohan. We tossed a coin to see which method we'd use this time, said Harry. Guess who won? Gohan whispered to the redhead in his grip. Ron audibly gulped, and was really grateful for Gohan being his friend right then. Yeah, said Harry, turning to stare straight into Malfoy's scared blue eyes. But Gohan had me compromise. Since word hasn't had time to spread yet. So we're just going to break your arms and legs. A night in the hospital wing should be enough to convince you lot that we're quite serious about not wanting our skills to be abused. Training isn't fighting, and Gohan and I will be glad to continue training you all as much as we're able. But, no more fighting on school grounds. Is that understood? Wait, are you really going to AAARGH? Ron started to ask, and then screamed as Gohan dislocated both his arms and Harry did the same for Draco. Ah, Malfoy screamed like a little girl. Literally, high-pitched and everything. Only then did the Sun brothers release their captives, though Gohan held onto Fleur as she was still knocked out. Now, would you lot mind taking this lot up to the hospital wing? Harry requested. And take the exchange students too, would you? As for you snakes over there, be sure to let everyone know, no more fighting. Gohan and I have enough to worry about, as we're in training to face off against things that make your worst nightmares seem like unicorns and butterflies. We don't have time to deal with your school drama and everything else. Now scram. The Slytherins all scurried off at their top speeds, while Neville, Justin and Hermione helped Ron, Malfoy, Krum and Fleur up to the hospital wing. By that time, Piccolo had returned from his break and Harry and Gohan were once more being driven into the ground by their sadistic teacher's training. End Episode 14. Hogwarts New Year. Hogwarts Winter. Episode 15. Hogwarts Winter. A few weeks later, or rather more specifically the week before end of the semester, Professor Dumbledore had a rather surprising announcement that Friday evening at dinner. Good evening, he began. Or is it? Good night. The complexities of language. Well, I do hope that you're all enjoying your meal, and I do apologize for interrupting, but I have some rather unpleasant news for everyone here. They all settled down and put down their glasses or food and turned to pay attention to the old wizard. Harry and Gohan, who were right up front at the Ravenclaw table tonight, shot each other a concerned look. Before turning and facing the headmaster as he spoke. As you all recall, at the beginning of last semester, we welcomed a number of students from abroad here to our halls. They have been working and living beside you students ever since, as one of you. Alas, it would seem that for some of them, their time here has come to an end. That got the great hall buzzing as everyone couldn't help commenting and speculating about just what had happened. Gohan was suddenly looking quite nervous. It wasn't advertised, but neither was it a secret that he still had yet to successfully cast even one spell. Were they kicking him out? Victor Krum and Fleur Delacour, Dumbledore said, left Hogwarts this afternoon after the conclusion of their classes. I'm sure, as all of you would agree, they will be missed. However, Hogwarts' doors will always be open for her students, however briefly, to return. I'm certain that Mr. Krum and Miss Delacour would have liked to say goodbye in traditional Hogwarts manner, with a farewell feast. But it would seem that in their eagerness to avoid any teary goodbyes, they departed at the first opportunity for their schools of origin. My apologies to anyone that was inconvenienced by this event. Thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of your meal. He turned to step down, then about-faced and added one last thing. Oh, and students reporting to Hagrid need not wash up afterwards. I'm told you'll be helping out at the pigsty this evening. Amidst the groans from fully half the student body, hardly anybody noticed a small folded piece of paper float down toward the Sun brothers. And then it morphed itself into a small bearded mouth, speaking in Dumbledore's voice, Mr. Sun, if you would both please report to my office after dinner. And bring your charming Sensei with you. We have a matter of some urgency to discuss. The origami mouth then shredded itself into so much confetti. Now Harry shared his brother's nervous look, as they both contemplated just what was going on. This wasn't because the other two exchange students had attacked them, was it? Headmaster's office Hogwarts. Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout and S. Snape were there waiting for them when Harry, Gohan and Piccolo arrived. Sensing the tension prevalent throughout the room, Piccolo decided to go on the offensive, as it were, by speaking first. "This seems like a rather volatile situation," he said in his typical deep growling voice. "Perhaps we should hold off until I can get the boys' parents here. As their sensei, I can only claim responsibility for their training and use of martial arts. I have no say when it comes to their education. Let us not be too hasty," Dumbledore was quick to say. "Perhaps it may come to that, at some point in the near future, but all of us truly would like to see if this cannot be resolved in a more discreet manner. Before anything becomes." The bearded old man shot a look to the greasy-haired professor at the end of the line, "official." Which would mean for things to become, sadly, permanent. One way or the other. "Mr. Sun," Professor McGonagall called, looking right at Gohan so there could be no confusion. "It has come to everyone's attention that in spite of your grades and excellent performance on your homework and tests, you have yet to actually perform an example of practical magic at all. We understand the Sorting Hat wouldn't have allowed you to become a student of Hogwarts," said Professor Flitwick, "without knowing that you do indeed have a spark of magic within you. But I'm afraid, my boy, that as good as your work in the theoretical, you are going to fail my class unless I see that you can indeed cast the spells I'm teaching you." Professor Snape and myself, Professor Sprout said, "don't really have anything against you, lad. Quite frankly, you're one of my top students amongst the first years, and taking care of plants doesn't really rely on shooting streams of light at them. And we all know, from the school records, that you have completed every potion that you have been tasked to make, and it is as good as any first year's, possibly as good as a fifth-year student making the same potions. Isn't that right, Professor Snape?" The hook-nosed man scowled, crossed his arms and refused to speak, but that was answer enough for everyone present. "That still leaves half your other classes, Mr. Sun," McGonagall concluded. "Between charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts, you will fail out of your first year at Hogwarts, which will automatically banish you from the wizarding world and keep you from attaining a magical education. Unless, Gohan repeated, hopeful, "unless you can demonstrate, here and now, in front of us, that you can use a wand to cast a spell. Just like any other wizard," Dumbledore stated. "What about all that hoopla about the wand choosing the wizard?" Harry cried out. "Nobody has actually taken Gohan to go and get a wand. And over the holiday we didn't even know if we'd be invited back. So we didn't go and get one then. Are you proposing to just let him pick up any wand, or let him try each of ours in turn?" "Of course not," Dumbledore said, a bit too quickly and a touch too passionately. "But there are magical skills, spells, which can be taught even to the very young that do not require a wand. In fact, we have all witnessed firsthand how you yourself accomplished this, Mr. Sun. If your brother were to demonstrate even a mild application of your own innate skill with magic, we old consider the matter closed and allow special consideration to permit Mr. Gohan's son to leave school grounds on the premise of acquiring a wand. But before that consideration can be offered, he led his long spindly fingers before his beard-covered chest, we must witness Gohan cast a spell. And before either of you think to pass off floating objects, or various shapes and colors shooting through the air, as magic," Snape suddenly shouted, "remember that we've all seen just what it is that you lot can do with your Kiwi energy. It's Gohan." Harry and Piccolo all growled in response. Although, Flitwick is quick to say, if you can generate a mana ball like Harry and Miss Granger, I would certainly say that qualifies. But it would have to be mana and not ki. Gohan looked down, face blushing as he rubbed the back of his neck while Harry looked on rather nervously and Piccolo just stood there, arms crossed over his chest. "Mr. Sun," Dumbledore prompted. Hehehe. Gohan chuckled, much as his father did whenever the man failed to understand something and had been caught in his ignorance. "Well, you see, I've never actually used magic before, but I understand how it works from watching Harry and what you all have taught me about it. I'm certainly willing to give it a try now, though." "Gohan," Harry growled at his brother, almost slapping himself in the face with exasperation. "Enough, Harry," Piccolo snapped at the young wizard. Just give Gohan your wand and let him try it, and then we can get back to training. Both boys winced, and nobody missed it. Piccolo's inarticulate growl was easy enough to comprehend, however. Well, you see Mr. Piccolo, Gohan started to say, but Harry quickly interrupted. I've already let Gohan try my wand, he said. As has Hermione, and Neville, and Ron Weasley, and Marcus Flint too. Although that last one might have been without permission. And the green giant growled, remember that huge explosion at the edge of the Forbidden Forest? On the lakeside, middle of November, which the Weasley twins took credit for. Harry addressed the teachers, to which all their eyes went wide enough to see the whites all around their pupils, even Snape's. That was Gohan trying to make sparks with my wand. And, as much as I'd love to use that as an example of his innate magic going out of control or whatever, Fr. Own my point of view, it looked more like my wand expending all of its magic trying to get away from him. The same happened with Hermione's and Neville's wands, though not quite as explosive. Certainly. Why fiery though in the case of Hermione's Dragon Core wand? And nothing at all happened when I tried to use Ron's wand, Gohan admitted. It may as well have been a stick. With Flint, I don't actually know. I felt like something could have happened, but it was hard to focus on it. Like, I don't know, getting Icarus to eat his least favorite food, or something. Icarus? Dumbledore questioned. Family pet, Harry replied. At the same time Gohan answered, my friend. Piccolo just grunted and informed them all, Icarus is the name Gohan gave his pet dragon. A baby North Mongolian silver dragon, if you must know. They all appeared quite dumbfounded, not quite sure how to react to that information. Icarus isn't a baby anymore, Mr. Piccolo. Gohan whined. Gohan, the Namekian grunted. Infancy for that species of dragon lasts 2 decades. He'll be a baby for the next 18 years. Yes, well, Dumbledore hastily interrupted, be that as it may, we still need some, proof of magic from Gohan. Given the examples already experienced, I do not believe it wise to allow him to use our wands here. So, perhaps a more benign example. They all looked to the headmaster, intrigued. Professor Flitwick himself provided what I think to be a suitable example, and I cannot deny my own curiosity behind the process of generating a, what did you call it, Phileas? Oh yes, a mana ball. Perhaps, Harry, you could instruct Gohan in how to accomplish this feat. And, on the off chance that he cannot pick it up immediately, well, I can delay things no further than the beginning of classes on Monday, I'm afraid boys. If Mr. Gohan's son cannot demonstrate his ability to do magic before classes resume, I'm sorry but he will have to leave the school. The Sun brothers gave a collective blink, and then exchanged a look. Gohan nodded at Harry, who returned the gesture. Right, so, let's get started then, Harry declared, facing his brother, holding up both hands as though he were about to start gathering energy. But not quite yet. What are you doing? Gohan asked, suddenly confused. Showing you how to make a mana ball, he automatically answered. Come on, we don't have a lot of time, and yes. I know how defensive I've been about you learning my techniques before now, but I am not just going to let them kick you out for something we both know you can do. Now will you come on already? Are you sure this is the best place to be training? Gohan questioned, raising his hands. You heard the professors, Gohan, Harry snapped. If you can use mana like I can, that is good enough for them. Now, concentrate. All right. Gohan snapped back. Concentrate on what? Oh, right, sorry, Harry apologized. Guess I've gotten too used to Hermione and the rest. Focus on the energy that I'm channeling right now. It isn't key, so it may not feel like anything at first. But, if you have magic, and I'm certain that you do Gohan, you should be able to sense something here. Once you know what it feels like, then I want you to try and see if you can distinguish the same kind of energy within yourself and channel it the same way. And, just out of curiosity, Gohan asked, if I can't sense anything. What are we going to try next? I know you, Harry, you're not going to give this up, no matter what I do. I just need to prepare myself for what is to come. Well, Harry confessed, if this doesn't work, then I'll try pushing my magic into you so that you can feel what that is like. If that doesn't work, Then I'll start hitting you with a low-powered spell over and over until you can resist its effects. If that doesn't get you casting, then I'll try sharing my magic with you. Read about the ritual for that in one of the books in the library. Didn't go into details, but I'm sure I can figure it out. Mr. Pot's son, Dumbledore actually shouted out loud. Under no circumstances, not even extraordinary ones, are you to ever undergo a ritual of such nature. Do I make myself clear, young man? The objects around the room had actually vibrated from the sheer volume of the man's shout, and all of the sleeping portraits were most certainly awake, though Ying quiet as even an idiot could read the mood in the room. Harry and Gohan had both jumped back at the sudden shout, and even the other professors were cowering at the tower of raging power that was Dumbledore in that moment. Professor McGonagall had retreated to put herself between Dumbledore and the children, while Professor Sprout placed herself behind McGonagall, and Flitwick had shot to his feet, his wand almost teleporting to his hand. Professor Snape, at least, was still standing where he'd stood, though he'd wrapped himself up in his cloak, much as he had that first day in class. In fact, only Piccolo was unaffected, still standing there with his R's crossed, though his frown might have deepened a few fractions of an inch. Well, hopefully it, won't come to that, Professor, Harry stammered. The old man might not be able to punch a mountain into gravel, or destroy an entire planet with his energy, but that didn't make him weak, the young student came to realize. Harry's son, Dumbledore's tone broke no argument. Promise me, here and now, that you will never partake in a magical ritual of such nature. Promise me Gohan can keep attending Hogwarts with, or without, magic, Harry replied. Not backing down for one moment. Harry, Gohan pulled his brother away from the confrontation before things couldn't be unsaid, so to speak. Let's just do this somewhere else, all right. If I can show them before breakfast on Monday, it should be fine. The important thing is learning how to use mana, am I right? So let's go get started. Fine, Piccolo suddenly spoke up. You two, go to that training room you are always on about. I'll discuss things with the teachers, see what our options are. No more training until Monday. But the moment Gohan manages to use Harry's mana ball technique, we'll begin working on how he can use it in battle. Understood. Hi, Sensei. Yes, Mr. Piccolo. Is that really necessary? The three fighters turned to stare at the headmaster, and then collectively turned away to ignore his comment as though he hadn't spoke at all. Instead, the boys both immediately made for the stairs, intent on getting to the 7th floor training gym. Piccolo turned instead toward the group of teachers, unfolding his arms as he did so. Now then, he growled out, hands loose by his sides beneath his cape, let's discuss what this is really all about. Room of Requirement, aka the Awesome Training Room, Hogwarts. This place has the weirdest entry code that I've ever seen, Gohan remarked as they passed the painting of dancing trolls for the 3rd time, and the door finally appeared. It's magic, Gohan. Harry laughed as he went to open the door. If it made sense, then everybody could do it, instead of just the weird ones. Whoa. Harry. Gohan joined him at the doorway. It's never looked like this before, has it? Harry, I'm starting to think that the entry code is a lot more than what I'd previously thought it was, he confessed. I think this room created the training room, and this room, because we were focused on it as we walked back and forth those 3 times. So, what were you focused on this time? Because I was just thinking about the same training room we've been in like 3 dozen times already, said Gohan. I was thinking about the training room too, but, Harry winced. But I was also thinking about various ways to train you in magic, and maybe a small part of me was thinking about Dumbledore's, reaction to magic rituals. Looking at this, I'm starting to understand his point of view. What is all this? Gohan asked as they fully entered the room and the door shut behind them. Rather than the sterile white walls and reflective chrome exercise machines and cordoned heavy G areas, like they were used to, they found themselves in what most might describe as the stereotypical wizard's sanctum from a fantasy novel. Everything was hand-carved stone mason work, lit torches, and oddly glowing circles and other shapes of carved runes. Instead of exercise equipment, there were bubbling cauldrons with tables of ingredients next to them, cloudy crystal balls that shone with an undefined inner energy. And central to the whole chamber was a raised platform with an altar-esque slab of stone in the precise center of it. Seeing a few other items and cordoned-off areas, the runes and shapes were glowing a warning red color that corresponded with what Harry knew of Hogwarts curriculum. He quickly deduced that this was the magician's equivalent of a training room. Off the top of my head, Harry shared with his brother, I'd guess that this is what the room manifests when you want to improve your magic, whereas before we were focused on improving our bodies and fighting skills. And we are here to train up your magic, so to speak. And, given the obvious importance it has, I'm going to guess we have to start on that platform in the middle there. You mean the great big sacrificial altar? Gohan screamed at him, pointing. Harry scratched his head, looking around. Is there some kind of general guide, or instruction manual on how to do this properly? Unlock my brother's innate magic. That is, not give him mine or anything like that. What are you doing? Gohan looked at him like he was crazy. Harry just shrugged, asking the room for what we need. I'm not about to do this blind. And like hell I'm going to endanger either one of us by doing things the wrong way. And, he trailed off as they watched a wooden pillar magically grow out of the flow. Or an sprout, a thick hide-covered tome like some kind of flower. The title was embossed in wrought iron lettering, and helpfully called, Merlin's Guide to Magic First Edition. Right, so, let's make sure we both read this and understand it before we do anything with anything in here, right? Right, Gohan nodded. They both moved forward and opened the massive book together, reading at the same pace as they began flipping through the thick parchment pages. They quickly lost track of time as they got lost in the words of the world's most famous wizard. Great Hall Hogwarts Sunday dinner. Have you seen them? Hermione demanded of all her friends at the Hufflepuff table as she sat down to eat. The others, who knew exactly what she was talking about, sadly shook their heads. It's been nearly 3 days, she exclaimed, slamming her platter down on the table. Where could they be? I don't know, Hermione, Justin replied. Maybe, just maybe, if you exercised a little patience, you'd get your answer. Wouldn't be the first time a student has gone AWOL over a weekend. Plus, both Harry and Gohan have their sensei person here now. Maybe he took them off campus to give them some TRA. Ining that was too intense to be done in the forest, or around the castle. Or maybe it is something else entirely. My point is, there is no way to know until we see them again. And we will see them again, Hermione. They're out friends. That's easy for you to say, Justin, she moaned, toying with her food. You're a Hufflepuff. Loyalty and friendship are your primary qualities. I'm a Ravenclaw. My brain hasn't stopped producing nightmare scenarios since they got called to the headmaster's office on Friday. Yeah, but look at it this way, he offered. Do you see Harry, let alone Gohan, leaving without saying goodbye? Even if they'd been kicked out. Hermione opened her mouth to refute the argument, but after a few seconds she snapped it shut, as the answer was obviously no, she couldn't see them leaving without saying goodbye. In fact, the only scenario in which she truly could not imagine ever seeing either of them again was if. But what if they're dead? Her mouth suddenly asked, without permission. Then chances are everyone in the castle would most likely also be dead from whatever had succeeded in killing them, not to mention the place would be in ruins, and we'd all be in the afterlife and see them there. Justin countered without missing a beat. I envy your optimism, she sighed and focused on eating. Thankfully, for Hermione's sanity, the subjects of her worries finally deigned to show themselves. Harry and Gohan, both still in their student robes from Friday, entered the Great Hall and started making their way down to the front. Rather than one of the 4 tables to eat, which was a fact surprising enough in itself that they soon had every eye in the room on them. Mr. Sun, Professor Dumbledore greeted them, how nice of you to join us. I trust that you have come to us with a, shall we say, demonstration of what was discussed the last time we spoke. Harry looked over at Gohan and nodded once, who nodded back in reply. We have, Professor, Gohan declared, nodding one final time at his brother, who stepped back and openly held his hands out to the side, no wand in sight. Gohan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. Holding both his hands out in front of him. A small spark of energy began to form. At first, everyone believed he was making a ki blast, but as they watched on it became clear that was not the case. 30 seconds after he began, a sphere of clear sunshine white condensed magical energy was hovering there between Gohan's hands. A mana ball. Gohan could use magic. Professor Flitwick cheered and congratulated the boy. Oh, marvelous. Congratulations, my boy. Most excellent. Well, Professor Snape, does this satisfy you? The boy is a wizard. Funny, Snape snarled between clenched teeth. I don't see a wand. True, he can misuse magic the same as his troublemaker brother, but that doesn't make him a wizard, now does it? To be a wizard, or a witch, one must use a wand to control their magic. Otherwise, what are we even teaching? Flitwick. Enough. Dumbledore interrupted the argument. Both of you. Thank you, Mr. Son. That is enough for my eyes, and I appreciate all the work that you have put into this. Rest assured, you may remain at the school and continue your education here with us at Hogwarts. However, Professor Snape is correct. We need to get you a wand. At that simple statement, both boys winced and shared another look with each other, this one more troubled. Ah, Professor Dumbledore, sir. Harry spoke up. Yes, my boy, Gohan, he said somewhat hesitantly, can't use a wand. He can use magic. We've just proven that, but, during our training, you see, we discovered that, strictly speaking, Gohan isn't a wizard. He's a mage. According to the books we were reading, he's actually an archmage. Though untrained, he uses magic directly, not through, well, any sort of medium or focus. Also, turns out, I'm not a wizard either, I'm a sorcerer, as I can use magic directly. As well as through different kinds of foci. The entire Great Hall went dead silent. Even quieter than that, actually, as several of the ghosts present had gone quiet from the shock of the young son's statement. Clearing his throat softly, which seemed to be as loud as his usual firecracker explosions in the overwhelming silence, the headmaster asked the question on everyone's minds. Mr. Son, who exactly told you this? Because, I'm afraid that I'll need to correct this person, or persons, on several facts. Harry and Gohan shrugged at one another, answering together, we learned it from a book. Who was the author? He insisted upon knowing. I didn't see one on the spine, and there wasn't exactly a title page. Gohan shrugged again, looking to Harry. You read it more intently than I did, Harry. Do you know who wrote that tome? I do, Harry replied. But if I say the name out loud, like this, I'm pretty sure we're going to get called liars, and then asked to produce the book, and D then ordered to lead everyone to it when we can't, followed by the book being confiscated, and probably destroyed, basically turning this whole thing into one big mess. So, who wrote this book? It obviously has such flawed information in it, Mr. Son. Professor Dumbledore persisted. Merlin. The silence before was like a rock concert compared to the current void of noise surrounding the Great Hall at that moment. Excuse me, the headmaster whispered, yet the whole room clearly heard him. Merlin, Harry repeated, though apparently his birth name was Merlin, and there was this whole thing with him being only partially human. I think that is how he was able to classify the different types of human magic users. Not to mention, his teaching of magic to purely human students. Odd little anecdote, for anybody wanting to know it, turns out the Merlin on the chocolate frog cards is actually the great-grandson of the real Merlin, who was the one that taught the 4 founders of Hogwarts magic. I should really learn when to keep my mouth shut. Ya think? Gohan grumbled next to him. You little liar, you. Snape was turning apoplectic with rage. Before the greasy-haired professor could even get started, Dumbledore, defeater of Grindelwald and leader of the Light through 2 wizarding civil wars, forced him back into his seat, while standing tall from his seat of power. Where did you find this book, Harry? Gohan, he asked them, no longer putting on airs. The training room, they both replied without hesitation. Dumbledore scowled as their key-based occlumency ski LLS kept him from acquiring the location directly from their minds, and he knew of no training room at Hogwarts, not one that could actually aid these two in their kind of training at least. Which left, of course. Taking a breath, and thereby cutting through the tension hanging in the air like a saber, Professor Dumbledore resumed his seat in the golden throne behind the teacher's table. He gripped the armrests and straightened his back before speaking again. As I said, he spoke in his typical, grandfatherly tone. Allow me to correct your education on these matters, Harry, Gohan, and everyone present. Additional studies have been performed since the book you speak of was written, more narrowly classifying human magic users from the broad spectrum of druid, warlock, witch, wizard, sorcerer, mage, and archmage. Quite honestly, this sort of lesson would better be taught by Professor Binns in the History of Magic class, but given the circumstances, please forgive me for summarizing. According to the classification you are basing your findings upon, Mr. Sun, the primary division was the method upon which a human could use magic. A druid used magic through the use of intricate rituals, calling upon celestial bodies as well as the seasons and power of nature. A warlock, whatever definition you use, bound a magical creature, though in those ancient days it was often some manner of demon or jinn or nature spirit, in service to them and used their magic through that binding. Today, the terms witch and wizard are merely determining hers from his, but in the old days, a witch referred to what historians might call a hedge witch, or a simple alchemist or potion brewer. Those that worked with ingredients and physical matter, like what is taught in potions and transfiguration these days. Whereas a wizard was identified as those that use wands to cast magic, or any other magical focus, such as a staff, a gem, a ring. A mage, however, could use magic directly, so me reported to not even need words or gestures, but could cast magic with but a thought. A sorcerer, by comparison, is the bridge between the two, a magic user that could focus their magic through two ls and use it directly through mere thought. And an archmage, sir? Gohan questioned, going so far as to raise his hand before speaking. Ah, yes, the archmage classification, Professor Dumbledore nodded gravely. Experts agree that in truth there has only been one archmage in the history of mankind, and that was Merlin himself. But I can see where your confusion might lie, Mr. Sun. In the past, those that were classified as mages specialized in one or maybe a handful of areas of magic. Therefore, it was said that an archmage was merely a mage that specialized in a multitude, or perhaps even all avenues of magic. No doubt, using the tests described in that book, you gentlemen discovered that young Gohan's specialty, as it were, fell into greater than that handful. They nodded their agreement. Yes, I suspected as much, said Dumbledore. I assure you gentlemen, though he might be a mage, certainly, Gohan is not an archmage. If he were, he could literally warp and rewrite the reality around him through merely wishing for it hard enough. They both nodded their understanding. Then Harry raised his hand. Sir, you keep saying that this was the old way of classifying human magicians, he said. What is the current method, if you don't mind my asking? Not at all, Harry, Professor Dumbledore grinned at him. The present-day method of classifying wizards is by the amount of power they possess, their skill with magic, and their prowess with a wand. I'm not certain if you are aware of this, though it is on my chocolate frog card, but one of the titles I hold is Grand Sorcerer. It is a title one gains through publicly performing above a certain level in a noteworthy wizard's duel. But Professor, Harry stated, the book was quite clear, and letting Gohan try various wands has fairly proven that a mage cannot use a wand like a wizard can. And by your own words, you just stated that all of that is to classify wizards, not magic using humans. How do you propose that we resolve this, sir? Professor Dumbledore frowned, slightly, just enough that his beard could hide the expression on his face. He really must stop underestimating this boy. If only he weren't such a warmonger. With his love of fighting, he'd be the perfect heir apparent. Well, to begin with, Dumbledore answered, I will assure both you, and your brother, Mr. Sun, that he shall not be expelled, nor removed from his current curriculum. Gohan's son can use magic, and this a school that teaches magic. These facts are indisputable, and no one can debate them. As to the unique nature of Mr. Sun's magic and the methods we teachers may have to employ in teaching him to use it, well, that is something that we shall have to tackle individually with Mr. Sun in a one-on-one basis. Though, old not discount your brother from being able to use any focus, Mr. Sun. In fact, I shall personally escort him to Ollivander's and oversee that he tries every wand in the shop, if necessary, to find him some focus to aid in using his magic. Although, if either of you boys, or your sensei happen upon any ideas to shorten the search, all the more to help, yes. Now then, he leaned forward to speak before the conversation could drag on any longer. I'm sure after all your work, the two of you must have worked up quite the appetite. Please, avail yourselves to dinner. I shall contact you both in the morning and then escort Mr. Gohan's son to get his wand. Best hurry, as I'm afraid dinner will be ending soon. With that threat delivered, both fighters raced to the tables and quickly started consuming the food like it would be taken away at a moment's notice. Though there was still at least an hour to dinner. Hogwarts next day, Professor Dumbledore and Gohan had been gone for most of the morning. And Harry's classes could only provide so much of a distraction before his impatience won out. He was about to try teleporting to where he could sense Gohan's energy, even though Hermione constantly warned him not to even try it, calling it by some silly name that the wizarding world identified the ability as. When the teacher-student pair finally returned, just in time for lunch. Well, as the first word out of Harry's mouth as he raced up to meet his brother at the entrance to the courtyard. Gohan held up his empty hands, a sheepish expression on his face, while a poleaxed perplexed look was firmly entrenched upon Dumbledore's. It was a most unique experience, I must admit, said Dumbledore. I've never seen my old friend Garrick Ollivander so enthused by a challenge as the one your brother presented him. While I cannot say that Gohan tried every wand in the shop, he went through every single last one of Ollivander's closest choices without so much as a glimmer of compatibility. The man finally resigned himself to building a custom wand just for Mr. Son here, and that took up the majority of the morning. Determining just exactly what materials such a focus would require. Harry's brow raised, intrigued. You said, focus, that last time, not wand. He pointed out. Professor Dumbledore then blushed, actually and truly blushed. Savor it well, Harry's son, the old man replied. It is rare that I am ever wrong about a thing, as while I freely admit to making mistakes, I do learn from them. I was, in this case, quite clearly wrong about your brother. He cannot use a wand. So he must use another focus instead. Therein lies the problem, I'm afraid. Problem, Harry squeaked. What problem, Mr. Ollivander didn't have any of the needed materials on hand, Gohan answered. And it'll take him a long time to find everything. Short version, he can't make me a wand equivalent. Apparently, my perfect focus is some kind of jeweled stave. Stave, like staff. Harry blinked, his mind racing. As in, a magic staff. A magic bow staff. HN. A deep growl floated down from above them, preceding its owner by a couple seconds. Took you long enough to come up with the idea, Harry. I'm disappointed, said Piccolo. Piccolo Sensei. Mr. Piccolo. Both boys greeted the green alien as he flew down to join them in the courtyard. In his hands was a thin, red pole. Their father's power bow. Could it? Gohan's eyes went wide as he looked over at his wizard brother. It might, he shrugged in reply. If anything could, it should. Ah, excuse me, Dumbledore spoke up. But if I might be permitted, what is that precisely? It is a magical weapon, Piccolo replied. Passed down in the boys' family for generations. From their father's grandfather, to Goku, and now to Gohan. Given its magical nature, and his own affinity with it, Gohan should be able to channel his magic through it, the same way that you lot do so with your wands. Of course, Gohan's ultimate goal should be to emulate his brother and be able to utilize his magic in combat without the need of a focus at all. But that is a long-term training goal, Harry stated. In the meantime, he power bow can shrink to the same size and shape as a regular wand. From there, it's just a matter of channeling your magic properly, Gohan. Gohan accepted the red pole from Piccolo, and with but a moment of concentration, it shrunk itself to just under a foot in length and maybe an inch thick. Try for sparks, first lesson in charms class, Harry suggested, eager and hopeful. Okay, Gohan nodded. Then held the wand-sized power bow in his right fist, focusing on the magic within him that they'd spent over 2 days unlocking, and incanted, Mycandeo. At the same time, Dumbledore, Snape and Flitwick waved their own wands about. Right as a stream of multi-hue sparks erupted from the end of the small red rod. After about 10 seconds or so, the sparks died down and vanished. Snape grunted, his scowl deepening. Definitely magic, not any other source, Flitwick almost proudly declared. Amazing, simply amazing that he could perform the spell without needing to perform the wand movements. Yes, Dumbledore agreed, though with Gohan's style of magic being that of a mage's, the majority of his spellcraft is dependent upon the mental quotient, Phileas. It requires a great deal more focus and, dare I say, power to perform than standard wizardry to get the same results. Most excellent boys, most excellent indeed. I shall leave the testing of your practical skills to that of your teachers, Mr. Sun, he said to Gohan. In the meantime, please join your fellow students in their lunch. Thank you, Professor, both brothers replied and hurried down to sit at the nearest available spots. Piccolo just grunted, nodded and turned to go, as the teachers all sat back in their seats and resumed their own meal. Forbidden Forest. Snow had covered Hogwarts and the surrounding valley. Most were of mixed feelings about the weather, because first off, kids love to play in the snow. Even if those kids happen to be in their mid-70s, but especially kids in their teens. On the other hand, running in 1 to 3 feet of snow, or climbing mountains in nothing but workout clothes is a bit extreme, even for wizards. Even those that did nothing but fly around using their ki found that difficult, as something about the cold weather made it extremely difficult to focus their ki properly. Even bundled up and with warming charms and other winter protective magic in use, the majority of students stayed bundled up indoors next to their cozy little fireplaces, or around conjured flames to provide some extra warmth while playing in the snow outside. Only those truly dedicated to their training and developing their key skills bothered with their usual routines. And even then they stayed out for maybe half the time that they would have on warmer days. Then there was Piccolo, Harry and Gohan. He'd taken his 2 students to the deepest part of the forest, where there were little to no other creatures, particularly that rather large spiders that nested approximately 2.5 miles from the school. This area was, like the rest of the valley, covered in snow and ice and was several degrees below freezing. Piccolo had made sure they'd both come dressed only in their combat GIS. Gohan in his sleeveless purple with blue sash and thick white collar, and Harry in the red top and pants with navy t-shirt and the Namekian symbol for Piccolo's name on the back. Of course, they were both shivering, though Harry at least had enough pride to try not to show it too much. Listen up, because we don't have a lot of time for the 2 of you to learn this, Piccolo snapped at them, arms crossed. His cape fluttering in the freezing wind. A few years back, as I'm sure you both remember, Goku and I were attacked by a former ally of our current headache, that is Dr. Jero Namel, a deceased scientist by the name of Dr. Wheelo. His base was set up around the Arctic Circle. Goku and I nearly lost that fight for several reasons, the number one of which was that we hadn't trained to fight in those kinds of conditions. And as we all know, it is more difficult to channel your ki properly in a cold environment. YYYYYOOODD don't SSSEM to BBBHAVVVVINGTR trouble. P pickle low SSSSENSS say, Harry stammered, having finally lost the battle with his body and wrapped his arms around himself as Gohan had ever since they'd left the castle. That is because both Goku and I trained to specifically handle extreme cold environments and be able to fight at out best without any restrictions after that fight, Piccolo responded. SS is so Gohan chattered through his teeth, we were out TTH here T to learn H how T to FFFF fight in NNGHCCC cold W weather RR. That is precisely why we're out here, now, at this time, he remarked. And why we don't have much time. This cold front will be moving on by the day after tomorrow. You only have a little under 2 days to master this skill and prove it effective in extreme conditions. I know that your ODs are shivering and trying to do all they can to keep warm. It is basic biology, your muscles are constantly contracting and releasing to build up heat from energy use. Namekians are different, I still struggled to build up my power in the cold. There are several ways to adapt and manage to still fight no matter how cold or hot the environment may get, he told them. The most simple and straightforward is just to allow your body to adapt and train in progressively colder conditions. For humans, that takes about 2 weeks to accomplish, provided they're taking care of their basic needs. NNDN neither one of us arranged by RRNN normal humans. Harry grunted through clenched teeth. The second easiest method is to cheat somehow, Piccolo teased them, drawing out their suffering in the cold weather. Weasley did it by discarding his human body and putting his mind into a robot body that didn't care about hot or cold. The witches and wizards back there, he cast his arm toward the direction of the castle. Use magic to keep themselves warm. Now that you both can use magic, perhaps that'll work for both of you, but we're here so you can learn the key techniques that we all, meaning the Z fighters, develop to be able to handle fighting in extreme weather. At the very least, they'll allow you to more easily build up your power, and guarantee your survival until you can get somewhere more comfortable. Sit down, he pointed at the quarter-meter depth snowdrift, while he himself adopted a meditative posture 3 feet in the air. Too busy shivering and chattering their teeth, Harry and Gohan couldn't spare the energy to gulp nervously or anything else, so they just did as their teacher bade them and settled into the snow. The only good part about it was that even with their body temperature, it was too damn cold for the snow to properly melt and soak their clothes. Now then, Piccolo began to instruct them, focus on your breathing. As difficult as it might be, you need to maintain your normal rhythm when gathering strength. Don't immediately begin powering up. Instead, focus on bringing your energy back into its normal flow. If you've paid attention, you will already see how it is spiking and trying to draw inward to your core rather than flowing through your body like it is supposed to. Once you've gotten your energy to flow normally again, I'll tell you the next step. Even if it takes you the rest of the night. Both boys shivered one final time, and then closed their eyes and began to breathe deeply, all the way to their bellies and foku. Sing on getting their ki to flow through every cell of their bodies like it was supposed to. They still felt the cold, and quite frankly the both of them were amazed that their exposed skin hadn't already started turning blue. But this was important and they trusted their sensei. Focusing on their breathing and internal energy allowed them to, at least partly, ignore the omnipresent cold, or how heat was being sapped from them by the air and the wind and the snow and even the frozen ground. But then something started to happen. The snow started to melt and soak their clothes. And the chilled breath seemed to hang about their bodies like a slowly growing fog bank. Within 5 minutes they were sitting on the forest floor, soaked grass beneath them and a radius of about a foot of melted snow around each of them. Good. Piccolo's voice brought them out of the near meditative state. Now power up just enough that you can extend your energy. And no more. Then, once you have the energy for it, start by mimicking the pathways and flow of your energy all around you, so that you are at the core, and it is like your whole body's energy field is extending out from there. But keep it as close to your actual body as you can. And be sure to maintain the same flow. If you do this right as you enter into a different environment, you won't lose precious time or waste energy trying to power up. After this, I'll show you ways to counter hypothermia, and also to drop your presence down to nothing without endangering your life. Harry asked, teeth no longer chattering, and still freezing. But at least able to control his body's response to the cold now. Is it really necessary for us to learn it in below zero conditions, Piccolo-sensei? We could have learned this back at the castle. In that training room we showed you. And then, I don't know, tested ourselves out here after you'd already shown these techniques to us. Piccolo's evil look told them all that they need to know about why he'd chosen to show them these skills in this manner. They did indeed spend the entire night out in the forest, learning everything that Piccolo had to teach them about surviving and rapidly adapting to extreme cold. And then, just because he could, he kept them out until after breakfast was already over to refine their new techniques. As it was, they barely made it to class on time, having to go back to their rooms to change into their school uniforms. End episode 15. Hogwarts Winter. Okay, change of plans. I thought that I'd be finished with this story already, but between lack of inspiration, and other personal stuff, this is as far as I've gotten in the 6 months since the hiatus. At the time of this posting, I'm barely through a quarter of chapter 16. And then there are a whole 4 more chapters after that. So, here's the deal, and I apologize for the inconvenience, but it is what it is. I'm posting everything that I've got for the story right now, and I'm going to work on the rest as much as I can, but I won't post the rest until the story is finished, and then I'll post and complete it all at once, however long it ultimately takes. But not to worry, for all the followers and those that have this story on their alerts, you can just sit back and wait for that notification that the story's been updated. Though feel free to read and reread the whole thing as many times as you like. As to the questions that I keep getting asked and powers to grant Harry and everything, in this universe, Merlin was a pansy compared to Harry. Harry's On's power with magic is enough to classify him as the next Archmage, though that won't happen until long after he graduates Hogwarts. Maybe by the Boo Saga, but not before then. Therefore, there will be no granting of old powers or tools or wands and staves to this Harry. The book they found in the room of requirement is the closest you'll get in this story. Now, yes, spoiling it for those that wish to be spoiled, at some point. Yes, Harry will learn and master the animagus transformation. I truly hope to have that chapter where I reveal the available transformations that McGonagall will tutor him in already done by now. But, sigh, as for magic of different practices, for the sake of simplicity, let's say that anything at all having to do with runes, enchantments, or casting magic through writing and symbology gets covered in his Ancient Runes class. Well, okay, earlier I misspoke about Harry not getting any old tools or wands. He'll get the Deathly Hallows and they'll unveil his final transformation. But that is in like the last story, so it might very well be decades away from being written at the pace I'm going at. Sad face but no other outside boosts, okay. Thank you to all my readers for sticking with it, and thank you for all of the suggestions and ideas. Some of them have really helped and even caused me to go back and edit some of the future outlines I have for the stories. I'll do my best to finish up the arc here as quickly as I can. And feel free to PM me. I'll do what I can to reply when I can, between writing and IRL stuff. Enjoy.